Does this fucking retard? Do you have my stream on, you fucking moron? God, I hate you. Okay, we're done. What? Why am I hearing my... Hello? What? Oh. Never mind. Hi, Moot, what's up? Okay. Why is he doing this?
Biden would use the auto pen. You'd have an auto pen following. Joe Biden, he didn't sign. He was incapable of signing his name. So they'd follow him around with this big machine. You know what it was called? An auto pen. And he'd have the auto pen signed for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guys, they'd sign it with an auto pen, give it back. Not too big, right? Better to sign it.
President Trump.
Okay, that's the fake news.
I made Air Force.
Who likes the fake news? Does anybody like the fake news?
No.
Biden would use the auto pen.
You watching the moon pass?
If
What? Okay, I'm curious. What the fuck is this moon mission for? What are they actually trying to do? What is this? Hold on.
This is the mathematically cheapest way to meet every single recommended nutritional requirement.
Oh shit!
It costs $2.40 per day. It satisfies all vitamin, mineral, protein, and calorie guidelines. And you absolutely should not follow it.
Why not?
Today, we're solving a classic problem in economics. What is the absolute cheapest way to feed a human being without technically malnourishing them?
Technically based.
Let's start small. You are only allowed to eat two things: bread and peanut butter. Bread and peanut butter each contain known amounts of carbs and protein, and they each have a known price. Your dietitian says you need between 130 and 700 grams of carbohydrates. Says you need between 130 and 700 grams of carbohydrates and between 56 and 140 grams of protein. Your mission?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I've heard so many weird things in this video.
30 and 700 grams of carbohydrates.
For a week or for a day or what? 1 gram of carbohydrate is is my brain broken? Is 8 calories, isn't it? Am I right? It's 4. Fuck. Wait, what's 8? Is it protein is 4, carbs are 4? Is fat 8? Is that what I'm thinking of? Oh, fat is 8. Fat is 9. Well, even so, at 4 calories per carb, that's hella calories. That's hella calories.
And between 56 and 140 grams of protein. Your mission? Spend as little money as possible while meeting both requirements.
How do we do it? Tell us, Chief.
Each nutritional rule becomes a boundary. Too few carbs, invalid. Too much protein, invalid. Graph those rules, and you don't get a single solution. You get a region, a polygon of acceptable diets.
How old is this? Okay.
Inside of this shape, you survive. Outside of it,
you die.
And you don't. Now, let's add cost. Cost is just another equation. Every slice of bread adds dollars. Every spoonful of peanut butter adds dollars. We can draw lines of equal cost across the graph. And here's the crucial insight.
Okay.
If you slide that cost line downwards, trying to spend less and less, it will always stop at a corner. Not in the middle, not somewhere elegant, at a corner.
Wow.
This isn't a coincidence. It's a theorem. When you minimize a linear objective subject to linear constraints, the optimal solution always lies at an extreme point. So, the cheapest viable diet will always be slightly extreme.
Wow.
When we run the optimization, the math gives us 6.39 servings of peanut butter and 5.63 slices of bread.
Okay.
Not round numbers, not intuitive numbers, just the cheapest possible ones. And that's with only 2 foods. Now, remove that artificial constraint. Instead of 2 foods, allow thousands. Every grain, every oil, every vegetable, every...
This is the most boring video on the planet. What the fuck are we...
organ meat. Every processed ingredient in a nutritional database. Add dozens of constraints. Minimum calories, protein, essential fatty acids, every vitamin, every mineral, upper sodium limits, macronutrient ranges. And then let the optimizer loose. No taste variable, no variety constraint, no cooking time penalty, and no dignity coefficient. Just price. This is a real problem in economics. It's called the least cost diet problem, first studied seriously by George Spiegler in the 1940s. And the answer he found looks strange too. Because the math doesn't care what food means to humans. It only cares what food contains. Here is the mathematically cheapest, nutritionally complete diet. 165 grams of wheat flour, 59 grams of soy flour, 7 grams of cod liver oil, 38 grams of wheat germ, 36 grams of lard, 13 grams of fried pig kidney, 29 grams of bran, 9 grams of sunflower oil, 62 grams of skim milk, 7 grams of dried yeast, 4.6 grams of West Indian cherries, 11.4 grams of spring greens, and 3.2 grams of salt, at a total cost $2.4 per day. It meets every requirement. Calories, covered. Vitamin A, cod liver oil. Iron, kidney. Vitamin C, the West Indian cherries. B vitamins from yeast, and essential fats from lard and from sunflower oil. Every nutrient is satisfied in the cheapest way possible. But notice what's happening. Each food is there for exactly one reason. It is the cheapest supplier of a specific constraint. The optimizer doesn't choose foods. It chooses nutrient delivery mechanisms. And once a constraint is satisfied at minimum cost, there is no incentive to improve taste, texture.
Okay, why was I even linked this? Holy shit.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters, they're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways. We got rid of Soleimani, the evil genius. He was an evil genius. We got rid of him.
Genius.
And then we stopped them with the B-2 bombers not so long ago. And if we didn't do it, Israel and the Middle East would have been extinguished by now.
What other points do you make?
Why'd you move the aircraft? Why'd you move the aircraft?
Wow. Am I retarded? Is it actually a war crime to destroy power plants? The simple version is yes. The more complicated version is not necessarily. But the actual version, in this case, almost certainly.
And I hope they take the chance. If they don't, it's...
Are you on board with the 40?
So bad. It's such a bad network. It's such a pathetic. Is this your camera? You what? Go ahead.
Just got 45 days ceasefire with the talking about the reporting session.
But they will, they'd like to have a ceasefire because they're getting obliterated. So we'll see how they behave, okay? Number one, you have to have a lot of courage to do it because the chances of doing it were very small successfully. And it's amazing that we had nobody.
This might be the best audio ever for a Trump interview. Yes!
It never happens when pilots go down in war. You're in tough territory. Vietnam, and places like Iran, they're tough. They know how to fight. They're nasty. Very rarely do you go in because you're going to send 200 people in on a mission, and that mission will likely be unsuccessful. You're going to get one person, and you're going to lose 200.
Guns require electricity to fire, so if they strike the power plants, they won't be able to charge their batteries for the AK-47s? Most guns these days, even AK-47s, have internal batteries that charges hold for like 1,000 rounds. There's a reason why you rarely ever see anybody actually charging their gun.
So we did something that was risky, and well, we have a great military.
You're going to lose like the diplomatic.
Could happen.
It seems like diplomatic talks are picking up. Are you willing to hold off on attacking?
Well, I want to say I don't even want to talk about it because I've given them chances and they haven't taken them. So I don't want to really talk about it.
Go. Push the deadline back again.
Highly unlikely. They've had plenty of time. So I said, I'm going to give you 10. But at the end of 10, all hell's going to break out if you don't get there. So
Mr. President, do you expect Vice President Vance to continue to be talking to the intermediaries from Pakistan?
Well,
God!
he is, and we have Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they're all unified and they're all talking together.
Do you expect the Vice President to be involved in an in-person meeting with officials in the coming days?
Could be. Could happen.
What else do you want to hear from Iran beyond?
Wall Street, do you have a message for the Senate?
Please tell me.
I love Hispanics. Happy Easter.
We love you. Mr. President. None advice you have to do or about this fund.
Destiny, most of the oil facilities in Iran are nationalized by the IRGC themselves and go directly to paying IRGC forces, while all the other government employees are not paid at the moment. What? You really think that's true? Gabriel Deza 6737? Or should I say Eli Steinenstein? That is true, though, actually. The IRGC gets its revenue independently from the rest of the government funding so that they always have money. That is true.
Love your wife. Are you still happily married? Is this you? Is this for you?
Well, we got about to be father right there, too, but President Trump.
Yeah.
He's
One of
about
my
to be
all-time
father.
favorites. You got to be kidding. You're about to be a father. You've come a long way.
What is this like a... Why am I watching this? Is anything happening here?
He's always been fair, and he's always been
Interesting
fair.
question.
One little astray.
Okay.
Not him.
You better.
His girlfriend went a little astray, but these are minor details.
This is really funny. I will say on the other side of that coin, we got a fatherless problem in the United States. So many kids are growing up without a father figure. You combine that without the Heavenly Father being in a lot of their homes, that 1-2 punch has crushed a lot of these American families.
Well, the second thing has a lot to do with the first thing. And we want to bring...
B44 said this one's better.
What?
B44 said this one is better.
Oh, he's a trusted linker, too. We got a trusted linker in the house. Hold on.
Bring in...
How's the airman maneuver?
Has Tuesday your final deadline?
Fire proposal from this morning.
I've seen every proposal you can imagine. More proposals.
Is Tuesday your final deadline? Is Tuesday at 8 p.m. your final deadline? How's the President?
If Iran does not meet your demands, Mr. President, are you willing to continue the war?
Well, you'll have to watch.
How's the President? Are you committing
It's an easy question. The answer is yes, but you'll have to watch.
What do you think of the latest proposal?
They made a proposal, and it's a significant proposal. It's a significant step. It's not good enough, but it's a very significant step. They have made, they're negotiating now, and they've made a very significant step. We'll see what happens.
Have you spoken to Keir Starmer, Hasan? Also, do you believe the UK could resurrect like Jesus this Easter weekend?
Well, that's what they need. They have a long way to go. The UK has a long way to go.
This is a banger.
We don't want another Neville Chamberlain.
Way better than
Do we
a jet.
agree?
Have you
We don't want Neville Chamberlain.
Did you catch that?
We don't want Neville Chamberlain.
Yeah.
Yeah, base.
Airman rescue doing?
He's doing really well. They're both doing well. You know, it was two, and we held off the one because if they would have known we had him, so we held off the one. They are both recovering very well. They were both injured, and they're doing well. What else?
Is Bill Clinton playing out here? Hell yeah. Why did this cat become a kitten? Is it supposed to be good for me? Fuck!
You know what? When you do thousands and thousands of flights and you have one plane shot down and not mortally, the two pilots got out, they got a little bit lucky. And you know what? In war, you need a little bit of luck also.
You need a little bit of luck in war mode. You know that, right?
Good end. Very good. They do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know that.
You know you got to do
Negotiating, I
certain
think,
things, right?
We've had total
Always.
regime change. You know, the people there now are much
Many
more
things.
reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase 1 and phase 2. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out. The second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter.
Why did you use such vulgar language in that true social post?
Only to make my point.
Oh.
I think you've heard it before.
Let me just make his point.
Have you spoken to the families of the airmen that were saved?
I'm going to be doing it right now.
Mr. President,
What do you say
to Americans who are not a fan of the war?
They're foolish.
True.
Because the war is about one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Had we not broken the Barack Hussein Obama agreement, you know that...
Okay, Why is it that when I shock this, I'm going to use this to shock this, but it's going to do damage to my cat? I don't understand why. He's not wet. So I don't know how it's leaking over into where my cat is. Why does the electricity here damage him?
You know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal? This is years
'Cause you're
ago, my first
adjacent?
term. You would have had
Whatever.
a total... Israel would have been gone, extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth, and the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did.
At a minimum?
That was phase one. We
Big
killed
trouble.
Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing.
Without
Maybe.
Soleimani,
We'd still be winning, but it would have been harder.
it would have been way harder.
Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't...
They don't want to say uncle.
They'll have
say
no
uncle!
bridges, they'll have no power plants.
Trump! Never mind. No! Fuck. Never
Waiting?
mind. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Some people are really good at knowing, like, oh, this guy's an only child, or this guy's or whatever. When I say, I wonder if Trump is an only child, because he's a spoiled little bitch. But then, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he has siblings, right? Doesn't he?
They'll have no any.
One of many middle child.
I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do?
Yeah, what would you do?
Take the oil.
Take it.
Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible...
Wow.
They've killed 45,000 people as of a month and a half ago.
45,000. Did you know that?
45,000 protesters. We don't do that.
Not according to Hasan.
If I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that. I'll give you an example. Venezuela has worked out so incredibly. We have 100 million barrels of oil right now in Houston being refined. It's been great. The relationship with Venezuela, the leaders, has been fantastic. And I think we're going to have a long-term, very good relationship. And it might be beyond long-term. You understand what Well, I tell you what, I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I go around and I check. They'd like to see us win and come home. And I appreciate CNN for the first time maybe in my life. They did a poll, and everyone's saying, oh, is Trump losing MAGA? No, I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing.
They love him.
And CNN did a poll of MAGA voters, a big poll.
Okay, if I shock this guy, he's near water, but it shouldn't shock all the water, right? No. Okay, good.
Trump's at the podium.
Trump's at what?
He's doing a news press conference right now.
Duh. Oh, wait, like not here, like another video.
Like live, yeah.
Oh! What do you want, Connor? Okay, paste. Wait, what am I clicking?
Let's type in Trump live.
Rescue mission. Ever attempt...
What I don't understand is why we rescued this guy when I thought Trump hates people that get captured. That's the real question.
Sorry, I couldn't hear y'all. What's up, ninjas?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Nah, nothing much. Can you, you're talking to Tim Miller today, yeah?
Yep.
Can you press him on, like, what made him a Republican before the switch?
Probably not. But if I get to it, I will. I'll keep that.
Okay.
I'll put that at the end of my notes to ask him, okay?
Okay, well, can I only need a minute. Can I just tell you where my vibe's at for that?
Sure.
So, my frustration with Tim Miller is we got hit with, or at least, especially me, when I'm live streaming, they're like, you need to talk to the Bulwark. You need to talk to the Bulwark. They're the Never Trump Republicans. They're the Never Trump Republican brand.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tim Miller hates guns. Hates them.
Wasn't he
like?
Isn't he gay?
Gun control out the ass. He fucking loves gun control. It's his favorite shit. Sorry, go ahead.
Isn't he gay?
Yeah, he's gay too.
Yeah, gay guys hate guns.
Why?
Just a well-known phenomenon.
Well, that's gay.
I actually don't. I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't like guns. But what I mean,
okay, the
I'm
guns
sure there are
thing.
some Republicans that don't like guns. But what about it?
Then the other thing that bugged the shit out of me in 24 is I felt like quite earnestly I communicated that, you know, Kamala Harris isn't everything I want in a fucking candidate, but she is obviously the lesser of two evils. And it felt like the Bulwark went out of their way, especially like 60 days out from the election, to effectively say, no, Kamala's actually amazing. She's great. And that's kind of where it's like, okay, well, fuck me. Are you a never Trump Republican who's voting for the lesser of two evils? Or are you just a fucking Democrat who switched sides in the past year? Okay. Then last point, even if you don't get to it. Last point is, I haven't watched it yet, but a lot of people have already covered it, is the Hasan pipe. There's a gal named Sarah Longwell that I would love to talk to. And she was pressing Tim about him allegedly sweeping for Hasan and saying, like, we need to make the coalition as big as possible, so he needs to be a part of the tent. And she was like, fuck that. And so that was another thing that was kind of like shocking to me, because I don't, it's not that you don't need the largest anti-MAGA tent possible. It's that there are some motherfuckers that are just so shitty, they're counterproductive to anything good.
Yeah, that's probably what the majority of our conversation is going to be about today. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, then, if guns, gayness, taxes, republicanism, and Kamala Harris, if you're able to sandwich it in there at the end, it would be appreciated, and I'll watch it. Even if you don't, if you press them on that topic, then that's good enough for me.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
All right. Hi, Moody. How you doing?
How's it going? I'm doing good. Just eating.
All right. You guys doing good otherwise?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hanging out.
All right.
Trump's
Sorry for interrupting.
speech.
I hope you guys have a beautiful day.
No, you're good.
You too, buddy. Be careful.
Hope you too.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So,
very good military Easter.
Good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one. And it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did too, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. The most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot when you're going at those speeds. Even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher, and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing.
What?
Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapon system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used, and couldn't have lived without them. They performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes, and that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle, and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. The sand this was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It was a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened. And we
Me when I go to visit your mom with my friends, with my boys.
Intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened. And we were watching, and we said, that's amazing. In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius, it's not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. Now, if you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us, I tell you. Well, it was the Easter, we were in the Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't. These two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing.
Can you, I don't know if you're an autistic fucking retard or not. Wait, are you here?
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to tell, because you have basic human skills, are you able to tell like when he's reading off the teleprompter versus when he's going off the cuff?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I wonder for some of these off the cuff comments, if he's saying things that he doesn't realize he shouldn't be saying.
I would assume that he doesn't realize that, but he is saying things that I don't think he should be saying, yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I don't think anybody was talking about a leaker there.
Or even like sometimes confirming things, like that could be a thing that people are thinking, but to say something like that out loud, you're confirming a theory, or like
that the guy went to the mountains or whatever.
I don't know how much of this. Some of this stuff is kind of like quote unquote known, but I also don't know how much is like kind of like guessed on, and so people just kind of like assume it to be true. But then if the president confirms it, I'm so curious how much when he's going like off the cuff here, like how much shit he's revealing that he should be. I don't know.
There will be crazy books written about this presidency, man.
Basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and
sue
we're going
them?
to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
Don't we have all sorts of fucking whistleblower protections and shit? I don't think you can do that, right?
You can do whatever you want,
And
man.
we know who, and you know who we're talking about. Because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden...
They should just lie. They should just tell him, it was J.D. Vance. Vance is our source.
Nice. 2019. Officials cringed as Trump spilled sensitive details of al-Baghdadi raid. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he probably does do this. Dumbass.
The entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably
sick.
didn't realize the extent of how bad it was.
How
I can't
sick
imagine
they
what
were.
that person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last
That's
long. I think
crazy.
everybody would
This is
understand. They put this
insane.
mission
A
at
little
great
bit.
risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky.
A little bit of luck.
But we got lucky
What are
too
you gonna
because we
do,
got
man?
both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we'd say, come on, let's go get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, boom,
Boom,
boom, one
boom,
after another.
boom.
It was like genius. So impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are
Iran
sitting there
Prime.
waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Pwah. They came one
he's
right
off
after
the prompter
another.
right now.
Not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others at work. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head.
Can you explain this Mehdi Hasan tweet? Yeah. The problem is that Mehdi Hasan knows like the I don't even want to say the Wikipedia. He knows like the one sentence summary of a whole bunch of things, but he doesn't know any of the underlying details. Hold on. So Joe Walsh, I guess, tweeted at him, and his reply was, Mehdi will do this thing where he like references thing, Google 1967, Google this, Google that, Google this, Google Taba, whatever, right? But he doesn't know anything about the things he's talking about. So it's called the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002. Israel rejected it. Google is your friend, Joe. So the Arab Peace Initiative is not, or at least from my understanding, this is not like a formal like treaty or offering. It's just like an agreement. I think that all of the, I don't know which congregation of Arab states like have this like quote unquote peace initiative, but it's just like them stating a position on moving towards some kind of peaceful resolution with Israel. But the Arab Peace Initiative, like all other Palestinian related peace plans, makes no mention of capping the refugees that have a right to return to Israel. This is always one of the linchpins that's never given as an actual number, because all of the Arab states have an agreement to never settle Palestinian refugees. The reason why there are so many refugee camps on the borders of some of the Arab states with Israel is because the Arab states are not allowed to give them citizenship. They have to indefinitely maintain them as non-citizens in their state so that they can always go back to Palestine. This is why the right of return is such a big deal that never gets negotiated on, because Israel will accept some number, but it's going to be a low five-figure number, and the Palestinians just never give a cap to it. They're always kind of in the background have this like infinite right of return idea. Oh, this guy says it here. The Arab Peace Initiative included the right of return to make Israel a Muslim majority country through immigration. That's a lie. It called for a just settlement to the refugee issue. Yeah, again, so I just don't know how much Mehdi knows about this. That just settlement verbiage that's in that peace initiative, just settlement just refers to, I don't even remember the numbers anymore. Resolution 242, is that what it is? Because I think it uses the exact same language. But Resolution 242 also doesn't have like a limit on the number of refugees. I believe they call this, do they say just settlement? Or is it just resolution or fair resolution or? Oh yeah, here it is. For achieving a just settlement of the refugee problem. But that's all it says. But yeah, whatever, dude.
Head of the CIA, he's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today.
I feel like there probably will be a movie made about this. For all the retarded bullshit Trump and everything does, I have no idea how the fuck that rescue mission happened. That's just got to be, like, just
It's
crazy.
incredibly impressive.
Yeah. Jesus. It's a big country.
To share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury.
Do you feel like we used to hear about the CIA all the fucking time?
What do you mean?
I feel like, I don't know, like 6 years ago, that we used to always hear like, oh, the CIA did this, did that, blah, 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 blah. But now I don't feel like we ever hear about the CIA.
I don't know. I don't really feel that way necessarily, I guess. I mean, we used to hear a lot of complaints when Snowden came out, and, you know, he revealed whatever that they collect data and shit. People got mad about that, so we heard more about, like, the CIA and the NSA or whatever a lot more, but that was, like, 10, 15 years ago or something.
Rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities, and because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse.
How much money are they burning on this? I don't know if there's a YouTube video that explains this, but the way that I've always heard of this is the reason why you want to rescue soldiers is for a few important reasons. One, depending on the types of missions they fly, they might know a lot of information, so you don't want them to get captured and interrogated and have their dicks ripped off for them to share a bunch of information about operational stuff. And then two is because that's like on the practical side, and two, I mean, that's kind of practical side. Two is like, it's kind of like a general morale thing that you don't want your soldiers to be afraid that you might get abandoned or completely cut off if a mission is risky or something like that. Yeah. This is also why, you know, it's not great, but for better or for worse, it's one of the reasons why militaries are generally reluctant to punish their soldiers for doing bad things. So like this comes up obviously with Israel a lot, like why aren't there more charges for the IDF soldiers when they do bad things or whatever. But the reason why people are a little bit worried about that is because you don't want your soldiers to be second guessing themselves when they're in battle, thinking they're going to get like charged with crimes or something like that. Like you want them to be able to execute their orders pretty flawlessly. Yeah, these types of morale things I think are pretty important, but that's what I've heard. Yeah. Oh, you also don't want, yeah, the idea of the enemy like having hostages and being able to do stuff like that is also not something that you want to happen.
It's really bad when they're on a fucking video too, talking like bad about America,
shit
etc.
like that. Yeah. Definitely not good.
Use the Iranians, who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation.
Is this a law against the press leaking national security info that Trump mentioned? I don't think that's illegal. I thought there were protections for that, but I don't remember 100%.
That one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know
Giga Impact, who I'm guessing is Mossad, really wants us to know that Israel assisted a lot in the rescue of two of their special forces units, okay?
That the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, We will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
I'm crying. Can you just pat his shoulders? Oh, Trump. Okay. I thought he patted Trump's shoulders. I'm like, oh no. Bro.
John, thank you for the collaboration with the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known.
How long is your Tim Miller talk for? 1 minute.
In 2 extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be.
Oh.
Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran.
Deep.
Involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operation. The Iranian...
I don't know why I'm even responding to this because you people cannot be communicated with, but I'll try anyway. I don't know. I waste my time with this. You said calling what Israel did a genocide is thought terminating. By that logic, doesn't this mean Israel can kill 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, 200,000 question mark? At what point is it not thought terminating and just accurate? So I'm going to say this very, 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 very slowly, okay? Because I know that you guys, you pro-pally dick sucks have like lost this concept, okay? But, okay, listen to me. Follow me on this one, all right? And this is going to be a radical concept, okay? But here we go, okay? Killing people is bad. It doesn't have to be called a genocide for it to be bad. There is a whole spectrum of killing, murder, mass killing, whatever, that is bad or really bad or abhorrent or terrible. It doesn't have to be genocide. It can be a bad thing without labeling it a genocide. You always give yourselves away when you're like, but Destiny, couldn't they just kill an infinite number of people if we're not allowed to call it a genocide? No, that would be bad. Killing 40, 50, 60,000 people, however many civilians they have, especially over the past year. Okay, I don't know what. Like I said, after they went south into Rafah, I don't know what the point of the constant military operations in the Gaza Strip was for. Right? Seems like a lot of those civilian deaths were bad. They can be bad without it being a genocide.
Were they evil? Yes or no?
Was it? Yeah, maybe. It might have been. I don't know. I'm sure some of it was. Bruh, you gotta stop calling longtime viewers who only observe this conflict through you pro-pally dick sucks. You're so black and white about this while crying about others looking at this conflict as black and white. Kind of retarded.
Reminder,
how is me being black and white on people who are black and white on it the same as being black and white on the topic? I'm black and white on people that are black and white on the topic. I'm not black and white on the topic. I'm black and black, baby. I got that BBC opinion.
Are still asking
if you want to debate Steven on Israel-Palestine, Saturday, 2 p.m. EST, we're going to be doing Debate Steve on Israel-Palestine subscriber call-ins.
Oh my God.
Did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation.
Bro, why are we so crazy? I hate this country. Oh.
And danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave.
I think your language probably doesn't translate to your audience as well as you think it does. Hedge more. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll hedge more. My bad. I know I don't hedge very much on what I say. My bad.
Fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on
like Jesus.
Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing.
Problem?
God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it. None of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear, we will leave no one behind.
They're just always
the first
so quick
mission,
to
the first
suck
of two,
Trump today.
was an audacious
he's the
daylight
president.
thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously.
Got to be watching Fox.
The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it.
Hell yeah.
And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield.
Fucking A.
President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe.
But you can't, they're dead.
I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot.
Wow.
And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second.
Wow.
And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start. I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime.
Only the
and
president
I cannot
gives
stress the
specific
importance,
details.
as the president said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute.
Thank you.
HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing, and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft.
Do you remember in Star Wars when Anakin said that he hated sand?
Yeah. Episode 2.
We're violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the
true. For my millennial audience, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Zoomers, unironically, they like the prequels. Like, they think they're good. Mooten thinks they're good. He does.
Episode 1 isn't good, but episode 2 and 3 are better. Yeah.
Yeah.
H-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs. A Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha.
Dude.
He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the Joint Force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the Joint Force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and, more importantly, being prepared for multiple, simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today.
Wow.
As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Stupid name.
Wow, really? Seriously? That's a
Pretty
fucking
amazing.
war hero
Pretty
movie.
amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I
Thank
said,
you
if I
for
ever do
repeating
this
the
again,
same talking
that's
point
going to be the
over
head of my
and
Joint
over
Chiefs
and
of Staff.
over and over and over and over again.
He's amazing. He took out
This
ISIS.
country was
We
dead,
defeated
Moot.
ISIS
Did you know that?
in 4 weeks.
It was
I was
dead.
told
He
it
said it
took 4
earlier
years.
during
I
the
flew
Easter
to
thing
Iraq
in front of a bunch of
to
kids.
find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, it's people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine. Sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they call me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, he was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army.
Wait,
You
why
make
am I
a difference,
cosplaying themselves?
Mr. President, thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions,
Wait, why
Mr.
did these guys just
President.
take their own turns? What the fuck?
What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
I love the Kurds.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his 2 friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was
Will reach apply to abilities so that I could use this discharge at range?
publicly
Oh my
issued. It's
God.
not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Thank you,
You know,
Trump.
we
True.
got regime change.
Which only applies to
We do.
melee?
We deal with a much
Well, but it's a
different
melee ability,
regime
no?
than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say,
So retarded.
here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news.
Fake
but
news?
You can't.
Fake news.
It's so bad for people that are so you just saw 2 great, and John Ratcliffe, 3 unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us.
Every single thing, Mooten.
But I can't reveal the plan to the media.
So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
Oh my God, this
They would
lady.
be willing
Seriously?
They would be willing, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people.
Oh my God.
I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot.
I believe him. What, you don't believe him,
Remember the
Putin?
great woman protest where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom,
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 boom.
5,
They love the
6
bombs.
different areas.
7?
A woman would go
Nope.
down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, "Oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that?" A woman shot right between the eyes, and after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start
fuck, I can't use that
hearing the
ability.
purr through the vast number of people.
The purr?
The
And then they said, "Oh my God, who would do that?" And they're incredible people.
What is he talking
But they've
about?
lived so horribly.
Wait, you don't know
They've
about the
lived
purr? You
so
dumbass?
horribly. You know, Iran was a great country. If you go back 25 years ago or so, the Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York.
I thought we've been at war for
originally, I know so
47
many
years or
people from
whatever.
Iran. They're incredible people.
Yeah,
incredible
they were a good country
energy
25 years ago when we've been.
and,
I don't know.
Very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting, and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March. Everybody was saying, "Oh, this is the end of the country," and then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a
The
long
best
distance.
snipers
They
in the
were on
world. That
top
must have
of
been trans
buildings.
snipers.
Nobody even
Mhm.
knew where they were. Where they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill
Those
the
people
gays.
are
They throw
retarded.
them off buildings.
True.
So I wonder what's going on.
What's going
I
on
can
there?
only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this...
Didn't he literally, wasn't he calling on them on national media
Yes.
to literally go out in front? And now he's like, I told him don't. I said, don't do it. This is like ARC or what you're playing a game. You're like, push. He's like, what? Why'd you go in? I didn't tell you to go in.
This room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But
Please
we're also
bomb me, Trump.
intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots, with
Expert
the best
shots.
rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's
Head
watching.
of Fox
No,
News. Good job.
can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
your-
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it.
That said, abandon the
Okay.
pilot? Wait, what? Why would you say that? I feel like of all the things you wouldn't want to have disunity on. Wait, why would you even say that? What
Was
do
he
you
talking
mean?
about the pilot or the war?
Wait. No,
Did
it's
I
not. He
mishear
was
the
talking about the
question?
rescue mission, I think.
Okay, I might have misheard the question then.
Can we go back to the weekend?
Or am I
First
wrong?
off,
Hold
was
on.
everyone on board with the operation, or
Yeah,
were
the
there
rescue-
people that
okay,
were trying
you're
to
right,
talk
yeah.
you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
it.
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They weren't, it would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible.
What?
But it is possible. Because you're going into
We've never
hundreds of
rescued
thousands
people
of
before.
soldiers along the
Ever.
path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well,
If Joe would have known, he would have said it. He absolutely would have rattled that off if he would have known. Oh my god.
That's fucking awesome. You're sir, please. I'd like to not
I'd like
tell
to.
people
Can we
that.
not do that?
did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds.
Wait, why? Why would he shut the fuck up? He's so stupid. He's such a fucking moron.
Hundreds and hundreds.
For the operation.
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. That's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody gets them. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that they were that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking this could have completely changed.
So
next
the
3
first
years.
one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best of the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without.
Does it matter that much when it comes to airplanes and this type of combat, whether or not it's day or night? Is that an important thing? Are there like imaging or radar technologies that rely on just reflected light? Yes. Okay.
During daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best of the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of.
I can't tell. Wait, now I don't know if Travis is just fucking retarded or not. I'm not sure actually. It's about the goggles, Destiny, the goggles. Well, the reason why Trump is bringing up the goggles is because if it is nighttime and you have some of the modern, I've talked about these before. If you have modern day, I don't even know what tech it is. If it's infrared, or I don't know how to describe it, but it is more busted than any video game you've ever played in your entire life.
It's like you're just seeing in regular view?
No.
Or
It's
better?
No, it's way better. It's everything is like you can see it because there's a lot of digital imaging processing. You can see stuff, but if there's like a person, it stands out. It's just it's
like you're like a cat. Like you have better fucking eyes than normal.
Night vision goggles appearance. It might be thermal. I think it's thermal stuff. Oh, fuck. Let me see what I can find. It's just so crazy.
Oh my god. That looks even cooler.
Okay.
Hey, Four Eyes. We're gonna try showing well in this 7 with just one tube.
Kept you waiting, huh?
That's obviously, but it's as good as the famous super.
What's the one that has like the ones that I looked through? Everything was like gray, or it didn't have color. Oh, I've seen videos of this stuff, but I haven't actually worn these.
Actually shows you, like, if you're looking at a person, you'll see their
What the
outline, but
fuck?
you won't see them as a big white blob. Most users, when walking a route, these breaks camouflage. Okay, it means.
Jesus, that's crazy.
Yeah, hold on. Kennedy, if you're watching me, DM me and tell me what the fuck these were called. Fuck. I've seen videos of these, but I haven't looked at these before. Oh, God damn it. Are you talking about black hot thermals? I don't know. Am I? Black hot... Oh, yes. Wait, this stuff. Whatever this is.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's so busted. Or whatever the fuck. Is it really that hard to see? Like this. It's crazy. The imaging that I was looking at was a bit better. But like, it's like, it's retardedly busted.
Well, it's even better at night then.
Yeah, because stuff sticks out like hardcore.
Yeah.
So if you're like looking into trees and a person's head pops out for even a microsecond, you can see everything.
Well, I think like way back there, you can even see like a fucking wolf just like far the fuck out.
Yeah, it's wild. This shit is wacky and wild.
Equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory.
They can't tell him shit. Maybe they feed him disinformation.
We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, you know, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, you know, they're totally whatever. And they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But
here's night vision when smoking.
You know that will kill you one day.
Nah.
Don't smoke. This is how we see you.
Okay.
You know that will kill you one day.
Nah.
Why is it that... Never mind.
Don't smoke. This is how we see you. Smoking can be detected from really far away, over
literally a
300
fucking
meters
beacon
away
on your
with
ass.
night
Not
vision
good.
usually, especially lighting the smoke and puffing it.
Well, I was gonna say, why did they? Sometimes people will take the time to like separate out the sound from the bullet, so they're tryharding on the video, but then they do it backwards. Like you'll hear the sound after the bullet hits. The bullets are always traveling much faster. So like here, you would get hit, and then you would hear the whiz or whatever of the or the crack or whatever the fuck. I don't know about the crack, but the sound far away. But like you're never gonna hear it coming like this.
Yeah.
Don't smoke. This is how.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I remember reading this like hiding stuff that way back in the day, if you were a ninja or whatever the fuck, and you were like trying to do missions at night, you would eat snow to hide your breath so that they couldn't see your exhaling. Is this true?
What, to make your mouth cold so it doesn't do it?
Yeah. This guy does it in this movie. Because I feel like I looked up like 20 years ago, like, why the fuck does this retard eating snow? And you see him reach down and put snow in his mouth a ton of times, supposedly to hide your exhaling. But I have no idea how true that is. But I don't know. They do in the anime.
But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, you know, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people to do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible.
If this mission would have went poorly, he would have been like, this isn't my fault at all.
Yeah, always.
It's XYZ. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We'll come back to you.
Okay. Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed.
Do you know what beats all this heat vision shit? A small layer of mud destroys all of it, like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator. you know, I think that's correct like 20 years ago. But I'm going by epic Reddit titles right now, or headlines or whatever. But like I've seen that there are Russians that have like cloaks that you can supposedly wear a cloak to shield yourself from some types of vision. But like this tech is like 10 years outdated as well. The drones just have so many different ways. There's so many different things that they can do to see different types of radiation on the EM spectrum or whatever that you just, I don't know if you can effectively cover yourself, at least as an individual human, from things seeing you anymore. Maybe, I don't know.
Say they're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated.
But they were nice people 15 years ago.
I'm standing here 25. A month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents
7.
are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over.
Okay, retards in chat, stop. I can't tell who's trolling anymore, or at least in YouTube chat. You would hear it coming if it was subsonic and suppressed. Nobody's firing fucking sniping people with subsonic suppressed ammo. Shut the fuck up. Nobody does this, okay? Fuck off.
Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel, and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can
These fucking Russians can barely afford normal ammunition, okay? You think they're rolling with subsonic ammo and fucking silenced, suppressed? These guys are walking around with $150 rotted AKs. Come on, with surplus ammo from... They're probably dying of lead poisoning out there, right?
Kuwait, and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you need, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire.
Why am I freezing
I terminated
these guys?
it before it
Because
expired.
of the
It took a
snow?
lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration.
It is
CNN
obliterate.
said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished.
Oh my God! Hold on. What is he trying to sell this? Like he's the one who, because he's getting ass pain that people are giving Netanyahu credit for, or rather that Netanyahu was the one directing Trump. I was like, I actually told Netanyahu we have to go to war with Iran.
Would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful.
Is he talking about all the drones? 1,500? Were there even that many drones? 1,500 missiles? Damn. This is not true, right? I remember there was a time when Iran was shooting a bunch of stuff. There was that huge wave of like drones and everything. I thought that was in the hundreds though.
Give me a second. I'm gonna look.
It's been 5 weeks. Oh, does he mean like in total over the entire time frame of the? Okay.
I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible. The Iran nuclear deal was
on March 1st, they shot out 332 drones and like 28 missiles.
Okay.
It seems like they were doing about 100 a day from February 28th until March 9th when it dropped off completely.
Gotcha.
So I don't know what he's talking about.
But a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And
5 of them.
Had he lived, I believe we would be fighting, perhaps, a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Last week you suggested that Europe should take a lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran and the US?
I can't talk about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that.
You've listed the goals.
Who are you with?
My name is Diakoud. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran. Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away. I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
Jesus Christ, man.
That's like the ultimate fucking like, hey, do you want help with this? No, you'll just kind of slow me down. Jesus Christ.
That'll fuck it up.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times.
How common is it for a president to ask what organization a press person is from before answering the question? I've never in my life heard this before. Trump does it, though, to reward people that ask him nice questions and to punish people that ask him bad questions.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
failing?
Are you concerned?
This is, yeah.
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think
They're
I'm going to allow
insane.
them, and powerful and rich,
We need to bring the
to have
asylums
a
back for these
nuclear
guys.
weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
That means violate international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election.
God, bro.
New York Times has no credibility. The
Bring up
credibility
how you won in 2022.
they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages.
Yeah, how do you end a war? By bombing them to the Stone Ages. Duh.
So which is it? Are you winding this down or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell. It depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
No idea.
I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Stone
CNN
Ages.
fake news.
Are you willing to make
CNN, but he just like rambles off his saying.
Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them, we can knock them out for a little. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water.
Just drive the truck into the ocean.
And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines yet, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I don't know. I think there might be none. Because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And
So are they a huge threat, or do they just make a ton of shit up? Or do we need our European allies to come help us clear the Strait of Hormuz, or is there actually nothing to clear? Or, what, like, who knows, bro?
people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft.
How'd they shoot down our planes then?
Weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication.
Okay, Joe. Okay, bro.
So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth.
With children? Okay. I don't know, bro. What do you want me to say, bro?
They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world. And you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been there first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the...
He's just like giving classified spec. Trump's the guy! Trump is the guy on the Thunderbird forums. Or what the fuck is that one game? Do you know what I'm talking about?
War Thunder?
Yeah, he's the guy.
He is, yeah.
He's the guy.
Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible. But 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times. You know, the old days, to the victim, okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly. Right?
Accuse your allies
but
of
to
doing
the
that.
victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we.
Protocol Steven over Destiny. I think it's only fair to subscribe for a few months. With how much of your content I've consumed over the years, only a few months. Entitled "Fuck," got him.
We haven't heard that.
Thank you. Love you.
In, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House, they fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela's been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site, I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment, it was Russian, and they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for him. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands, we had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How we doing? How we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right?
What is he
Why shouldn't
talking
we?
about, man?
We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us.
We don't have a plan right now to secure the Strait of Hormuz for our own shipping, but somehow we're going to control it and charge everyone else tolls? Okay, good one.
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because God is good. Because God is good.
God is good and we're good.
God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy these 2 guys.
I feel like I'm listening to my parents talk. Like, God doesn't like it when you harass your sister, Stephen. God doesn't like it when you don't study for your math test. My God.
Enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars.
8
Nobody's
wars.
ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no, this is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now.
That's crazy.
That makes me much happier. We have 1 more to end, by the way.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards. What is your response to critics who say that?
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came
Now it's the
along.
hottest country.
So if that's the case, you're
Say
going to have
hottest
more
country.
people.
Say hottest. Fuck, yeah.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as the targeting, including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want to
or
tell you
hospitals
that.
that you
I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock.
He just has it.
By 12 o'clock,
I'm so curious. I'm just so curious. do they know? Is he supposed to say this shit?
Tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen.
That's going to be an awesome
We may
stream
even get
tomorrow.
involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive things, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal.
I'm going to put a timer on.
And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to...
I wonder what the chances are that this fucking retard is sitting like at a computer with fuck, what was the RTS called? 0 Hour? Not Age of Empires, not StarCraft. What's the name of the game, guys? Fuck. Red Alert. If they just like open up Red Alert for him and they show it to him and they like make phone calls and they're like, sir, the blah 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 with Iran, what should we do? And he just like says shit, but he has like no fucking idea. He's just like saying stuff like, oh, tell him this, show me the picture of that, just bomb it. But like he has no clue, and he's just like, JD Vance and Witkoff and Kushner are just figuring everything out on their own while this fucking retard sits in a room staring at a computer screen pretending that he's like in charge of the war.
Do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. NATO's, look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, right? No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger.
That's all I said.
See, NATO is a paper tiger.
You are NATO, you fucking retard. NATO has done missions before where they obliviated the enemy. We Article 5 Iraq out of existence. We did it. It was a NATO mission for Libya to destroy Gaddafi. What are you talking about?
Putin's not
yeah, also it's a defensive alliance. It's not supposed to be used to go and just kill people.
Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us.
I can't believe he can just make so many retarded statements in a row over and over and over and over and over again. Like so many things he said here are just fucking retarded.
He's very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him.
What does he mean by that? They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Don't we have bases in all these places anyway? I don't believe any of this. I don't know.
Very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia
the UK.
didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We
Countries been rejecting U.S. military landings for in the region, or if there are bases, how do they say no? Or did we want to like refuel or do shit in Europe or something?
We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden, it was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General was great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but...
Wait, who is he talking
There were
about?
planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes.
And then the Rutte.
No, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye.
He's back.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
And I... Wait, what?
If you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Wait, what did that didn't even make sense. Wait, what? What was he?
He said bye-bye.
Wait.
They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
We were just hearing from President...
Was that us leaving NATO? That was the official announcement? You just wanted to sneak it in at the end there?
Bye-bye.
Jesus Christ. The fastest growing partisan-leaning political channels on YouTube in Q1, according to the Chaotic Era newsletter, includes TPUSA, Nick Shirley, Midas Touch, Fox News, The Daily Show, Tucker Carlson, Don Lemon, Brian Tyler Cohen, Asmongold TV, Candace Owens, Joe Rogan, Trevor Noah. Damn.
President Trump.
This is a scene from the new Netflix show, The Sandman. It depicts the Pope kissing a priest. Here are the names of the executive producers and directors. Jesus. Why?
Problem?
Are they... Is it like a friendly kiss? David Goyer? Really now? Do you think that after Trump, we'll see a shift in how other countries and how their right-wing governments approach politics? Will they move towards Trump-like tactics? Or would it be different, especially for countries like Denmark who hate Trump? I don't know, bro. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? The Sandman is a fantasy show. They do a lot of wacky shit. Oh. Bad Claude. What is this? Based. I need this on Jader.
Can you tell Parsec to add the do emote?
I don't even know what that is.
Just tell him.
New York Times reports DHS had the so-called shovel attack on video within hours of an agent shooting an immigrant in Minnesota. There was no attack at all. His friend helped him into the house, and the ICE agent shot through the door for no reason, just like the victim said. I didn't even hear about this one.
Oh, I sent you one this morning that was pretty memey. About the ICE agents, the spouse of the soldier.
No clue. Link again.
Pretty bad. I linked.
ICE agents detain newlywed spouse of soldier training to deploy. Jesus Christ. What? Is my brain fucked, or does this look like a fucking ad for pedophiles? Instagram, teen accounts, here they are. Come and get them. Jesus Christ. ICE agents detained newlywed spouse of soldier training to deploy. The 22-year-old wife of an Army staff sergeant came to the U.S. as a toddler. She was taken from a military base where the couple planned to live. The ICE agents got on base?
Yep.
What is this stupid fucking photo? Hello, son. Let's look at a picture of you and your wife again on my phone while we sit here. Oh, man. Wait. You want a hot take? The hottest of takes? So this picture went pretty semi-viral, I guess, but fuck. Actually, I don't know what the mainstream takes around this. Artemis 2 launch caught in my glasses reflection.
Their take was probably woman bad, would be my guess.
Well,
but
it was.
This is a pretty cool picture.
Why would you take a selfie during a once-in-a-generation rocket launch? If you want like the life hack or whatever for taking pictures or videos, the best way to do it is with a secret camera. I'm just kidding. The best way to take videos or pictures of literally any event you're ever going to be at in your entire life is to take pictures of you or the people around you. Because whatever you're photographing or getting on video, who the fuck cares 10 years from now? You're not going to...
There'll be 10,000 other pictures too.
Yeah, that too. There's going to be professional video. You're never going to rewatch anything on your phone like a rocket launch or rewatch a concert or whatever. But you will look at pictures and videos of like friends and family or yourself. So technically, like, this picture is a more memorable picture and a more meaningful picture to an individual than like a shitty long distance picture of an iPhone or from an iPhone of a rocket launch or whatever. Yeah. I think she took a picture of both anyway. She had another camera. Yeah, welcome to missing the fucking point, Chief. She did indeed have another camera. Good job. Nurul Alam's death has been ruled a homicide by the Erie County Medical Examiner. The only way to ensure justice for his family is to prevent the type of collusion between local police and ICE/CBP that led to his death. Wow. Stooge! Thank you for giving 20 tier 1 subs. I don't think homicide means that there's like a party that's necessarily at fault. I think homicide just means that like he was killed by a person. But like, that doesn't necessarily... Although maybe the Trump...
Yeah, they go into that in the article though.
Yeah.
They'll be looking to orient themselves using major landmarks and annotating their observations along with their discussion.
Wow. The moon.
They'll have 10 minutes for that warm-up discussion.
You damn cat.
What?
He's just harassing me. He might be hungry.
Just beat him.
Pop, 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 pop.
Okay. Voosh.
Get it. I must say. Mallory McCuomo? I get it. Did she sexually harass over a dozen staffers? Stacey K, every Zionist is a rapist. Every Zionist is pro-rape. If you are a Zionist, and I'm not joking, if you like, one of the most distinguished characteristics of Israel is their love of rape. It's a national pastime. They riot for it, you know? It's like sports to them. If you are pro-Zionist, you are pro-rape. You're on doing the Lord's work. That is true. Yeah, I must say. Mallory McCuomo? I get it. Did she sexually harass overdone staffers? Stacey K, every Zionist is a rapist. Every Zionist is pro-rape. If you are a Zionist, and I'm not joking, if you, like, one of the most distinguished characteristics of Israel is their love of rape. It's a national pastime. They riot for it, you know? It's like sports to them. If you are pro-Zionist, you are pro-rape. Iran doing the Lord's work. That is true, yeah. I must say. Mallory McCuomo?
Jesus. Base?
That's not that unlike...
by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state." Now, Hasan Piker says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again.
I do want to ask you, here we are.
Thank God. Thank God. Like, again, this is, even though, like, I'm not really, like, I'm ideologically aligned with Ro Khanna on a number of things, but not everything. At the end of the day, I don't want to have two guys having a conversation get fucking henpecked by a bunch of mainstream media Karens and told who you're allowed to and not allowed to talk to. Okay? Like, I don't want to have this happen. Like, yeah, bro, this should be the default standard opinion. And also, his stream he did with Hasan was really good. I watched it. So, anybody complain? And he came on to talk about the Epstein files. He didn't come on to talk about all this other bullshit. Didn't have anything to do with it. They talked about Israel for like 2 minutes. So it's just bullshit. It's a leftist move, cut off communication. That's it, man. And again, like, and I do think that this is a, like, I don't view this as even going back on what I say about, like, always try to do whatever you can to an opponent, because I view people like this, Meet the Press, I view them as a larger ideological enemy than somebody like Ro Khanna, who is just basically a, you know, just kind of like a woke Democrat, right? Because people like this, not only do they have the same policies, but they also want to add in their authoritarianism, their pseudo-governmental authoritarianism on top of that. And yeah, easy. Very, very fucking easy. And the leftist purity testing their side, yeah, I think it's ridiculous. True, even Hasan tried to debate him and talk about Israel. He didn't much. Well, he did a little bit, but that was about it, right? Not even guilt by association. It's guilt by getting airtime. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And definitely right answer, 100%. And so we're straight to, yeah, it's ridiculous. Stand by every statement that Trump has made or every right. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking ridiculous. We need to stop with gotcha politics. Exactly, 100%, man. And again, it is, at the end of the day, I would rather be ruled by, this might sound crazy, right? But I'll be honest about this. I would rather be ruled by a masculine group of people that are authentic, fair, and genuine.
By a masculine group of people? This motherfucker's gay as fuck. I'm just kidding, sorry. But wait, I'm sorry. Where did that even come from? Why would you say that? What the fuck? What?
Ruled by a masculine group of people that are authentic, fair, and genuine than a bunch of Karens that want to govern by consensus and by people that they agree with. I would rather be governed by that. And that's it. Rosa bullshitter? Yeah, exactly. But I'd rather be around the bullshitter than a Karen.
Wait, what? Ooh. Wait. Okay. We got another Hasan hit piece. Boom! Why Democrats should shun Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker, the far-left streamer, is having a bit of a moment, or more accurately, the Democratic Party is having a bit of a moment with him, which obliges those of us in the pro-democracy, but only instrumentally pro-democratic camp to think about him too. My Bulwark colleague, Lauren Agon, wrote about the intra-democratic battles over Piker recently, and our colleagues Tim Miller and Sarah Longwell had an excellent colloquy. What the fuck is this word?
Colloquy.
The other night about whether Democratic leaders should appear on Piker's live stream. What kind of opinionator is Piker? He said in August of 2019 that the United States deserved 9/11. When someone challenged him online about his anti-Israel rants in October 2023, Piker replied with Vituperation. Vituperation. Vituperation?
Vituperation.
Vituperation. Jesus. You fucking bang pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere?
October 8th, 2023. Damn. Wait. Okay, let's make sure I wasn't off by ear. Damn. What was
out
this?
of nowhere? Don't.
What was this even a response to?
Palestinians have one of three options only: either to immigrate, or accept a life of subjugation to Israelis, or die. This is the Israeli Minister of Finance. Netanyahu never negated these statements, and both Smotrich and Ben-Gvir said,
Like, look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right.
Jesus.
Dude, if they fucking subjugated you to a open-air prison your whole fucking life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it. Like, do you think that this happened out of nowhere? Do you think this happened out of thin air? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think the Israeli state was just like peacefully coexisting and then these guys came in with fucking gliders out of nowhere? Don't say fuck off, dude. They didn't deserve it, you fucking idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want way more than 260 people dying. You want every single Palestinian to be fucking executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. Suck my dick. How do you think this happens? You think it happens out of nowhere? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? You think that's where violence culminates from? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these fucking people?
October 8th. This is Hamas is still in Israel. They still haven't even taken back all the kibbutzim or whatever. October 8th was the stream. God damn.
2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even fucking people in the eyes of Israelis. 2 million. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get fucking concrete inside of Gaza so they can build fucking water salination plants.
How the fuck? How do they have so many tunnels? How do they have no concrete? What are the tunnels made out of, Hasan?
Because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a fucking corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Suck my dick.
Fight back.
You fucking piece of shit. You and others like you who turn a blind eye to
Again, just to summarize, because fuck all this conflict. This is why I hate this conflict, though, okay? This is why I hate this conflict. Hasan's not even really, like, he's being super bombastic here. He's not 100% wrong. But for some reason, this analysis never is applied to both sides. The Israelis, the crazy Zionist people, will only apply it to their side and the suffering that they've had at the Arabs historically. But then the pro-Palis will only apply to the Palestinian side. For some reason, it's like nobody can extend the same view to the other side. It's just
apartheid, genocide, and ethnic cleansing are the reasons as to why these people fucking fight back. So much so that you fucking cackling hyenas.
Also, for all the fucking retards like, Destiny, you have to admit they were right. Genocide. He said genocide on October 8th, okay? It's always been a genocide. It's always been apartheid. It's always been ethnic cleansing for these guys. It wasn't just because of the war. It wasn't just because of things they've done in the war. It's always been a genocide of these guys. This is October 8th, okay?
Sit around and think, oh yeah, we're doing this in the West Bank too. That's the peaceful coexistence project. Look at the West Bank. You're doing it in the West Bank so fucking hard now that you left your ass out in the open in the southern fucking border of Israel. Inevitably, the contradictions become more apparent and the state will collapse. There is no...
It's not really the border of Israel, but okay.
No way to have a fascist coalition because endless militant conquest always ends up failing. So if you care about your fellow Israelis, if you care about Jewish people living in Israel, if you care about humanity, even if you do not have a moral position against apartheid, which you should because you're a human, right? You're a human, and it's disgusting to not have a moral anger and moral outrage, not demonstrate moral outrage at the sheer thought of a fucking apartheid state. Think about it from a more pessimistic, more cynical, but self-interested perspective then. Fucking dog.
fucking dog. You baying pig. In the same stream as his 9/11 remark, Piker praised the Al-Qaeda terrorist who disfigured Representative Dan Crenshaw. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Frankly, that should be enough right there to exclude that person from polite society. Whatever you think of Crenshaw, that kind of inhuman rhetoric is beyond the pale. How quaint, I hear you say. There's no such thing as polite society anymore. That's how people talk. But stay with me for a minute here. Some of us knew in 2015, and frankly long before, that if we lived in or near New York, that Trump was a sociopath. We knew because he said things that were cruel, crude, and demeaning to other people. The Republican Party in the country had drawn a line against... I just don't... the fixation on edgy... I need to have goals for this conversation. I don't think I'm going to get through all of this. I was going to tweak it and add more last night, but I don't even think I'm going to get through this. Thoughts on Hasan being the real-life Brian Griffin? Good memes. But Brian Griffin was a progressive, not a tanky. Speaking of making light of rape, Piker did precisely that regarding the conduct of Hamas on October 7th. Even if there were multiple rapes that took place on October 7th, Piker said that does not change anything for me in this dynamic. Like, this isn't even really a good quote or a good attack. Technically, Hasan's point here is not completely incorrect, although he goes on to say more unhinged shit, but... And he has said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That's a better quote, I guess. Piker has valorized Luigi Mangione, labeling him an adventurer. He has praised the Chinese Communist Party, which is currently conducting a genocide against China's Uyghur Muslim minority, to say nothing of its myriad other crimes, saying there's a lot we can learn from how they run the country. He justified Russia's annexation of Crimea. His level of concern for the suffering that communist regimes have inflicted is summed up in his commentary regarding a Vietnamese woman who testified about what she endured. Fuck you, old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady. Suck my dick, old lady. God damn. Go fuck this refugee. God damn. God damn. We watched this, but oh my god.
Because,
he's just brutal.
As Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime, and we believe that...
Okay, fuck you, dude. I mean, seriously, fuck you, old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady with your stupid fucking gamer headset. Who has fucked you harder, America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my dick, old lady. God damn, dude. Yo, fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously. Fuck this South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit. Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective? Be careful, be careful. No, I fucking hate these people, dude.
Because...
His chat is saying Vietnamese gusanos. Wait, were they? Sorry, I can't maximize the video at the same time as I don't even know what is lagging my browser. My bad. Jesus Christ.
And able to talk... Who is living in America now and able to talk that shit? Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective? Be careful, be careful. No, I fucking hate these people, dude.
Because as Vietnamese refugee...
Will you publish the Obsidian document after your talk? No. I actually stopped publishing all of my Obsidian notes yesterday. I will never publish another Obsidian thing again, ever. I'm sorry. Now, to the matter of anti-Semitism. Okay. Good one. Please use the deprogram clip too. I doubt we're going to be watching clips on stream. I think it would make the conversation too awkward. I'll just quote things from him.
All right, he's a...
Okay, talking to both these guys today, so I should watch this video. Let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on. Do you think, is Robbie going to kill himself before the end of the season? The theory is that something's going to happen to Whitaker. What? Oh, I saw that because he posted something on Instagram or something, right?
Senior fellow.
Oh shit, he talks to him for like the entire of this. Oh fuck. Okay, I don't think I have time to watch this now. Okay. Okay. There's the Hasan part and there's the media part. I think it's really just these two things, I guess. These are my conversation goals. There needs to be a better understanding of the conservative media ecosystem and less fixation on what comes out at the end, and stop fixing on how people like us are edgy, focus more on their ideology. The fuck was this link? Oh, no longer available. Nice. Must not have been important. Mainstream. Okay. I guess I should read this because I'm streaming, huh? Okay. Topics. Building parallel institutions. I shouldn't call this building parallel institutions. I should just say the conservative media ecosystem. Okay. Ideological. Conservatives maintain their ideology even during non-presidential years, allowing them to be more effective for their messaging and policy platforms when they presume office, even if it has to be through a candidate that shares little ideological similarity to them, such as Trump. Two examples would be the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025, or the Federalist Society being the source of every fucking Supreme Court justice that they have on the court right now almost. For the media world, conservative mainstream and alternative media sees itself as the messaging arm of the Republican Party. It is never their job to criticize nor condemn Republican actions unless they perceive them to be against the group, such as see rhinos, helps to ensure an environment where every action that the administration takes can be sanitized or mutated into something that can be made palatable to conservative audiences. Every single conversation will be treated as a same team conversation where conservative figures are given an opportunity to essentially campaign, I guess. What? Okay. That last ban was a bit... Okay, here, listen. Here are the issues with chatters like Bill Dozer and chatters like Brandon, okay? Is I see... Listen, I have 3 chats running. I feel like I've explained this before. I have 3 chats running on my screen all the time. I see when my name is highlighted on any chat. I see it in YouTube, I see it in Kick, and I see it in Destiny. The issue with people like Brandon or Bill Dozer is they will ping me and they'll just ask the most retarded fucking questions. And it's not like once a year or once a month. It's like every single day. Question after question after question. So then I look over and I'm pinged and it's a retarded fuck question that they're just asking to troll. And it's so much. And it's like, why? This triggers the fuck out of me. And these people know it because I've banned them like 50 million times over it, okay? Jesus. Network examples would be Fox News, One American News Network, and Newsmax, obviously. Alternative conservative media follows a similar trajectory due to the massive audience fostered by the mainstream media, plus the conservative administration, and due to the active and deliberate interaction of the Republican Party with these alternative media figures. Charlie Kirk claims he was speaking to Trump often. Trump was making an effort to appear on alternative media shows. Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, the comedian podcast circuit. Because there is so much uniformity in the messaging from the ideological and mainstream media side of things, there is a massive audience that is ripe and hungry for consumption of conservative messaging on alternative media platforms. All of these things work to feedback into itself, work to create a feedback loop that constantly rewards participants. Culture. The cultural control conservatives have is largely downstream of the ideological media pipeline they control, because Trump can message a thing, and because that exact same thing will be repeated verbatim by everyone who's part of the media pipeline. Anyone who spends any time on social media will get a deluge of algorithmically pushed, totally synchronized, and completely affirming stories concerning the Republican Party. It doesn't really need to be a concerted or active effort on Republicans to rig or bot or in any way compromise social media platforms, because the way algorithms push news to people will naturally push the most synchronized, synergized messaging due to how what it is to people in that audience. Too much time spent analyzing the downstream effects of this rather than going upstream to see how things got to this point. E.g. the Joe Rogan to the left cannot be created downstream because Joe Rogan fell victim to the above described pipeline of ideological/media interaction, where he slowly became captivated and felt the intentionally pushed Republican narrative before becoming a part of their pipeline. The platforming question. People need to differentiate more when they talk about what kind of platform they're expecting different parties to engage in. Same team platforming. I can get rid of platforming, I guess. You show up with both audiences, understanding that you are both on the same team and will mainly be here as a PR/bolster campaign for either the smaller or both parties. This describes essentially every single Trump and MAGA appearance on every single conservative media platform. These conversations allow for conservatives to pilot ridiculous arguments with almost zero pushback from the interviewer. The talking points that end up downstream from Trump and others in the admin will start here. The style of these conversations will be lots of yes and, lots of layup questions, essentially zero disagreement on substance or style, really, on substance or rhetoric. The goal here is to essentially spread the talking points for everyone else to carry forward. Example, Tulsi Gabbard lying about the Obama 2016 Russia IC reports on Fox News with Sean Hannity. Trump basically anytime he goes on Fox News and lies about anything. Christy Note massaging her lies. About Alex Preddy on Fox News with Hannity. Friendly conversations. You show up with both audiences, understanding that there's some disagreement between both sides with the goal of emphasizing similarities, while potentially noting some disagreements between you. Focusing on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united they should be against some third party. Style, still lots of yes and. We'll ask at least one critical question, but there will never be tough follow-ups ever. This essentially describes, I'll say, basically the entire alternative media podcast circuit. You show up for adversarial conversations. You show up with both audiences, understanding that there is some or significant disagreement between both sides, with the goal of drawing some similarities and some disagreements between you. The focus will be on critically analyzing the differences between both sides, with the goal of making the other side warmer towards the opposite's viewpoint. In these conversations, substance and rhetoric matters a lot more, since the other side is looking to somewhat undermine your positions. Some back and forth. Okay, stylistically, there'll be some back and forth disagreement, often with tougher follow-ups, requires both sides to justify their positions more. Will really push someone until they're squirming. Example, so Pete Buttigieg doing the rounds on things, Gavin Newsom's podcasts. And then hostile conversations are you both show up with audiences, understanding there's a massive ideological contention between both sides, with the goal of having a very critical conversation. British interviewers are very effective at this, like Piers Morgan, Mehdi Hasan, James O'Brien. These conversations can oftentimes have clear winners and losers. With the we'll just have that. With a lot to gain from smaller participants, and potentially a lot to lose from larger participants. The goal is to demonstrate the absurdity/immorality of the other party's position. It involves asking for discrete facts or tough follow-up questions, push until the opposing party squirms or cannot answer. Also can involve ambushing with quotes or prior examples of the other party's beliefs/behaviors. Examples: Caitlin Collins interviewing basically anyone from the Trump admin, Piers Morgan in Jubilee-style shows. Wait, where did I stick, like, Piers, Mehdi? Didn't I have them somewhere here? Oh, wait, fuck, it was just up there. Oh, British interview. I got it, yeah. Why the fuck does the formatting get fucked up sometimes? I don't know. It's important to have it's important that people have a clear understanding of what kind of conversation they are prepared to engage with. Conversations where the understanding is different between both parties will end in disaster, generally for the party invited to talk. People like Rokana constantly misunderstand what kind of engagement people are looking for when it comes to engaging with hostile parties. With hostile, or I'll say with adversarial or hostile parties. Examples of conversations with mismatches. Okay. You have a TV on in the background? Yeah, it's my eugenics game. How mad are you? Be honest. Why socialist Assange should be excluded from the Democratic Party. Okay, there are severe ideological mismatches, and any similarities are only true at the surface level and quickly diverge as soon as you dig into them. Single-payer healthcare, equality on social issues, no more foreign wars, / Israel criticism. These people support Stalinist Russia, Maoist China, Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthi takeover of ships, etc., etc. Example from Manhattan Institute should say broad voter preference, remaining more moderate in democratic beliefs, or even appealing more towards the center. The three most popular Democrats that voters would support in a 2028 Democratic presidential primary are Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, and Pete Buttigieg. How are these three individuals treated on far-left media platforms? Do they seem to take a more constructive, friendly approach, or do they instead appear as openly hostile? Yeah, they're pretty hostile. The outward stated goal of many of these socialists is to co-opt the Democratic Party to turn it into a socialist party. They view Democrats in the best light as useful idiots, but never as allies. This is why their demand is always for us to appeal to them, and why they will never, ever meet us halfway on anything. Quote, voting for lesser of two evils, quote, constantly pops up. They constantly view Democrats and Republicans as being very close. The two-party duopoly, always ready to yield to fascism to fight against the proletariat, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, and liberals always side with fascists are popular sayings in the socialist camps. Hasan has explicitly and repeatedly stated that his goal is to be a subversive element in the Democratic Party to radicalize people towards socialist beliefs. Socialists are likely out of step with where the public consensus is on most issues, which is why they rarely support candidates that can win elections outside of deep blue areas and will oftentimes contribute to rhetoric or ideas that are deeply unpopular in other competitive districts. They can get platformed or mistakenly amplified, however, by liberals who confuse them as allies who are simply a bit further to the left than they are. Their form of engagement with politics is very slopulist oriented. There is an eerily identical form of argumentation that almost all of them engage in. Ignore the subject matter, pivot to something that's easily to morally grandstand on, attack personally or misrepresent your opponent. Always push for an unreasonable and unrealistic solution. Likely never come to fruition. Okay. Okay. Oh, the course thing is a great example as well. True. Okay. Fuck, there's one other thing I wanted to have. Oh. Palatable. Okay. Yeah, good enough. Fuck it. Please tell me we're not doing this on fucking Google Meets or whatever. Ugh. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, just super quick. Know you're about to go on the Tim Miller talk, and then Fukuyama after that. So I just wanted to say thanks for everything you do, first off. And then secondly, if people in DGG want to see more talks like this, Digital Ground Game actually set up both this Tim Miller talk and the Fukuyama talk, from what I understand. So if people want to support that, best thing they can do right now is just fill out the canvassing survey. I'm putting it in the side chat for you, Destiny, and I'm plugging it into DGG right now. So that's about it. That's all I wanted to say. Good luck, buddy, and I'll probably be back on after just to plug once again.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Good luck.
Does Tim, do you think he checks his DMs? Please, God. Oh, don't make me use Google Meets. Is it okay if I send you a Zoom invite for the chat, or do you prefer Google Meet? Question mark. Why the fuck does Zoom know that I opened Discord? I don't like that. I don't know how these programs communicate with each other. That drives me fucking crazy. Like I opened no. Yes. Like I opened Discord or something, and then like a Zoom thing will pop up saying, "Do you want to take notes on Discord?" And I'm like, how the fuck do you even know I have this open? Same thing with Discord. Discord knows a lot of like open programs and everything. I'm like, how the fuck do you know this, motherfucker? Ugh. Hmm. Oh, thank God. Zoom is good. I'll see you, Josiah, if we get there. Well, hi, what's up?
Hey, man, what's happening?
Nothing much, just
Good to meet you. Good to do this.
good to chat with you too. Just as a heads up, I'm streaming, so don't say anything crazy.
Oh, we're already
We're
streaming.
live. Yeah.
Dude, I'm YOLO. I say everything I think now. It's very nice. I'm never off the record anymore. A Wall Street Journal reporter called me earlier and I'm just like, bro, no off the records for me.
Just
constant on.
Yeah.
Not streaming level constant on. How many hours are you doing?
Theoretically, I should do 8 per day, but it just depends on what's going on.
Bro, that's not healthy. That's not a healthy lifestyle.
Listen, it's either that or video games, all right?
I guess that's better.
Okay, let me cut you out so this works on stream.
I'm gonna move my thing onto the right audio here. Hold on.
Yeah, you're good.
Now we're rolling. Now we're on the fancy mic.
All right, hold on. I'm getting your camera set up. You've done like how many streams so far? 2 or 3?
Yeah, I'm not really a big streamer. Myself on the Bulwark, I've done 3. And you know, I've popped on a couple other people's over the years. But yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I like it. I like the vibe of it. Actually, I was intimidated away from it, I think, by my lack of video game play. You know, I associated it a little too heavily with video games, and you know, I don't know. I felt like me playing NBA 2K on stream was probably not that cool, and I don't really know how to play any other video games except for like playing Mario Kart with my daughter. So.
All right, but you're figuring it out anyway. You said you've enjoyed it. Is there a lot of are you getting like normal Bulwark viewers showing up, or is it people from like other audiences mainly, or?
Yeah, we're getting a bunch of normal Bulwark viewers showing up. I mean, a lot of our YouTube audience is showing up since it's streaming on YouTube too, and so I think that's going to be kind of the base, and I'm trying to, you know, expand out from that. I did that pod with Cam Kasky for a while. And I'm trying to just figure out how to get new demos, you know, and I think that the Bulwark audience, just being on YouTube itself, kind of expanded out our demo a bit from like what a more of traditional podcast audience is. And I'm trying to kind of even get beyond that a little bit, you know, and just the platforms like drive demographics and a lot, you know, you get this.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, one quick question before we formally start. Is there a way you can raise the volume on your microphone a bit?
Oh, am I low?
A little quiet.
Okay. Is that any better? Is that any better? 1, 2, 3. Nikola Jokic. How we doing? Better?
No? A little better. Whatever you just did, do that one more time. 2 more times.
How about that? How about that? Nikola Jokic.
Little bit back.
Now we're back.
Slightly taper it back.
There we go.
Okay, perfect.
We go Mitt Romney.
Okay.
3 o'clock. How about that?
Perfect.
We good?
Yeah. Okay. Before we dig into this, is there anything? Well, first, I guess I'll introduce you, a man who needs no introduction, to my audience, because we watch a lot of your content on my stream. Tim Miller from the Bulwark, ex-Republican, I think, into never Trump Republican, now into, I don't know what you consider yourself necessarily. I know the never Trump Republican people are kind of in a weird spot where they're not quite liberal, but it's hard to be conservative, and yeah.
I embraced it I'm a functional Democrat, I guess. I embraced it when I did Jubilee. The producers there wanted to call me a millennial liberal, and we argued about it a little bit. And I was like, I mean, in the classic sense, I'm a liberal. And so if you want to be pedantic about it, we can do that. And you know, it felt good on me, you know, putting on the liberal shirt. I feel like it's nice. Progressive, I don't know if I could do. But
yeah.
The liberal button, I'll put on the liberal button.
Okay. I have, is there anything in particular that you wanted to chat about or anything? Or, because I've got like a couple things.
Let's just do whatever you want to chat about. It's funny, I've been wanting to do this. We went back and forth a little bit, and like I eventually said I was going to do it like before the discourse, the Hasan discourse, the streamer discourse all started, so I'm sure some people didn't hear about that, but I want to talk about whatever you want to, man. I'm just... I mostly, like, I was like, if I'm going to dive in and do streaming myself, I might as well, you know, get out there. So whatever you want to do, I'm game.
Okay, cool. So for some of these things, I have this conversation in my mind broken out into 3 kind of parts. So the first thing I want to talk about is kind of the conservative media ecosystem. The second thing is like platforming in general. And then the third thing is, in my opinion, I would argue that people like Hasan and socialists in general should be totally cut from like any kind of liberal Democratic Party movement thing. And then, yeah, I think these kind of build into each other.
Okay, cool.
On this first topic, one thing I noticed when I hopped into media coverage or political coverage or whatever in 2016, I came at this from a very online perspective. And it's kind of weird because I feel like I had to learn more real world politics and media, but I feel like we've kind of curved back into now everything is just online. Like in 2016 and 2017, especially if you were like a Bernie supporter or, you know, part of the more like kind of progressive movement, the sayings were always like, you know, Twitter is not real life. And
right.
It definitely seems like it definitely is now in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, that's how did you get into it? When did you start popping off on the 2016 campaign?
Well, kind of. There was this horrible movement called Gamergate.
Oh yeah,
and then
okay, so it was Gamergate.
Kind of, yeah. And then I was like, I'm kind of like a more aggressive style person, but I was like on the left in terms of social issues. So it was easy for me to get into conversations because back then the reputation was only conservatives can debate people, and then I was able to do that. So that's how I grew up.
I guess, my view on all that is, look, I think you have to understand online to understand what's happening. And I think that there are some Democratic politicians in particular who are still kind of like unfrozen cavemen and like don't engage, even if they're not like posting themselves. I think all politicians would be posting themselves. Like they're not even like consuming the conversation online. And I think not understanding that is pretty limiting in this day and age, at least about how to get your message out. I think that like you can overlearn the lesson. Like you can still be too online. There are ways in which it's not real life, and I think that we saw the Trump people be too online in ways that have hurt them recently. You see this sometimes with Democratic politicians too, because like, just for example, like the most vocal voices online are not necessarily representative of the mean, right? And I see this all the time. Like when on the Bulwark, like if I will say something that will piss off the left or the left part of our audience, the more progressive side of our audience, and like the comments will be very like critical of me on whatever it is, like on this same or how about just putting it this way, even if it's not on a topic, like let's say I have a guest on, like I had Joe Manchin on or Jake Tapper or somebody who's like out of vogue with the online left. Like the comments will be very negative, but like my texts and emails will be very positive. You know what I mean? And like the numbers will show that like just as many people engaged with it or whatever. And so I do think like that's like you can overlearn what is happening online and like overinterpret it as being representative of everybody. But so that's a risk. But I think that like going the other way is such a huge mistake. And we saw this with Biden. You see this with Democratic candidates all the time, where if you're not involved in the discourse, then you can't control it. I mean, Trump, say what you want about Trump, like Trump knows how to control the discourse and the narrative. I might be getting away from him a little bit right this second, but for the most part he's shown an adept ability to do it, and that's part of that is that he like posts. Yes. Okay, so my goal in this conversation is to impart an idea I have on you, or to get pushback and tell me why I'm wrong, so I can change the way that I view this. Okay. So one of the frustrating things that I'm kind of noticing when people are analyzing Donald Trump, or when people are analyzing conservative messaging or Democratic messaging, is I feel like there is this pipeline that is moving in the background that seems to go unnoticed, or people like see it but they don't realize its impacts. But then we spend so much time analyzing what sits at like the end of the pipeline without realizing that at that point it doesn't matter. What mattered was the whole thing kind of like leading through the pipe, and then anything can be produced at the end, but it doesn't matter. So when I'm looking at like the conservative media ecosystem, okay, I'm looking at like three kind of prongs for this. So there's this ideological component that is constantly maintained with think tanks like the Heritage Foundation or the Federalist Society. And even in off years, even when Republicans appear to be totally absent from the discourse, there's no president, whatever else, they're always working on stuff in the background, right? Whether it's Project 2025, whether it's this back and forth with people in DC or whatever. Then you have your media arm, which is on the conservative side. It is functionally, and in practice, it really is like a messaging arm for the Republican Party. Where their job is to do PR for the Republicans. That's it. That starts and stops there, right? When you have these two things working in lockstep, where you've got your ideological foundation that can generate ideas or whatever else, you can get political figures that come up, and then when these political figures go onto their media platforms, and then basically what they do here is they just do messaging for whatever they're campaigning for or with the administration or whatever else. Once you have this like stuff created, when the alternative media world gets to consuming that, because so much of it has been made palatable on like Fox News, and there's no discontinuity between any of the messaging, the alternative media can pick up a very coherent and consistent message, and you have this huge feedback loop that's going from top to bottom that makes it so that literally any message you want can be sold in this way.
that it's not necessarily that like Trump, like there are going to be things that can make things better or worse, right? Selling Trump doing something goofy is going to be easier than selling DeSantis doing something goofy. But I think if you take a step back and you look at like some of the things that people can get away with on the Republican Party, I think it's impossible to explain it with just, well, they're good at messaging or it's because this guy is affable or whatever else. It's because when they start at the top, Trump will say a goofy thing. He goes on to Fox News. He's never getting a critical interview. They're massaging and helping the PR as much as possible. And because it's so consistent, when alternative media picks it up, the audience is already there and hungry for it. They're going to do the same thing back and forth. And sometimes those same administrative figures will go onto these shows, that all of that ecosystem will make any message palatable. And that thing exists in two places. It exists on the, I would say, the far right, which is MAGA, which is the entire legislative body of the Conservative Party. And then I would say that it exists on the far left, which is unfortunate because that represents 2% of the Democratic Party and none of the lawmakers.
Right. A lot there, and I think that there's some parts of that I agree with for sure. I think we should set aside. I think the area that I might disagree with is the ideological and policy side. I think so. I think we should just put that into a bucket to talk about at the end because I think, you know, there are a lot of fractures on the right on that are sort of that have been frosted over by the cult, right? And like that's why it works for Trump and didn't work for DeSantis in a lot of ways. That like Trump has this cult backing him. So anyway, we'll come back to that.
Sure.
I do think that just like the cohesiveness when it comes to negative messaging on the Democrats, for example, and negative message on crazy things that happen on the left, is an absolute superpower, and it's a cohesiveness that goes from the top. From Trump himself to the other Republican politicians to Fox to into their alternative media. You can see it immediately. They can elevate something that's kind of a stupid non-story into getting it to such a level that like alternative media has to talk about it, liberal media talks about it. I find myself like trying to fight this off as much as possible, like not commentating on the crazy, but that's hard. And so I think they're really skilled at that, like the negative messaging. I think that pipeline that you're talking about, it works basically like without any issues when it comes to the negative messaging. And I think that this hurts like the Democratic Party brand because that other group's pipeline that you're talking about, like that they amplify it, right? Like the far left's also attacks kind of the main body of the Democratic Party a lot of times and highlights the ways in which they're crazy or maybe just out of touch or sometimes it's not even true, with voters. And so, kind of the main body of the Democratic Party does have it coming from both ways with two pretty efficient communications pipelines. So I think that I think that part of it I agree with. I think that circling back to like you're talking about the Heritage Foundation, the Project 2025 stuff. I don't know, man. I think as we look ahead to 2028, if Trump really does go away, we're gonna see huge infighting over policy stuff.
I definitely agree that
they do not have any cohesive actual view, and like the Trump cult of it allowed them to kind of, hey, we'll put out these policy things behind the scenes, and as long as Trump blesses it, then everybody will be for it. Even people who used to would have been against it. You see that with tariffs and a bunch of other stuff, right? So I think that like that has been more unique to Trump himself, I think, than to their communications apparatus.
I do agree that the Republican Party made a deal with the devil a bit when Trump came in with their agreement to work with him. But I guess, just when I look at Trump, I see an incredibly stupid person who probably didn't even understand the three branches of government, let alone what anything in the government could do. I think it was painfully obvious in his first term, and it's coming out more and more the second term. Now as Bondi is gone because they don't know how to do anything. Even when it comes to doing, false charges against people, they can't even appoint prosecutors correctly for it. But despite how inept he is, I think there's a website that tracks it. I think like half of Project 2025 is implemented, which I think is pretty impressive given how much of a clusterfuck the current administration is, and the fact that like the Federalist Society can still recommend all of their judges, and these guys will get appointed, and the Trump admin will go. There will be some kind of reshuffling of the Republican Party that will be beneficial to us at the very least, in the upcoming midterms and in 2028. But a lot of their agenda, it feels pretty sticky, and I think that there is damage at the very least with the Supreme Court. Jesus, that will be here for a while. Yeah.
The Supreme Court damage is huge, and it'll be interesting. I was literally talking to Bill Kristol about this morning about why it's so important for the Democrats to win the Senate this fall, and this kind of ties to our other conversation about how do you win in red states if you're the Democrats, because the Democrats take control of the Senate, they can at least try to play the Republicans' game back against them on Supreme Court nominations, assuming Alito or Thomas ever leaves, and hold those up and try to get back the Merrick Garland seat that was stolen. But I think that they've been very effective at on the areas where there's alignment across the board. And the top one of that is tearing down the administrative state. Like the government, the Republicans do not want the federal government to work. They're not interested in it. The moderate side of the party doesn't want that. The Trump side of the party doesn't really want it. And the Elon, whatever you called the tech bro kind of group that got attached to the party, at least temporarily during 2024, they're not that interested in the government working. And so I do think that part of Project 2025 has been pretty effective. But it's like anything else, man. It's like easier to tear shit down than to build it up. Like they haven't really, if you look at Trump and they're like, well, what are the things, the proactive things that he has done that will be sticky? It's hard to come up with stuff. I mean, like 2 months ago, you might have said the Abraham Accords. We'll see how that looks.
Sure.
I mean, I would say in the months ahead,
probably
right?
long-term damage to a lot of the relationships we have with other countries is a given.
That's all
for sure.
tearing down. A border, I guess border would be something.
Oh yeah, no,
like
I'm thinking of all tearing down stuff like USAID. I don't know if that's coming back.
Yeah,
Department of Education.
So no, they've been successful at that, no doubt. I just think that like part of that is because that's grading on a curve. It's just in anything, including in politics, it's easier to break something up than to do something. And so I think that partially explains why they've been a little bit more effective policy-wise than recent Democratic administrations have been.
Yeah, although I will say as a result of this, and we'll get more into this on the platforming part of this, I think as a result of these like media, the way that the media kind of has this back and forth between like the administration, the mainstream media, and the alternative media, it really makes it impossible for the Democrats to like positively sell anything. Like there are questions that get asked a lot, like where is the Joe Rogan of the left? Why is it that as Republican popularity continues to drop, the Democratic popularity doesn't go up? Like it's not a seesaw, they're just both falling. And then, like how is it that Trump is able to, fluidly flow through so many different positions? I heard in the same, I don't know if you listened to what he was talking about today. I think I heard him say today, he used both we've been at war with Iran for 47 years and 25 years ago they had a wonderful government. He's just like whatever. He can just say literally whatever he wants. Yeah. And then I look over on the liberal side of things, and it's so funny because, Republicans all the time accuse liberals of all CNN and Washington Post and New York Times, fake news, corrupt news, all for the liberals. And man, you've got like months into the Trump admin, you've got Tapper releasing a book on Biden. You've got, endless criticism for Biden and Kamala Harris. Even still, you've got the far left, people who are all trying to devour Gavin Newsom because he hates trans people, because he said to Charlie Kirk that, maybe the trans athlete thing was a dumb idea. It's like, it's a brutal world out there because you have absolutely zero alignment when it comes to center-left stuff. And then, like, again, the primary frustration I brought up was that people analyze so much stuff downstream that I don't think they're giving credit for how much upstream is happening. Like, a common thing I would hear, and I've heard you and Sarah go over this and a lot of people, they'll say things like, in the future, we have to work better on messaging. And I agree with that to some extent. But when you hear somebody say something, like if somebody says, man, this president is not messaging very well, that is only ever being said by somebody on the left, because on the right, they know their job is to message. Hannity's not saying Trump is communicating this poorly. Hannity is communicating it for Trump.
For Trump, yeah.
And I'm not saying like the left needs to be all sycophants, but that synergy is like unstoppable, Like,
I hear that.
Yeah.
And part of that is structural from, like, we could just be honest here that like the mainstream media was more sympathetic to the left than the right? It wasn't Fox. Like, if you just go back 20 years, right? If you, CNN, ABC News, whatever, they weren't sycophantic in the way the Fox is, but the people that worked there tended to have more sympathies for the Democrats, and they tended to be more sympathetic to Democratic stuff, particularly on social issues. Not on everything, right? On war stuff, they were kind of more sympathetic to Republicans oftentimes. So, so anyway, what spawned out of that was Fox gets created, and Rush Limbaugh gets spawned out of that. And they are just talking point machines for the Republicans because they say we need this to bring balance, right? Because the mainstream media is so left. And we're still kind of living in the downstream of that, right? Where the Democrats now are trying to create some whatever ethical monogamy Fox and Rush Limbaugh things, right? But it's harder to do because a lot of the consumers of that stuff are still consuming the New York Times, still consuming Jake Tapper, still consuming mainstream, particularly the older demographics, right? And then people are like, well, is there as much of a market for this? The market is, the market's more competitive to do that on the left, right? Because, Fox had this, like, half the country is like, we're just going to go propagandize to you and they'll all easily leave ABC, right? So some of this is structural. That's getting broken down a little bit now with independent media and social media, and you're seeing kind of various forms of that, but we're in the early stages still. And I think that the Democrats have a huge way, or the left really has a long way to go to catch up. And meanwhile, while the Democrats are catching up, the Republicans are iterating on their advantage. And so I think, to me, this, going back to just the point from earlier, I think the number one thing that they have going for them, more so than like positive stuff about themselves, is being able to tear down the Democratic brand and having that efficient pipeline. Because in addition to all that stuff you've been talking about, they're able to add on top of that Manosphere World, Maha World, like a bunch of Streamer World, a bunch of other independent type stuff. And are those guys, are Aiden Ross and your random Maha, CrossFit lady influencer and Theo Von, like, do they have any coherent positive ideology together? No, like they're all totally, some of them don't fucking know anything. Like, some of them are morons, and some of them are opposites, literally, on policy. But what do they agree on? They agree that the libtards are crazy, that they're, whatever, that's the woke stuff is stupid, that they don't want to wear masks, right? Like, all this, like, negative polarization stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, now the Democrats are still way behind, right? Like, the left is now trying to catch up to balancing out the Fox pipeline problem, which they're starting to do, still behind, because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of meta discourse still on the left, criticizing the left. But now I think that it's almost like fighting the last battle. Like, I've been to a couple of these confabs, democracy confabs, where rich people, ask what they need to fund, and I say the same thing at all of them. I'm like, stop funding echo chamber news sites. Like, that's fine. Like, that ecosystem is now building and growing, and it's going to keep growing on its own. Like, go fund stuff that's outside of news, right, to help communicate, and that's a major problem. And I agree with you. But I do think, though, just one last thing. My one pushback to you on the communication thing. The Democrats have had uniquely horrible communications people at the top of their ticket for 3 straight cycles now, with Hillary and Biden and Harris. Like, we can just be honest about this. Harris was maybe the best of the 3, but none of them were A+. And I do think that some of this would be mitigated if they had if there was a party leader who was at all adept at this. I agree with you. This pipeline problem would still exist, but you can't tell me that Obama would have lost the last election. You just can't. That he would have lost. That he would have totally allowed all of tech world and all of the Mansfield world and all of the minority men to, like, spiral away from him to Donald Trump. Like, I refuse to believe that would have happened. I do think it matters.
I think he would have lost. I think that the issue is, like you're saying, like, don't fund or boost echo chambers or whatever. I think something that's changed a lot over the past few years is this the algorithmically generated feeds for people. You remember back when they switched, what was this, like, I don't know how long. I lost track of time after COVID, 5 or 6 years ago, when we had, like, chronological timelines, and then it switched over to, algorithm. When people started doing that for news, I think you run into this weird world where, like, if I look at, I don't know if you watch Game of Thrones, Littlefinger says chaos is a ladder or whatever. If you have this,
quote. I don't do anything in the magical forest. Sorry, it's one of my cultural limitations.
Oh, okay. What, Star Wars kit? No, I'm just kidding. Whatever.
No, it's Star Wars.
Okay, whatever. I don't know what your media consume. Okay, you coastal elites, all right?
I'm a coastal elite.
Exactly.
I'm doing watching prestige television.
Exactly. Okay, so if you have oh man, you just ruined my...
Chaos is a ladder, sorry.
Sorry, you're good. When you have an environment where, if I look at the media environment, okay, and I see kind of the left is all doing this, they're different competing ideas, and they're trying to be fair and honest, and they're trying to do their best to not have Trump derangement syndrome, and they don't want to be accused of being too partisan, and there's that mess there. And then on the Republican side, I have this perfectly beating heart that is just rock solid through and through, carrying literally whatever message they want. When it comes time for the algorithms to start picking up on anything, well, Conservatives are telling me that 30 million illegal immigrants came in, that Laken Riley was raped and killed by illegals, that Biden is open borders, that Kamala is an idiot and unqualified. And then on the left, we've got, well, maybe we didn't open the borders, or maybe Biden was open borders, and maybe he did fail in immigration. And there's all this like hesitancy. Even if it's a more intellectually honest endeavor, the algorithms are always going to pick up on that surge of Republican synergy. And then when it comes time to consume media, well, I don't know if you've ever, if you know any people in real life or whatever that have fallen into this. I know people who are like decently intelligent. Once they start down that hole of altered reality, it's over. Like it's over. You can't do anything because when you talk to somebody and you say anything, you're basically like making this promise of like, I have a pig at home that can fly. I promise you. Like that's how crazy it is to say anything. Like I'll argue to people, like how many things are said that are true that if you were to just take a step back and look at the record are objectively not true, right? Trump is a great deal maker. The biggest deal that he made, he destroyed his trade deal with Canada and Mexico, right? What else? What other deal maker? Why is he given that? Or that Republicans are good when it comes to the debt or the deficit? Like where does that come from? Or no new wars, and we've got, let alone his first administration, how many different countries he bombed, Syria, Yemen, everybody else. Like all of these things are able to be said. I think not because Trump is particularly talented at communicating or because they have a good communication manager or whatever else, but because all the other Republicans know at the end of the day, all the people on Fox News, when they turn on the TV and they say Trump say the dumbest possible shit imaginable, they're immediately workshopping, all right, guys, how are we going to sell this one? What are we going to do to get everybody to believe in this shit? And I don't think that liberals can exist in that environment in a way that where you have to either destroy the way that those media ecosystems work, or unfortunately, you have to have your own like synergized, borderline sycophantic resonance of messaging.
I have a lot of pushback on this because I agree with I agree with you, the challenge. Like I agree with the frame. Like the algorithms totally fucked us. And there's a huge portion of the country that is being fed sludge, and it's almost impossible to communicate to them. Like, this is a massive challenge.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of pushbacks. So, number one, sometimes it backfires having a sycophantic side. I think that the Biden thing, unfortunately, like the left was too sycophantic around Biden, I think, towards the end. And I think that a lot of people weren't willing to hear reality about how he was being perceived outside of their liberal echo chamber bubble, and so I think they're a risk to echo chamber. I think that the right-wing echo chamber is powerful, but I do think that Trump is unique, and I guess, and you're seeing this breaking down right now. And so I don't want to say that the challenge you laid out would not exist in the future. It would, but like they are not in lockstep right now anymore. I mean, there's massive infighting happening on the right. You're seeing, at least in the independent media and the influencer class, that's papered over a little bit on Fox, but not as many people are watching Fox anymore. I just think the ability to control the narrative, we might be watching that start to dissipate right now in real time. Again, I just, on policy stuff, is everybody going to be in lockstep for Ron DeSantis or J.D. Vance or Marco? I'm a little bit skeptical of that. And then lastly, I will repeat my thing. You might be right that it's impossible to break through with communication with a talented politician. We will never know. But I do think that in retrospect, the more talented communicator has won every election of me and your life, like besides COVID.
Well, would you say, what about like between like Hillary and Trump? I feel like.
Yeah, who liked Hillary? Hillary
who liked Hillary?
As Obama said, was likable enough, and Hillary still won the popular vote. But
sure.
I don't know.
I agree with what you're saying,
particularly
though.
Skilled.
I agree. Well, I agree with what you're saying that she might not have been likable, but after a decade or more of conservative attacks, after hearing about how she owned Uranium One and sold all of our, I think that was an intentional thing. Yeah, and if you listen, especially now, if you go back, if you listen to Kamala and Trump, or if you listen to Hillary and Trump, like Trump is funny for sure. But man, he sounds like an idiot. He has no idea what he's talking about.
I voted for Hillary, and I was part of the great right-wing conspiracy against her. So I hear you, but I just mean I think that's a judgment call if you want to make it. I think that Trump is clearly a little bit better of a communicator than she is. I would say. But look, it's Clinton, Bush more than Gore, Bush more than Kerry, Obama, Trump and Hillary, Biden. It's during COVID, and Trump, and then we have Kamala Trump. I do think that this stuff is potentially achievable with a front person. I wish that that's not kind of how politics worked in this country, but it just is.
I guess, like I said in the beginning, to a degree, this is going to be true. But do you play any instruments? Just curious.
Poorly.
If you improvise or whatever, like if you're playing with a set of musicians that are really good, it'll make you sound way better.
I used to follow jam bands in college.
Okay, sure, yeah. You can be a mediocre player with a good band and sound amazing. Or even when it comes to conversations or plays or whatever else, just having a good partner helps so much. Like in my mind, the quintessential like Republican media system is when every single time, and I know you say that we glaze the left a lot, but like every time, I remember when Hillary fainted once. If you said that was back when you were Republican, you guys had a field day with that for weeks.
Yeah.
Remember the cough drop that came out of her, whatever, I don't know, in the glass? Yeah, yeah, of course, right? Yeah, I heard about this so much. I think of Biden when he tripped over the stairs a little bit going up Air Force One. This was a thing that was talked about endlessly. I remember Trump walking up the stairs, and we thought we were going to have a moment. It's like, oh my God, Trump tripped the exact same way. And then 30 seconds later, when Rubio was walking upstairs, he trips as a joke to like make light of it, and nobody talks about it. And this cover for
all
everything.
The critiques, though, of the left, you can't say that like there has not been enough unanimity or of criticism of Trump. I mean.
Sure, criticism of Trump, but even like how you criticize Trump, like there are so many things that they managed to win the narrative on that like liberals will not bring up Russia anymore. Like how many times you hear Russiagate, Russiagate, Russiagate? The Mueller investigation turned out credible indictments. Manafort was convicted. Yeah, it's insane that you can't bring that up as a liberal anymore. You feel like you got Trump derangement syndrome. The impeachments, like I don't know.
It's not a problem in the Bulwark. We can bring up Russia
100%.
Still,
yeah, you guys are gonna.
I hear you though.
The fact that 45-minute call exists with Giuliani, who wasn't even a member of the government, talking to the Zelensky, that's just crazy to me. The Jan 6 stuff is completely abandoned. Every minor talking point that we were right on. I don't know if you remember like the Charlottesville, like good people on both sides thing.
Oh, sure.
Trump was referring, it was a Nazi march. And the fact that even Snopes says, well, Trump wasn't actually referring to the Nazis. Like, those were the people who organized it. I feel like, we kind of hate Trump. But again, when they have so much unity on their end, one of the things that you mentioned before that they're able to pick problems out is, I point this out a lot, that when you're on the defense, the best thing that you can do is hold ground. That's the only thing you can do. You're never gaining ground. And Republicans get to fight on every single topic constantly. Like we're having arguments on whether or not there are actually kitty litter boxes in schools for furry kids to use in the bathroom or whatever, right? And it sounds funny and it sounds goofy, but it's like that's another day that we're not talking about the 500 impeachable things that Trump has done in the first year and a half. And then as a final point, because also you say this, I worry about the normalization of things. We kind of said this in term one. When you say things like there's a lot of infighting on the right now, like, yeah, kind of, but like, I feel like
micro
Trump
penis Mark and macro clit Megan isn't enough for you.
When we say infighting, I feel like Trump has done like over a dozen impeachable things this term, and to say that well, they're kind of second guessing it reminds me of when Kamala was running. Like I wouldn't have been happy for Kamala to win all 7 swing states. In my mind, Trump is such a deplorable person. This should have been like a Reagan tier blowout. Anything less would be unbelievable to me. The guy tried to coup the government, but.
I mean, I concur with that. I remember being sad the morning after Biden won because it was like I knew we weren't done with him because it wasn't nearly enough. So I hear you. I think it should have been a lot more too. I guess I'm trying to just separate out like the areas where I think that sometimes I just get frustrated with like learned helplessness.
For sure, I agree.
It's like, like the other side's just so good at this. What are we gonna do? And it's like, well, I don't know, man. Go inside the other side and see how. Screwed up their processes. You'll find out that there's a lot of veepishness happening over there too. So I hear that. My version of your critique of the left is like I feel like that the left has conceded the argument on who governs better, kind of even.
True.
And like Gavin Newsom is it's one thing I get. There are actually more than one. There are a handful of things I give Gavin credit for lately, but like he's really good at being like, wait a minute, you think California's terrible? Let me tell you about the stats in Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. You know what I mean? It's like it is crazy that like it feels like the entire country has just accepted that California's been governed poorly, which it has. But somehow the fact that where I live, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, the fact West Virginia, the fact that all of those states are being governed poorly, like doesn't register for some reason. And like so I do think that there are like when I did the Jubilee, I specifically picked that as a category because I was like I feel like it's my job to push this back into the narrative. It's like, by the way, Republicans are govern their states like shit too when they control everything. So I don't know, man. I hear that. I think that there are some limits in the in the architecture of how these things are communicated. And maybe this gets to the other thing I want to talk about. And I do concur that the left, the powerful and loud left attacks on the party also contribute to that quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that. To the point of what you just said, I remember, I don't know if it was Milo Yiannopoulos or Owen Schroyer I was having a debate with, and they brought up the whole, rents are out of control in California. And I posed that question to them. I was just like, why do you think the rent is so high there? And there's like no answer or no response, And I was like, well, a lot of people want to live there. It's a massive state with a lot of opportunities. Like there's no other side that's ever given to it. Just must be horrible and terrible in every conceivable way. And it's like, really? That's the end of the conversation. Everything's just expensive because California sucks. The socialists and the tanky people, that's my point 3. I just want to pit stop on point 2 real quick.
Oh, we got to do point 2 first.
Yeah,
okay,
real
great.
quick, okay? This is something that's so important and it drives me crazy. And I've spent so much time debating and arguing on the internet. I have a good understanding of all this stuff. And I think most people intuitively understand it, but so many words get mixed up. When you're having like conversations with people, I have this box. There's like 4 different types of conversations you can have. You can either have, like, I call it a same team conversation. So this is like Tulsi Gabbard going into Fox News. This is Sean Hannity interviewing anybody in the Republican Party. You're going there and you're basically just yes-anding each other the entire time. You're asking layup PR questions. That's it. Okay?
Yep.
You have the friendly conversations platforming. So there might be like some disagreements, but you're here to exaggerate the similarities, downplay the disagreements, and to make both sides more palatable to each other. So this is like every single centristy podcast with all the comedian losers or whatever, right? So these are your two, like, you're supporting
so Theo
somebody
having
promoting.
on JD Vance.
Exactly, yeah.
Got it.
You might get like one tough question, but like the person can answer however. There's never a follow-up. There's never a push or anything, right? And then your two like more negative forms of conversations are, I call them adversarial conversations or hostile conversations. So adversarial is like, these two people are here to debate. They disagree. They're trying to undermine each other, right? Now it's not going to get personal or ugly or crazy, but like the goal, you're exaggerating your differences, and that's what the conversation is for. And then a hostile conversation, it's like, I compare this a lot to like the British interview style people. So if you saw Ben Shapiro like on Andrew Neil,
of course, yeah.
This is where you're going to get questions. There are going to be follow-ups, and you better answer well, or they're going to grill you on them. Mehdi Hasan is good at this. Piers Morgan, when he's in his British interview mode, is good at this.
Yeah.
When people talk about like, should you platform Hasan or should you platform whatever person, people just use platform, and then they start talking about these things and they mix things up, and it's very irritating to me. I've heard Rokana do this and other people do this, where they'll say things like I don't think this person should platform anybody, or why are people saying you shouldn't platform? We'll say Hasan is the example, right? Yeah, nobody is saying that this person should never be platformed. It's people are saying there shouldn't be a platforming in like an ultra friendly, ultra collaborative way where it seems like there's total uniformity of belief on both sides when there's not. Like, I don't know if it was you guys brought up, like, or somebody else I was listening to brought up, like, if Shapiro were to go, Josh Shapiro were to go on Hasan's platform and debate him, like, that would be like an interesting, like an okay thing to see. It's when there's this like false unity thing that's here is I think what people have a big issue with, what I would have an issue with, and other people,
Okay. I don't feel seen by any of your 4 categories, so I want to try to come up with a 5th bulwarky Tim category, which is I guess kind of like number 2, but where I try to do like friendly dickishness. I don't know. Like anytime I have a politician, I try to have like a mostly friendly conversation, but I pick 2 things where I want to be a dick with them about and lock in on those. So anyway, I think that's another alternative that is different from like an actual, Piers Morgan or Mehdi type interview.
Can I ask for those people, are these like people that you want to roughly support, or?
Yeah, it's like people like when I interviewed Harris after the campaign, I was like, I started the conversation by being like, I wanted you to win so bad. This is a friendly conversation. I don't want to pretend like it's not a friendly conversation.
Yeah.
But I also have a couple of things that I think that you really screwed up, and that what I think that we should go through over, right? You know what I mean? And so I don't know. Maybe that is like Theo, but just not as stupid. I don't know. Maybe that's category 2, but just not as dumbed down. But anyway,
I think on the description that I wrote here for friendly conversations is you show up with both audiences understanding that there is some disagreement between both sides with the goal of emphasizing similarities while potentially noting some disagreements between you, but the focus will be on building on the similarities between both sides, focusing on how closely united you should be against a third party, basically.
Yeah, right? Most of my conversations kind of fit in that with with varying degrees of friendliness, I guess. Friendly to mid-friendly.
But I imagine you probably wouldn't have that conversation if you guys had like Stephen Miller on. would be my
of course
call,
not.
right?
No.
Yeah.
Right, obviously not. Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously not. Or really any Republican, frankly, at this
Sure.
point. Except for like the Phil Scott, governor of Vermont. So on the platforming question, I also get really annoyed by this conversation. People ask me about this all the time. I guess my Olivia Nuzzi conversation is a good example of this. People are like, why did you platform her after she slept with RFK? And I was like, it was kind of in that category 2-ish, but 2 to 3, and she kind of cried. So I couldn't have been that friendly. And I'm like, dude, these people are famous already, right? Like I feel like people have lost the plot on what the platforming issue was supposed to be. Like the initial reason why this came into our discourse at all was because like random far right Nazis who had barely any reach were getting put onto platforms and getting more and more famous. And like obviously that I'm against that. Right? Like you shouldn't like make crazy people tankies or Nazis or anything. You shouldn't make them famous if they're not already famous. The conversation then is different if there's more famous people. Okay, so
Sure.
I wanted to start there. Now you have somebody that's actually famous. The other thing I object to is like going on to their platform is not platforming them. They already have a platform. The point of going onto their platform is to communicate with their audience, maybe to get a message across, maybe to hopefully nudge them your direction a little bit, right? So a lot of Democrats would use the word platforming to be like going on a show of somebody who has bad views. Like, I think that's crazy. Like, we should be going on shows of people with bad views. That's how you try to break them out of the bubble. Maybe that's hopeless. Maybe you can only win over 1% of the people, but winning over 1% is better than 0, and so it's worthwhile. So now that comes to like the only legitimate platforming discussion I would take, which is what should I do on the Bulwark podcast? Like, should I have somebody on that has said offensive things and bigoted things? And I think that the answer to that is like only if they're going to be challenged directly. And so I guess that probably should have to be category 3 or maybe a harsh 2.
Yeah.
Harsh friendly. I'd be open to a harsh friendly, depending on how noxious they are, somewhere between 2 and 3 of your categories. And I think that's a harder question. I think that, I think it's different if you're an individual streamer versus I have like, we have a whole company. Like I have other people, I don't want other people to feel like their brand is sullied or their values are sullied by my choices, right? So some of those decisions make it more complicated for me. But anyway, I don't know. Did that answer your question about how I see the platforming conversation?
Yeah, a little bit. I think you're intuitively at the correct place. I think most people are actually at that place, or they should be if they think about it. I do agree with you. And as somebody who's debated a lot of unsavory people, a lot of Nazi Fuentes, all these types of people, I'll get hit sometimes with that. Oh, why are you platforming this person? In my mind, even if there is a disproportionate amount of popularity, the adversarial and the hostile conversations should never really be making the other person more popular unless you're really not prepared for the convo. Like when you're having challenging conversations, your goal is to undermine the other person. That's the goal. You're trying to make them or their ideology look bad because you have substantial disagreements. Right. And that fear to ever engage the other side in adversarial conversations is very, very, very annoying to me because especially now when they've gotten so prolific, a lot of people don't even know how to have those conversations anymore. And you get these stupid comments like you said where somebody's like, oh, you can't platform X figure. And it's like, X figure, just signed a $50 million Spotify deal, or they have one of the largest podcasts in the world. What do you mean you don't platform them? For like a Candace Owens type person. Like these people already have the platform. And then much to the same...
I mean, if I were you, I probably wouldn't go on like a random Groyper, like a random tier 3 Groyper stream, because maybe if they get one over on you and they can clip it, you know what I mean?
Potentially.
There are
And these are
exceptions to all these things.
These
right?
are things that I factor in, for sure. Like if somebody's like, I have a 100 subscriber YouTube channel and I want to debate you on like whether or not this African tribe has the warrior gene or something. It's like, I don't have the time to research all this in particular. I don't know if I would do that. But one of the frustrating things is that people will say that like, oh, well, you guys want to platform people now. Well, why were you guys so upset when Joe Rogan and everybody else was doing it before they still do it? And the reason why people are upset, even if they can't phrase it correctly, the reason why I'm upset, and I know most people are upset, even if they can't phrase it, is because Joe Rogan, they pretend that they're having adversarial or hostile conversations, but they're really having, it's usually now like almost same team, or at worst, friendly conversations. There's never follow-ups, there's never fact-checking. I don't know if he took Jamie out back and shot him or what, but like I never hear anymore, like, is this actually true or whatever? And that type of platforming is only there to bolster the other side. It's there to like increase the popularity of the person that you're bringing on. And that is just,
And this is Tucker's the prime example of this right now. I ain't Brogan, as those guys are, but I just think it's most acute with Tucker because he's so good at the category 4. adversarial conversation, right? Like Tucker is as skilled as Mehdi probably at really undressing someone if he wants to. And it's just like, look at how Tucker treated Ted Cruz versus how he treated Putin or Fuentes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm no Ted Cruz fan, but like but your thesis here is brought out perfectly. Like if Tucker had Fuentes on and treated him like Ted Cruz, some people would have complained, but that would have been an interesting conversation for me. I would have watched that. But having on people to glaze them or to, let them sing and wash themselves or to whatever, like that I agree with that. That is a big problem. And I've said this, I keep bringing up Theo as my example because as a Louisiana person, he's just the one that comes to mind in that category the most. We have some mutual friends. I kept trying to send messages to him being like, just stop having people on that you're not capable of interviewing, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're a bad person. It's just like, you're only capable of doing interview 1 and 2. And so you shouldn't be interviewing people that are making life and death decisions that are, that are conspiracy theorists, right?
But
like,
then,
just keep on having on goofy people.
I agree with you in principle. And if these people were principle, they would agree with you. But remember, the issue, I think, is that ecosystem from before is so powerful and so much is being pushed in such a convincing and synchronized manner from the Republican movement that if everybody on America's soil is talking about how terrible, Haitians eating cats and dogs or whatever lie, even if J.D. Vance says it's a lie, and now all the other podcasts are talking about it, you're like, oh God, everybody's seeing this pop up in their social media feed. I think I have to cover it. I need to bring these guys on to do it. Like the incentive structure pushes them so heavily towards that audience capture perspective. And I agree with you. It's so annoying.
So how do you stop that? You're the one that wanted to inject this idea into my brain. What do you do?
I just want people to be aware of it. You guys have to figure out how to stop it. I don't know. I don't have the reach that you guys do. But people get so caught up, because I just don't think they're analyzing. Like we had that one moment. I don't know if you remember for like a week where we were calling them like weird or whatever, and people were like, oh my God, this attack is working because of whatever. The reason why it worked is because it was simple, and that was like it reverberated through the top and bottom of every part of our ecosystem. It just happened organically rather than Republicans to do it very inorganically, and that's why it was so effective. Is because it was hitting them on all points, and they were like, oh Jesus, like. For the first time, Republicans were on the defense for 4 days or whatever. But then, the media cycle changes and they get back on their thing.
Yeah.
There are ways that you can counter this, but it involves a lot of deep conversations about my ideas are all very like I think that if you're a politician, like if you're a lawmaker or a member of the cabinet or the president, I think you should be under oath when you're speaking on interviews. I know it's crazy, but I think it can't be that it can't be that they're just allowed to fucking lie. That Kristi Noem can say Renee Good was a domestic terrorist and there's no account. That's just insane to me. That's just a crazy world to be in. Or like,
it's an interesting theory.
Or making
I'm for really, I'm a free speech person, but I'm for like really just tough algorithm rules. And I think if the Democrats get back and they have to be really much more aggressive with the tech companies. I was reading the Ronan Farrow. I have Ronan Farrow on the podcast tomorrow to talk about his Sam Altman profile. And it's like, you think all this stuff is bad now? Like we're 2 minutes away from them from them being able to execute this pipeline of misinformation without even having humans involved.
Yeah.
And fucking and OpenAI. The guys that started it, now Sam is like now Trump's travel buddy and his butt buddy, and Greg Brockman, who's running the company, like donated, $25 million to MAGA Inc. and another $50 million to only pro AI candidates. It's insane.
It's
and like
unbelievable.
And they need to be made into to full on enemies, in my opinion.
100%. And the projection, because remember, the Republicans said that because the FBI was making suggestions to Twitter about accounts that it thought were like compromised Chinese bots or whatever, that meant that the FBI was in control of all of our social media.
Right.
But when the richest man on the planet buys X to become a partisan, takes over the America account to make a PAC for Trump, becomes a partisan supporter of the president while owning that platform singularly, when Mark Zuckerberg is going on Joe Rogan to talk about how actually the Biden admin treated me unfairly, and I do actually think that Trump is better on free speech, after Trump threatened him on Truth Social to send him to prison forever, right? He was making these crazy truths. The fact that, it's so crazy on the other side how much they're pushing these social medias, in this direction under threat of locking people up and stuff. And then on top of all of the, I feel like the admin spends more time going on to podcasts and doing the podcast circuits than anything else. My third point,
Bucket 3.
Rounding it out here. So, there's a couple things. First, I'm going to say this, okay? I'm in the online world. I'm sure you've had people email you a billion things or reply under your comments. I know Sarah's getting them now about the unsavory things that I've said and done, whatever. Okay. There are edgy things, okay, but then there are ideological disagreements. And I know in your guys' world where you have some level of, I don't know if I would say media training, but there's like, you guys have minimum thresholds of behavior that don't exist here in my world, okay, in the online world, okay? But I know that it seems counterintuitive, but if somebody has a horrible ideology, but they're labeled by other people as being incredibly edgy, that is a huge boost to their ability to communicate with people. And I see this mistake made. You guys just published another article, or the Bulwark did, about Hasan, I think this morning. And this fixation on like, Hasan says edgy things. He said this thing about Crenshaw. He said this edgy thing about America deserves a 9/11. I think that it's a mistake when the fixation is on just edgy stuff, because I think that you can overlook edgy comments. I would say this is somebody that makes edgy comments, right? But what I would wish that people would do is fixate more like, okay, forget the edgy comment, okay? What is the underlying ideology? And when you look at a lot of these types, Hasan for sure, but like the socialist movement, I think in the far, far left in general in the United States, these people are not ideologically aligned with the Democratic Party. And they've basically said, not basically, they have said as much multiple times. And there's like superficial kind of layover sometimes, but like when you actually try to cash it out into some kind of policy, it's never there. You know, like I've seen people on the far left, Cenk will attack the Affordable Care Act because he says that it's part of the, they call it a corporate release valve all the time. Or you've got people on the far left will play into idpol or social issues until those are brought up in opposition to some socialist idea. And then, I've seen, there are videos of Hasan screaming about how like social policy doesn't matter. It's totally irrelevant. This is just, rainbow capitalism. They're just throwing things in front of you to try to distract you from the class issues. And then, basically what I'm trying to say is that like, it's not just that they're a little bit further left, it's that there's like a substantial ideological disagreement where their goal is to destroy the Democratic Party literally and to co-opt it and be subversive while trying to get people on the left to appeal to them. Yeah.
All right. I have a lot of thoughts on this.
Go for it.
And so I want to make sure that the full the full view of them is shared. So if you need to go a little long, whatever, I'm around. I got bumped from my Nicole Wallace hit on MS Now, speaking to the boomer libs.
What a rebrand, MS Now.
Okay. I think there are a couple of things at play here in the discourse around Hasan or the tankies or socialists or whatever on the left, and I just want to kind of disaggregate. Part of it, like what you're doing, like you have an ongoing, running, like almost kind of global college dorm room fight happening with Hasan, like over a decade, right? Which is you're trying to convince people the values of liberalism. He's trying to convince people the values of democratic socialism or left-wing authoritarianism, whatever he would end up landing. Yeah, he would call it the former, but it might really be the latter. And I think that's an important debate to have, and obviously I'm on your side for that, right? I'm maybe not on every specific sub-issue, but like as far as the trajectory is concerned, and I've criticized Hasan a bunch over the past couple of months, including in person the one time I've met him. And so, like, I think that we can, like, that's one thing, and we can talk about that. The other thing is the question of like how the left interacts with partisan politics. Okay. And in particular, I'm focused right now on how the anti-war left intersects with partisan politics more so than like the socialist left, because in some ways they overlap and in some ways they don't. And I think that the Democratic Party has really hurt its brand over the past decade by letting Trump take the mantle of being the anti-war person. And obviously that was bullshit. Obviously you and I saw through that. Some of the far left streamers did not see through that. We should dunk on them and call them stupid in the world of streaming, right? That is fine. But like that doesn't change the fact that it happened. Like it happened, and there's a significant chunk of the population, some of them left, some of them are consuming Manosphere podcasts, some of them are not really political, that just aren't a fan of wars, think it's stupid how much money we've been spending in the Middle East, don't want themselves or their kid to go to war. And like the fact that Trump said that was appealing to them, and the Democrats like seemed like the party of whatever, the blob. And I think that was a branding mistake in retrospect, like obviously. And right now in this moment, in April of 2026, like is the Democrats' best chance to like recapture that they are the party against stupid wars. right? And it doesn't mean that they're isolationist or whatever, but like, we are the party against stupid wars. It was Bush that sent us to Iraq and Afghanistan. It's Trump that started this Iran war. If you are paying more at the pump right now, it is because of Trump and because of his friends in the Middle East, MBS and Bibi, and the other corrupt buddies that he's doing deals with. Like, it's their fault. We're on the other side. If you put us back in charge, we're not going to do this. They tricked you. You were fooled. I'm sorry. We're doing my best to win you back over. Like, I just think that it's like really important that the Democrats recapture this posture right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, for me, the Hasan discourse got wrapped up in that, where I was like, I just thought it was really stupid strategically, like whether you're putting on your Democratic Party hat or your centrist hat or your liberal democracy hat, to be like, right now, I'm going to pick the fight with the anti-war left. Now, if you're more precise about what you're criticizing Hasan on, okay, but like this, I'm trying to all of this stuff, letting, the Jewish Insider blog in DC, which is a Republican cutout, like, dominate the discourse. And like, by asking John Ossoff a questionnaire about what he thinks about Hasan, like, this is fucking stupid. Like, I got into this discourse by posting on Twitter, Democrats should tell any interest group that wants to know their opinion on Hasan to eat shit right now, because the only groups that are trying to do it right now are trying to do it to run cover for the people that are in favor of this war. And so anyway, like, that was the beginning of this, and then it spirals into a bunch of other stuff. And so I have more thoughts on how Democrats should engage with the left, but like, those are my two main things I just wanted to make clear at the start.
Sure. So on the second thing, I 1,000,000,000% agree. I'm going to look back to my earlier kind of media model for why I think, unfortunately, like, I hate the anti-Semitic attacks against Hasan. I do actually think that him and a lot of people on the left, him especially, are anti-Semitic, but I care about social stuff, but I think there's way, way, way more problematic things than anti-Semitism, especially because Israel is fucking it all up now anyway. So my sympathies are very low at the moment. But the issues are these, like,
Israel is fucking it all up, and I think I should say that Hasan has definitely said some anti-Semitic stuff, including as recently, but or as recently as like last week. But he also, I think, is feeling the pressure on this, and this goes to like a third point I want to get to eventually, which is like he's modulated his rhetoric on that in a way that's potentially useful. But anyway, you might think it's potentially unuseful. But
I would say he definitely, it's all dog whistles, but not even like quiet dog whistles. Like when you're screaming at somebody, calling them a baying pig, and all the inbred comments or whatever about Jews and everything else. Like they're usually hitting on certain anti-Semitic tropes, like they need to go back to Brooklyn, they don't belong there, stuff like this. But regardless of that, I think the reason why the Jew discourse carries is because the Jews have, as has been noticed through the last 2,000 years or whatever of human history, they're very good at doing their media messaging, right? You've got your AIPAC people, you've got your, I don't know if the Southern Poverty Law Center or the name of the, no, it's not them. There's another group that is on Twitter that like calls out like anti-Semitic people or whatever. Like they're very, the ADL, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. They're very good at their vertical integration and everything. They label somebody, like this guy's anti-Semitic, here's why. And then that message like resonates within the entire tuning fork of kind of the, I guess like Jewish interest structure or whatever. I'm trying not to sound too much like a Nazi right now. Okay. But this is a little bit, but like they're very good at like messaging on these types of issues.
You're not a Nazi, to be clear. I'm trying not to go into, I'm trying very hard to not go on Nazi platforms.
You're good.
I've not watched all 8 hours of your streams every day.
I promise I'm not a Nazi, okay? Yeah, okay. Of course, if I was a Nazi, I would say exactly that, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. But they're very good at messaging on this thing in a very unified way, which I think is why this is what's carrying through the strongest. But the other type of messaging, like I agree and I scream, okay, and I agree so much that Democrats aren't good.
Shit, sorry.
Unbelievable.
That is such an amateur move.
No,
right
you're
there.
good.
Oh
It
my
happens.
God.
That's a streamer mistake, so you're coming to our world, okay? It happens,
Keep going.
That the reason why the Democrats can't stake out a position on this is because right now the anti-war rhetoric, I think, is completely captured by that right-wing tuning fork and your far-left tuning fork. And to stake out like a decently nuanced position on the center-left would require our resonating tuning fork to where, my God, there are so many criticisms that you could give of Israel. There are so many criticisms you could give of American foreign policy, in general, but there is no democratic apparatus to message any of those criticisms through. So like, I don't know if you've ever been in an area where, coming from gaming, girls say dumb stuff online in the streamer world, but when you criticize a woman in the gaming world, you got to be really careful because just because it's 90% men or whatever, there's a lot of sexist stuff. So I have to be careful because I know if I start attacking somebody on a thing, like there's going to be 400 Twitter mentions like, oh, this girl streamer said a thing that this is really dumb. And a whole bunch of people can be like, yeah, this stupid cunt, this dumb bitch, why shouting? It's like, okay, well, hold on, Jesus, not like that. Calm down, Jesus, guys.
Yeah,
and I think with the anti-war messaging, it's an issue that it's been so captured by both sides. It feels really uncomfortable to step in and be like, yeah, you're right. I think we should be anti-helping Israel in the war. And they're like, that's great. So we're going to abolish the state tomorrow, right?
Right,
and then,
yeah.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people brigading on you that do say anti-Semitic stuff. This is my thing on the anti-Semitism discourse. I've talked about anti-Semitism a lot on the podcast. I'm genuinely concerned about it.
Yeah.
I also think that that like this war and the way that they've argued for it is doing more to propagate anti-Semitism than almost anything. Like I don't and there's almost no acceptance of that among the people that are like big Israel supporters, and because they refuse to accept that. And I'm like, I'm sorry, like conflating criticizing Israel right now when they have at some level been involved in encouraging us into this war. I'm not trying to say that it was like they did it or you wouldn't have ever done it without them, but like they were a big part of getting us in this war, and they're our partner in this war, and it's the stupidest fucking war imaginable. It's going to be a total disaster. It might empower Iran in the end, and people are paying more. Everyone's lives are going to be made worse. Nobody understands why we're doing it, and so it's like I don't think it's irrational for a regular person who wakes up one day and looks at the price of their gas tank and it went up $20, and they're like, why is this happening? I haven't been following the news. Why is this happening again? And then people are like, well, Iran had some had some ballistic missiles, and they had too many ships, and Trump decided he wanted to bomb them. Yeah. And it's like, and then another person says, oh no, we did it for Israel. And it's like, I don't know, man. I'm just sorry. One argument just seems pretty compelling because the people who are making the case for this war have not made a very compelling case for why it is, and it's going to cause a lot of harm. So I just think that like I'm frustrated. Like that is frustrating in this moment. That like. That is the position that we're in, but that is just the position that we're in. And so I think that the Democrats, I think for good instincts, for the reasons you just laid out, don't want to be as loud and clear-eyed as they could be on this because they're worried about that. Like they're worried about having, and it's just like, man, there's the thing. There's only two parties in the country. Like if you become the president, you had anti-Semites that voted for you, you had homophobes that voted for you, you had bigots that voted for you. It's just like, if you get 70 million votes, like that's just the nature of it, right? And so I'm not saying that Democrats should say or do anything anti-Semitic, but they need to be 100 times more passionate in opposing this war that's going to fuck up people's lives than they need to be in fighting internal internecine fights right now. And you as a streamer have a different obligation and job than a Democratic politician. And you're on here for 8 hours, so you can fight as many internecine fights as you want. But like I just feel like the Democratic establishment needs to like get the credibility of being anti this war as clearly and passionately as possible. I'll help them with the echo chamber. Midas will help them with the echo chamber. MS, I don't know. I think there are plenty of people out there that would help elevate really passionate anti-war voices right now on the Democratic Party, and a couple of them are doing okay. Ruben Gago's doing pretty good, Chris Murphy, but it's missing right now. Think of the 2028ers. If you thought about the potential 2028ers, who has been like the most vocal and clear and passionate in opposing this war right now? I can't think of anybody. It's hard to think about who would be the fit for that, and I think that's a huge mistake.
I do agree with you that we need that more positive position out there of somebody saying it. I think there's two things here. So one is my issue is just you can stake that position out without trying to appeal to or I guess like curry favor with people on the far left whose positions might be superficially similar, but they're not. Like if you had a friend that came into your house and your other friend is like, that guy's going to rob from you, and you're like, what do you mean? It's like, he's black. All black people steal. It's like, okay, whatever. If he does end up robbing you, I don't think you would say, oh man, like you had a really good point actually. Racism is actually really good. Damn, I should just assume, right? And if you look at all these people on the far left, they were calling it a genocide and apartheid or whatever on October 8th, right? Or before. Right. Like these people have been saying this forever. And you said before, a ton of different people vote for you, and you don't have control over who's voting for you. True. But there's a big difference between like 20,000 homophobes voted for me versus like I'm trying to appeal to homophobic people, So I agree. And then going to the second point is I'm hitting on that media resonating thing I said before. Yeah. I definitely agree that the Democrats need to have a stronger position that they stake out on it. But my God, like when you're a Republican you can walk out on stage. I don't know if Trump ever wakes up sometimes. He's like, I'm just going to do this for fun. I'm going to say some crazy shit and see how they defend it. And everybody will defend it. From, oh my God, who was it? It wasn't Pam Bondi. Who was that? What big Republican figure was like? Oh, it was Megan. I think Megyn Kelly was talking about how banging 14-year-olds might not be a big deal. It was
yeah.
I'm like, Jesus, what are we talking about here?
Ephebophilia.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, they were wheeling out the libertarian pedophile arguments. Like, Jesus. Meanwhile, if you're on the left, whoo, dude, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz had a tougher interview with, I think it was CNN, than I've ever seen Trump have in his life on any platform ever. And if you're on the left, man, yeah, I'm seeing like the New York Times is writing pieces calling Gavin Newsom homophobic. And it's like, how can you stake any position anywhere in this media environment when the whole right is going to come down to you? Yeah, everybody on the file is going to come in.
Even like the mainstream outlets that are supposedly more sympathetic end up having to like go overboard to prove
how not TDS they are.
Right? Yeah. And so, I think that's a real challenge. I want to ask you about this one thing because the Hasan thing ends up making it very much about Hasan, and I think that actually the Zoran case study is more telling. Because Zoran, if I had lived in New York City, I kept saying on some podcasts, I would have ranked him last, but I just wouldn't have ranked Cuomo. So it would have ostensibly been a vote for him in the end because Cuomo was so bad, but I would have been for any of the other random people that were running for mayor. He came on my show. He, I think, gave the worst answer he gave on any question the entire campaign on my show about globalize the intifada, and that ended up dogging him. So I was not like glazing him in any way, but we did platform him.
He did walk back
he was running
on
for
that
mayor.
on that supporting that quote though, which was good.
He did end up walking back, right?
Yeah.
So this is where I'm going with this. Hasn't and we I engaged with them a bunch on the topic of like quote unquote abundance related stuff. It's not just me, so other people did as well about like, cutting red tape, making New York City run better, like typical, whatever, either technocratic left or classical liberal right type stuff. And we're in month 3, but he posts anytime that there's a hate crime against Jewish people, he posts about it on social media. He is, and there's crimes happening every day in New York City. So he would have reason he didn't have to, but he does. He posts about anti-Semitic crimes all the time. He is cutting red tape. He's backed off some of his craziest views on stuff. He kept the New York City police chief in charge. Like, isn't Zoran an example of like the big coalition working? Like he took from some of the centrist stuff. He tamped down some of his lefty stuff. The lefties really are still excited about him, mostly, except for like the really crazy ones online, but your average lefty is. A lot of the centrists that weren't excited with him have kind of gone like, okay, he's fine, I guess, isn't that an example of how the model works? What's wrong with that? What's bad about that? I mean, he wouldn't, he's not from here, so he can't run for president. He wouldn't be my pick if he ran for president. But I don't know. I think that at the Bulwark, us engaging with him ended up being a net plus.
Yeah. So here are these are like 2 big things. One is the biggest thing. This is like the no-brainer thing. Okay. Is have you heard this saying that like the left purity tests and the right doesn't? You've heard people say this. You might have said this. Right?
Of course, yeah.
This is the least true thing in the universe. Okay. The right absolutely purity test you, but they purity test you on your support for the candidate. I always bring up these 2 examples. Kyle Rittenhouse floated voting for a libertarian candidate for like 6 hours because of the bump stock ban from Trump. And that guy was wrapped back into the fold like that night. And then I don't know if you remember, but Joe Rogan on his podcast was floating the idea of supporting RFK, I think, as an independent candidate. And within like a day, he walked that back. He's like, well, no, I think I would support Trump. They're very big on purity testing on the support for the candidate. And then outside that, they don't give a fuck what you do. As long as you're supporting for the Republican candidate, they're fine. On the left, they purity test over things that aren't related to like electoral power or politics, which is why it seems like there's more on the left, because no matter what you do, you can't get these people to vote for you. So the big thing that I look for on my first point is like, do you support the party and the candidate that wins the primary?
Yeah.
One of the big things that Zoran said, there was a whole series of elections. It was like 14 of them, and we won every single one like a year ago. I wish I remember I don't remember which elections are. I just know there were a ton of them. There were a lot of moderate candidates that ran in these races, and I think a couple maybe progressive ones. What Zoran said was that different candidates are appropriate for different races in the country, and we should embrace all of that. And I think that is the exact correct idea when you acknowledge that like Zoran is probably significantly to the left of me. I think he's done a great job in New York City so far. He's messaging a ton. His media team is amazing at everything they do. But I appreciate that Zoran is not spending his time in a plus 40 blue area attacking purple Dems constantly,
Right.
And that, but then when I look at like, well, I can bring it to Hasan, but like,
though Zoran didn't do the reverse, didn't happen for him. I mean, Hakeem never endorsed him. It took forever. Schumer took forever. I thought that was a huge strategic mistake.
Maybe. I mean, it's a New York City mayor race. I don't know how often. I don't think historically they tend to have that much.
I just meant like, just given the nature of that race, the establishment Dems should have just been for him. But fair enough.
I don't disagree with you.
It goes both ways.
Yeah, especially given that populism is having its moment and all that. Yeah. But when you go through and you look at how like the Majority Report, how Kucklinsky, how Crystal Ball and Breaking Points, the Young Turks, Hasan, when you look at their treatment of like the Democratic Party, oh my God, it's
brutal.
Brutal. One of the examples that you brought up earlier was, when I talked about my buckets of conversations, one of the biggest disasters is when you go on to think you're going to have one convo and you have another. And you actually brought up an example that I listed, which was Ted Cruz going on Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
He thought
Alyssa Slotkin going on Breaking Points.
Exactly.
Is that where you're going to
go? Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, these Dems for the first time are like, I'm going to try to have this conversation, but they don't understand where the media environment is. Same thing with Ted Cruz. Either Tucker Carlson was on Fox, I guess, so he must be cool. Meanwhile, Tucker Cruz just came back from Moscow showing how amazing it is that they have bread in their grocery stores. I'm like, Jesus Christ. But those, like, they're so openly hostile. And when you have people who weren't even supporting Kamala for president, like, I'm sorry, but regardless of your political beliefs, this was the easiest GED level question of like support Kamala or Trump. Even if you cared about Israel and Gaza as a single issue, Kamala would have been dramatically better. Biden was dramatically better than Trump on the Gaza issue. You know, Iran attacked Israel. We didn't go to war with Iran when Biden was president. The inability to support the candidate, we've played this game over and over and over again, where they don't get their Bernie Sanders, they don't get their ultra-progressive candidate, and then they're like, oh, whatever. Or it'll be like the weakest, the most tepid kind of, well, I don't think you should vote for Trump, but I'm not going to tell you who to vote for kind of thing. That's unacceptable in my eyes. Yeah. And when you're courting those people and you're trying to make overtures to those people, I think you're trying to court, one, a base that you'll never truly gather, because the extremism they want is so far away from what you can do. And then two, in trying to court those voters, you're going to have to move to such extreme positions. You're going to lose more. And all the polling, at least that I've seen, is that Democrats generally want people who are more moderate in views. Yeah.
Well, and this is why, and again, this comes back to why this little kerfuffle in the discourse about Hasan right now was why I was so adamant about how dumb it is to fight. Like the third way types are fighting them on their strongest turf. the far left, like that crew, right? Like honestly, I mean, what the Democrat, and this is my frustration with those guys on the left is like, since Kamala lost and Hillary lost, anytime in the discourse now, it's like, well, we can't run any centrists anymore because they don't know how to win. And it's like, what have you guys won? Like, you guys haven't won anything. Like, you haven't won a single swing state once. Like, yeah, try to win something somewhere that's not a blue state, and then I'll listen. What I think, my personal opinion, nobody has ever tried this. Dan Osborne is kind of trying it in Nebraska right now, in a little bit of an imperfect way. What I really think makes sense for Democrats is to move to the left on foreign policy, because that's where the country is. Move to the left on some economic stuff, probably more left than I would like on healthcare or whatever, but I can read polls. And then cut to the right on cultural stuff. Right, like most people in Nebraska are against the war, want health care, but also like cops and aren't into woke speak about campus stuff, and also don't want a reasonable immigration policy. Like that would be a great compilation of issues. And my frustration with the left is that never happens. Right, they're all it's always, it has to be, if you're 1 inch to their center, you're an enemy. And that part is crazy, and I think that is why I was saying that was kind of encouraging about Zoran, that he ended up not being like that. He's ended up being much more pragmatic than his most annoying fans, and I think that's good. And I think that if we could encourage there to be other lefty candidates to do stuff like that, I think that would be a net plus. Maybe that's wishful thinking, I don't know, but I think that engagement is worthwhile on that point. But also, calling them out when they're doing stuff that is damaging is also good. I think not just in the way that we were talking about, circling back to the original conversation, not about how the left concedes to MAGA a lot. I definitely don't think the central left should concede to the far left on electability. And you are seeing some of that out there. And,
for sure.
And so, but a part of the way to do that is to win and show you know how to win and to be pragmatic and practical as well. And I just think that fighting them on foreign policy in the middle of the Iran war, fighting them on Israel right now in the middle of this war is insane behavior. behavior by.
Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree, although I will say that the way that they operate is identical to the right, in that the grounds that you're fighting on are almost always going to be dictated by them. Like, if you listen to any of these people have been talking about and obsessively talking about Israel-Palestine for years, and it is the only thing they talk about. You can show up to any of these platforms to debate or argue, and it will, I mean, yeah, you mentioned with Sluckett, right? It's going to get dragged back to Israel-Palestine, and then the answers that they're wanting from you
Well, why not just give them the W on that and then move on, and then try to move on to other stuff? Try to move them on other stuff.
Because the only W they would take would be like, you're in favor of like the abolition of the state of Israel.
Right.
Yeah. Which is like, it's so far and you're just so out there. Yeah. Which is why I think it's important to have an a generally less war position. I mean, I say anti-war, I guess, but I think we should support Ukraine, for instance.
Anti-dumb war.
Yeah, anti-stupid war, for sure. But it can't. But if you're perceived as immediately capitulating to these people on the far left, it becomes very easy for people on the far right to kind of attack you. One thing that I think people don't realize, and the far right is so good at this, the far right is very cognizant that people on the far left do not represent a threat to them at all. And you can tell because they always use the far left to attack like moderate left Democrats, but they don't just attack, but when they're attacking moderate left Democrats, they try to destroy them, right? So like Jimmy Kimmel and everybody, you know, it was like the FCC, get this show taken off the air. But nobody is like bringing all this pressure onto like these very far left people to like deplatform them, you know? Like they like the fact that they exist there because they can always use them as a useful cudgel to attack other Democrats with. Yeah.
I'm checking myself on this because it's always like, you don't want to fight the last war. And I don't, you know, maybe I have too much PTSD from being in there. But like, I lived this battle on the other side already, right?
Sure.
Like losing the fight from the far right to the moderates within the Republican Party. And part of among the mistakes that were made were, number one, not believing that the far right could actually win ever. And that was just a huge mistake from the center right and the center left. Just strategically speaking, like empowering Trump was like a literal strategy of the Hillary campaign as well as the moderate Republican campaigns in 2016, because they thought that, okay, well, he could never win in the end. And here we go. So I think that just not falling for that. I hear you. The far left is not as popular as the MAGA right is, but just not making that same mistake, I think, would be smart. And secondly, I think that we made a mistake on the center right being like not ever wanting to hand it to the, could we have gained credibility with the base by saying, yeah, the Iraq War, we fucked that up. Like, we fucked that up. We shouldn't have been spending so much money on these foreign wars. We should have spent more money at home. The border got out of control. I don't know. Like, there were various things like the populist right was upset about, and the establishment on the right refused to engage with them on. And so, like, they overthrew the establishment, kind of. So anyway, so I think that like those two things like both kind of hang in my head when I think about the framework of this thing too.
I definitely agree. Like, there are times when you can't be obstinate on every change, especially when the winds are blowing in a certain direction. But I think harkening back again to that media model, I think it's very important to keep in mind like what are real issues versus what are fake issues. I trigger the fuck out of everybody when I say certain things, but like I stand by this. Like, illegal immigration was a fake issue. That was just not a real thing. And my evidence of that, and I argue with every single conservative on this, my evidence of that was, if you cared about illegal immigrants at the border, there was a huge bill, right? Langford from the Senate, there was a huge bill to close the border, and Donald Trump, not a conspiracy, right? You saw him say it, Ted Cruz, everybody said, Donald Trump said, kill that bill, I want to get into office. Donald Trump comes into office. First, he said 15 million illegal immigrants. Then it went to 20, 25. Now 30 million illegals came in under Biden, and they haven't really done anything to deport these 30 million people. I think 2 million was their largest estimate. Now everybody fucking hates ICE, and I guess he shut down the border. But like, how are you telling me that you cared so much about immigration, illegal immigration, but now nobody talks about it anymore, except for when Trump is sending ICE agents around assassinating American citizens? And then you've got apparently there are still 28 million illegals here, but Republicans just don't seem to care about it as much anymore. This is what I mean when I say, like, I don't believe this is a real issue. This is a manufactured issue that Republicans put in front of you. You can have strong feelings about it, but much like there weren't drag queens that were indoctrinating 20% of Americans' children, there weren't Haitians actually eating cats and dogs, and J.D. Vance admitted in that interview, if I got to make an issue up to get you to care about it, he said it. It was crazy. And yeah, so I think when you're fighting against something, I think you have to be very careful not to capitulate to issues where I think you should say, like, yes, we acknowledge Americans have strong feelings about immigration. This is why we're trying to do this on the border, whatever. But the Republicans can't get to control the framing, because what happens is you have these problems that aren't real, meaning you can never fix them because nothing you do is going to be enough. And then when they come into office, they don't even have to do anything to fix them. Mexico never built a wall. Like, none of this stuff ever even happened. I had a guy telling me he was so happy about how ICE and the Department of Homeland Security and everything was working like 2 days ago when I was at UCLA. And they just fired Kristi Noem. How could you possibly be happy with that? What are you talking about? It's not a reality game, right? They make up issues, they put it in front of you, and then you get really mad about it. How are you supposed to fix the issue?
I know. We're too rational. I do agree with that. We're too rational. I always have felt like that was a weakness for me as a boss as well. Maybe it's a weakness as a content creator. You know, the good bosses demand irrational things of their underlings.
Sure, yeah.
But I hear that. I hear it. I don't know how to fix that.
The media thing, though, when you control so much, you can push any message you want. Again, I'm not saying we should do it, but at the very least, we have to disrupt the other side to do it. Otherwise, they can just push anything they want, and it's insane to me. This is my last thing to bring up, to be cognizant of, okay? Because I see Sarah's going through it right now on Twitter. The way that MAGA argues and the way that these like far left people argue, and you can always see the way they do it, is whenever there's like a disagreement or a big issue, you can never actually have an argument on the substance of any of these topics ever. It will always be, you ignore the subject matter, you pivot to something different, maybe something you can morally grandstand on. You attack your opponent by misrepresenting them or ascribing to them some other crazy belief that might not even be related, and then you just repeat this over and over and over and over and over again. And that is the only way that these people engage. And the reason why they can do it is when you go back to those conversation buckets I listed earlier, all of these people only cycle through the same team conversations or the friendly PR conversations. Everybody does it on MAGA. There are no real like debate people, and everybody does it on the far left. So when Hasan is fighting somebody, you'll see all the usual suspects, pop up. Like Ryan Grimm is going to be there supporting him. Emma Vigilant is going to be there supporting him. All the maybe Brianna Joy Gray, depending. All of these people will come out and they'll defend any position possible as long as they're on the same team. And remember, I just think the message that sends, like if I'm getting these people in my algorithm, they're so right on everything. That's the world I live in. They're able to castigate these other people as adversaries and evil Nazis and everything else. And yeah, it's so hard to break through that. But like, I think it's important to be cognizant of the way these people fight.
Control the narrative. No, I'm cognizant of it, and this is true for every group. But like, I think just picking battles is very important in this world.
For sure.
And so anyway, I think that's. Informs my perspective on this one. Yeah, no, Sarah's definitely in the barrel right now.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, man. I know you can never, I've been there. And one thing that you can never tell somebody that is in the barrel is that they should stop because they're having the fight in their head and so, sometimes you just got to let it burn out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure if you've been through it, you always tell people like just wait like 4 days and it'll be so much better, I promise. But yeah, a person's first journey through internet hell is always the toughest to go through because they're like, it's over, bro. It's like,
been there,
wait 3
man.
days.
I've been in fetal position before, so I think I got it now. Though we'll see.
Okay, cool. Anything else you want to?
Dude, I appreciate this. It's been overdue, and we can just keep in touch. Give me tips, pointers on my streaming journey.
Yeah, good luck with your streaming. Load up your PS5 and your NBA 9K or whatever you guys are playing now.
I feel a little bit intimidated that you have. I saw online that you have Frank Fukuyama after me later today. So you're elevating the intellectual game a little bit.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Actually, no, we're gonna go over the videos of Hasan shocking his dog for about an hour and a half. I really want his perspective on the type of shock collar I think he was using. So.
All right, bro. I appreciate it. Holler at me anytime. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
We'll see you.
Bye. Okay. I think that went too so well. All right. I'm happy with that. Jesus Christ. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's only got 2,000 likes. But... Neoconservative political consultant Sarah Longwell. has been calling out Hasan Piker as too controversial for the Democratic Big Ten, but she's been seen actively boosting Stephen Destiny Bunnell on X, a streamer with a far more troubling record. In 2 recent reposts, Longwell retweeted and amplified Destiny, attacking Hasan and promoting his argument that Democrats should abandon their progressive base for more moderate and electable candidates. The irony is hard to miss. Hasan's controversies are largely rhetorical, statements seen as offensive that he partially walked back. Destiny's run deeper. He faces an active federal lawsuit over allegedly sharing an explicit video of a woman without her consent. Leaked chat logs allegedly show him in a sexual conversation with a 17-year-old when he was 33. He also mocked Corey Compatore, the man who was shot and killed at a Trump rally, calling him a retard on live stream. He's also admitted to choking a woman. God damn. I had to effing choke her out a few fucking times. That shit got crazy. Hell yeah, I did. And I guarantee you that everybody here probably think I'm a fucking crazy physical abuser too. Destiny has also been more embedded in Democratic politics than Hasan, canvassing for candidates, interviewing sitting congressmen, and actively campaigning. Hasan Piker, remember the thing, pivot personal attacks as much as possible. Always pivot, always personal attacks, never fight on substance. Jesus
Christ.
Hasan Piker is a progressive streamer who has been heavily critical of Israel and endorsed Zohran Mamdani for New York City mayor. Oh my God. On the other hand, Destiny has been a staunch defender of Israel, an attack dog against progressives and Israel critics who endorsed Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primary. I don't know if I formally endorsed, but I preferred Zohran over anybody else, over Cuomo, I'm pretty sure. At the very least, I know I had supported him for the general 1 trillion %. Longwell has never publicly taken issue with Longwell has never publicly taken issue with Destiny being part of the Democratic Big Ten and is now amplifying him because she retweeted me twice. I've never spoken to this person in my life before. Longwell asking, what's the context for America deserved 9/11 while simultaneously reposting the account of someone facing a federal sexual harassment lawsuit. So, what do these two things? One is a policy ideological position, and the other is, at worst, personal failing or whatever. At worst, unless she thinks I'm pro-rape or pro-sexual harassment as a point of policy. Jesus. Top comment. Didn't Destiny blow Nick Fuentes? Didn't Destiny groom kids? Republicans and Democrats both attacking Hasan makes things very clear. They hate anyone challenging the establishment status quo, mainly Hasan. Republicans don't attack Hasan, ever! They just use him to make Democrats look bad. Hasan has never been deplatformed off of anything in his entire life. He's gotten banned from Twitch like 20 times for 1 day each. He's never been demonetized. He's had favorable exclusive contracts with Twitch, above even what average top-tier partners get. He's never been banned on any YouTube thing. He's got his own fucking media shit that or his own merch shit that he pays to advertise on fucking Twitter. He's got a talent agency that also reps Asmongold, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy is so supported by the entire establishment. Everyone should just say Hasan quotes are taken out of context instead of explaining what he said in his own words, because I can't argue when people actually understand things. Wait, I can't tell if this is pro me or anti me.
I think that's pro you.
I think so, right? Yeah, I would think so. Also, this guy, right, because America deserved 9/11 is a complete sentence without the added context of due to imperialist actions and intervention in the Middle East countries for oil. Due to,
so they're pro
that means that, yeah, that means you're pro it. There's not missing context that would change it. That's so stupid. What do you mean, due to? That means you support the statement. It's not missing context. You support the statement. How many, fuck man, I need to find, I might do that as part of my manifesto. How many Griper, and I shouldn't even say Griper, I'm sorry. How many Nazi accounts was Hasan retweeting when he was fighting with me on Twitter? That guy amplified so many far-right accounts to attack me. Sorry, split my VOD. Hasan Piker. Oh, the Gato Fumador, this queen in yellow. Was this guy a Nazi account? I don't remember. Jesus. Oh, all their greatest hits. Nice. Posting revenge porn chat and everything. Hell yeah.
Holy.
I saw these guys.
Force.
They were because they show up in the Twitter mentions as well. Hold on.
Do you think they're gonna attack Tim over your conversation with him?
I don't know. I think Hasan is trying to get Tim on his good side, so they're just attacking Sarah. If they start attacking Tim, Hasan's gonna get mad at them. But I saw.
I mean, yeah.
Fuck. Hold on.
It seemed like you were on the side that they wouldn't attack Sarah. Though.
It seemed what?
It seemed like when Sarah and Tim first had the talk that you were on the side of that they wouldn't attack Sarah because she's like a part of the Bulwark. But then they surprised, I would say, they surprised you, it looked like.
What? No way. They were definitely going to attack Sarah because Sarah wanted to confront Tim on that conversation about platforming Hasan because, yeah, Sarah was a lot more against it.
Oh, I thought you, okay. I thought your side was that they weren't going to attack her because she's a part of the Bulwark and they'd be like, oh, she's just like
No, they want to attack Tim because he wants a Tim bridge. But,
okay, got it.
Yeah. I saw these people every single time these people show up in the mentions. Why is Sarah Longwell, 25, reposting Disco, was caught sexting a minor, is currently being sued for sharing revenge porn, who had sex with Nazis Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern at the same time, by the way, who openly uses the N-word. Based. You're retweeting a man who sex with underage girls and shares revenge porn. Based. Yeah, they show up. They're out there fighting hard.
These just nothing burger accounts. These are just like randoms.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise you if these were part of that Justicial Discord where people, because a couple like that Save a Sexual guy, these guys I think will like make accounts to tweet stuff and then try to get like ingratiated with those weirdo far lefty people or whatever.
Yeah, I got told one of the people's names and they said to go to their follower list and anyone with like sub 200 followers just to block. So I did that, just to get rid of all the J stalkers.
Yeah. In 2021 and 2022, Sarah Longwell, 25's firm, made $950,000 each year from the Coke network, according to Stand Together's tax filings. This is who is telling Democrats what streams they should and shouldn't go on. If you were cashing Coke checks in 2022, I don't think you have standing to nitpick a streamer's comments from like a decade ago. He's so bad. Oh my God, bro. Holy shit.
These comments are from like either A, this year,
like
or
yesterday.
Like max, like
what
6
do you
years
mean?
ago.
Yeah, Jesus. Stand Together Trust provides support to a growing network of social entrepreneurs that's tackling the major challenges in our time and a broad range of social and economic issues and works to empower them with the tools and support needed to make a far greater impact to help people improve their lives. What was her involvement with this? Her firm. This is a C3. Wait, her firm made $950K. This is a C3. This is a nonprofit. I'm sorry. When he said this, my assumption is they were making like money doing it, but this is a nonprofit, so this all had to be paid out. I don't even like the way he phrased this. Seems bad faith. Am I missing something? Are there other types of C3s that can take a profit? Or is he just mad that they received any charitable contributions from any... Also, when you say related to the Koch brothers, don't the Koch brothers have their hands in like fucking almost everything?
They're huge Republican donors, yeah.
They are, but they have like so many different like interconnected orgs and everything else.
Seemed like you and Tim pretty much agreed on most things.
Kind of. I'm a lot further along, but it was a gentle conversation. I'm planting seeds. Okay.
He wasn't for our idea of you have to be under oath. What a fool.
Well, he was kind of there. Just said you'd have to try hard to work.
He'll be there soon.
Just as an aside, according to Kraut, Ryan Grimm started deleting all his pro-Russia tweets from 2022. Uh-oh, did they stop paying him? Is there any evidence of that, or... Jesus. Wait, is the DSA cutting out AOC? Is this? I don't know.
I hadn't read it yet. It was from yesterday, so I figured you already looked at it.
Not yet. Okay, I need to listen to this convo real quick because I need to be prepared to chat with this guy in 2 hours. 1 hour. Fuck!
Fukuyama podcast. He also writes the Frankly Fukuyama column at Persuasion on Substack. His most recent book is Liberalism and Its Discontents. It's Frank Fukuyama. What's up, Frank?
Well, my little world is fine. The world around me is boiling, but other than that, everything's great.
Yeah, that's a big other than that. That's a big caveat, but we're doing the best that we can in this world, my interest was piqued. We talked a while ago about your last book. I mean, shit, I was living in San Francisco then. Liberalism and Discontents. I went and re-listened to that yesterday, and so I'm interested in getting back into a conversation about liberalism and why it's out of vogue. But first, my interest was piqued about your article, "The Real Cause of Populism."
Right.
And you went through the various different explanations for the recent the global wave of populism, and came to an answer of some sort of what you think it was. And just for folks who haven't read it, I just want to read through. You basically listed 9 explanations that you hear for why Trumpism is on the rise everywhere. And here they are. I'm just going to go through them real quick. 1, economic inequality brought by globalization. 2, racism, bigotry on the part of the population that has been losing status. 3, broad sociological change that have sorted people by education and residence, and resentment against the dominance of elites and experts. 4, the special talent of individual demagogues like Trump. 5, the failures of mainstream political parties to deliver growth, job security, and infrastructure. 6, dislike or hatred of the progressive left's cultural agenda. 7, failures of leadership of the progressive left. 8, human nature. 9, social media and the internet. You went through all of those and settled on social media and the internet, which I find appealing to my priors. But before we get that, I want to kind of just go through some of the ones you eliminated. Why do you not think it is? I'll combine 2 and 3. This is this idea of racism, nativism on the behalf of people who are losing status. Why do you eliminate that?
Well, look, there's no question that racism and nativism plays a role in the MAGA coalition. It's really founded on wanting to close off the United States to immigration. Just to back up a little bit, all 9 of these factors are there. I'm not saying that they're not important, but the question is, what's the relative priority of these different ones? What struck me is the way that African-American young men and Hispanic young men switched to voting for Trump in the last stages of last year's election. He actually disguises his racism, and he has black supporters. And I think that you got to explain why this bundle of attitudes and policies is appealing to non-white people, and so I don't think that the fundamental driver of this is that, because I think actually Americans have grown fairly acceptant of the fact that they live in a multiracial society, and the hardcore people that really don't like that, they're going to keep hating. But I don't think that explains why there's a sudden upsurge of this stuff in the middle of the second decade of the 21st century.
Yeah. What about the sorting? Because when I look at your answers, something that I say a lot to people when I get asked about this, like why the rise of Trump now, why is it working, is to the point of your article that like this is a global phenomenon. There are Trumps everywhere. There's a Brazilian Trump and an Indian Trump and a Hungarian Trump and a French Trump. Like there are Trumps everywhere, and at least directionally. And maybe this is just more about kind of globalization and there's something that about the fact that the sorting between educated, urban dwelling elites versus less educated, more rural or exurban or small town dwelling non-elites who are losing status, and that is really what is driving this. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't think it's a driver. I think it's more of an effect rather than a cause, that people have voluntarily sorted themselves, based on their global attitudes. That may be driven by, other deeper factors. So if you live in a big city, you're used to living in a multi-ethnic, fairly diverse place. You've got lots of job opportunities because most of the economic growth is being driven in large urban areas. And so I think you're naturally going to be more open, to a liberal perspective than if you live in a small town where everybody is, the same religion, the same ethnicity, and the like. So I think that there's no question that there's a correlation between, your place of residence. Population density is actually one of the biggest correlates of, whether you're going to vote populist. And that's true. It's true in Russia. It's true in Hungary. It's true in India. It's true in the United States. But, as I said, it's more a reflection of an underlying kind of attitude and position.
And that higher population density predicts more or less populist voting
than if you live in a small town. Lots of other deeper factors. So if you live in a big city, you're used to living in a multi-ethnic, fairly diverse place. You've got lots of job opportunities because most of the economic growth is being driven in large urban areas. And so I think you're naturally going to be more open, to a liberal perspective than if you live in a small town where everybody is, the same religion, the same ethnicity, and the like. So I think that there's no question that there's a correlation between, your place of residence. Population density is actually one of the biggest correlates of, whether you're going to vote populist. And that's true. It's true in Russia. It's true in Hungary. It's true in India. It's true in the United States. But, as I said, it's more a reflection of an underlying kind of attitude and position in the world and your openness to, a more diverse, globalized world.
The other one that a lot of folks in my former world on the right will say the answer was basically your 6 and 7 categories. Progressive left cultural agenda, went too far, too fast.
Wait. I'm sorry, real quick, because I saw this tweet a while ago. Ryan Grimm wasn't the person who initially published the Tara Reid story, was he? How would I find like the first big article? Before Reid went public with her sexual assault allegation, reporter Ryan Grimm wrote on Twitter, a head-to-head Biden v. Sanders contest will force voters to take a close look at Biden again. That went very badly for him last time. Reid responded via Twitter on March 3rd, 2020. Yep, timing, wait for it, TikTok. Grimm later helped report Reid's story, although he maintains that he was unaware of her March 3rd response and had yet to ever speak to Reid by that point. Okay, so maybe not? Or at least it's not outwardly obvious. Okay. Anybody know? Hey, Mooten, do you remember the Tara Reid story?
It was the allegation that
she claimed
Joe
he
Biden
pushed her up against a wall and finger raped her like 40 years ago or something.
Yeah, remember
Do you know
that.
where she lives now?
Mm-mm.
Take a guess.
Mar-a-Lago?
No, Russia.
Oh, okay. Same thing.
And this is just simply, the populist right wave is just a backlash to that. What do you say to that?
Well, again, in the last stages of the election, when Trump was running all of those anti-transgender ads, it definitely had an effect. So again, I'm not denying that that was important. And I personally know a lot of people that were kind of on the fence in the election that really hated that, particular aspect of what the Democrats were offering. But
really, you personally know people that looked at Trump and Kamala and their choice came down to youth sports? Access for trans?
No,
girls?
the other way. Oh. I definitely know a lot of people that really hated, what they thought the Democrats stood for on these cultural issues.
Oh, got it.
Right. Yeah. So it's the other way around. But again, why this issue ended up being as powerful as it was, it seems to me, was not the intrinsic impact. But, so how many transgender people are there altogether? How many people that voted on that basis actually had transgenderism affect their lives? And so again, there's another factor that makes this stand out and go viral as as something that motivates people to vote in a certain way. And that again brings me back, I think, to the internet, which has this incredible ability to magnify certain issues that, are really just understood anecdotally, but then all of a sudden they become, big, overwhelming.
Wait, why can I take cats on adventures that have already been on adventures? Did something change in my game? Or, fuck, did I miss that? Am I now able to take cats out multiple times? Yo, Destiny, this is Ringo from the Fukuyama mag. Happy to see this going through. Oh, hi. What's up, buddy?
Like the Beetle?
Good one. This person isn't here for 7 days, right? I don't know why it's letting me put this in the box. Oh, whatever. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen. If they become a kitten again, you can bring them out again. Oh, crazy. Ooh, I'll save this guy then.
Is he good?
Well, he's leveled up a little already.
Things that you read about and hear about all the time.
Yeah. So that takes us to where you landed. I guess the most compelling answer to me from the fact that the phones have exacerbated all these other issues, right? And I guess that's really the point. It's not as if any of these other factors are not factors, but the phones are just an exacerbating effect. Is the point you make in the article, which is basically there were worse economic times than this last decade. There were times where racism was more acute than this past decade. There were times where, the left, the cultural left was changing things more quickly than in the last decade. And like the only thing that is unique about the last decade is the phones. And so we have to consider that when trying to explain why right-wing populism reemerged now versus in 1970 or 80 or 90.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things that you need to explain. So the first is timing, right? That in fact, for people to think that inequality and economic conditions are the drivers, I think that's a little bit crazy because in a certain sense, we've never been better in terms of economic growth. The last election happened at a time of very, very low unemployment. You did have inflation, but it was nothing like the inflation that everybody experienced back in the 1970s. And I just
You omitted the Bret Baier interview with Kamala, which was the most egregious and possibly consequential interview right before the election. The difference between those interviews was staggering. Okay.
just don't think that that's an adequate answer of why in this kind of prosperous, generally peaceful time, people adopt this extreme language. If you listen to people on the right, like this Michael Anton Flight 93 article that got a lot of MAGA kicked off back in 2016, he's saying we're in a civilizational crisis. Our way of life is about to end. If we don't storm the cockpit and take over the plane, we're all going to die. In 2016, why would anyone believe that you're in that kind of a extreme situation? I think that you have to kind of build up an alternative world that really doesn't correspond to the empirical world in order to get to that level of hysteria. So the timing is important. The other thing that I think really needs to be explained is the particular character of right-wing politics today. It used to be, as you're well aware, that Republicans and conservatives had basically this Reaganite agenda, low taxes, deregulation, privatization, but, embracing globalization and internationalism. Today, that's completely off the table as far as the Republican Party is concerned. And if you say, what is it that binds conservatives together today? It really is conspiracy thinking. It is this belief that if you take the red pill, you see that the world around you is not what it claims to be. All the legacy institutions, the media, universities, the scientific establishment are actually being manipulated by elites behind the scenes. And I think that that's kind of the unifying characteristic of the right today. And again, how can you believe, that vaccines are actually harmful? How can you believe, I've heard conservatives say this, that more people died from the COVID vaccine than died from COVID. It's just totally crazy assertion.
That statement that Jordan Peterson made, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but there was this weird nonsense talking point that went around at one point because of some weird claim about medical malpractice, things that can kill people or whatever, where
us long term, right? And we then
I suspect if you did the statistics properly, I suspect that medicine, independent of public health, kills more people than it saves. I suspect if you factor in phenomena like the development of superbugs in hospitals, for example, that overall the net consequence of hospitals is negative. Now that's just a guess, and it could easily be wrong, but it also could not be wrong. And
doesn't it say something about society that I could even think this though?
That is a good example, or that's where my thinking about what we don't know has taken me with regards to the critique of what we do.
The fact that it's even plausible is a stunning.
Well,
why is it plausible? Because he said it, Brett? Is that why it's plausible? Because he said it? That makes it plausible?
Medical error is the third leading cause of death. Yep. And that doesn't take into account the generation of superbugs, for example.
The generation of superbugs, or, if you're thinking broadly about it, I don't know where you stand on this issue, but I have been tracking the lab leak hypothesis for COVID, and it is very distressing to me that as much as it's an unsettled question, the evidence for the lab leak gets stronger over time. All of the competing hypotheses fall.
It literally got weaker as time went on. There was never strong evidence for it at the beginning, and then it only got weaker as time went on, by the way.
By one, and are replaced by some alternative that hasn't yet been falsified. But that's very ominous to me. And if this is the case, if this was a bug that was modified in the lab through gain-of-function research and escaped, then you have to add that to the balance sheet with respect to the costs of medical errors, because it looks like, if this was an escapee from the Wuhan.
But anyway, yeah, Jesus Christ, bro. Okay.
But people believe it nonetheless, and I just don't think that that could have happened, before the rise of the internet and this ability of people to directly communicate with, large masses of people in a way they couldn't before.
You're around a lot of smart conservatives at Stanford, educated conservatives. It's the breeding ground of a lot of the kind of tech right thinkers. Hoover is out there. So you must talk to people that would bristle at this notion that the only thing that unites the right is conspiratorial thinking. Like, what explains? I won't embarrass you and name any of the Stanford conservatives. But like, what explains what some of the smart, temperate folks? How does that match your theory? How do they respond when you make an accusation like that?
Again, you have to fall back on some of the other causes. So a lot of the smart Stanford conservatives don't believe that there are tunnels in Washington D.C. and that children are being tortured and sacrificed, this sort of thing. Obviously, they don't believe that. I think that a lot of them were initially Reagan Republicans, and they were kind of shocked by the tariffs and a lot of Trump's policies, but they've made their peace. I would say that it's probably that cultural issue that has driven a lot of them. And they just don't trust the Democratic Party, and they really dislike, what the Democrats have to offer. And they've made their peace with Trumpism as the lesser of two evils.
But do you think they've been brain poisoned by the internet, or is there something else at play?
Well, it's interesting how many of them are not willing to say in a full-throated manner that the 2020 election was actually a legitimate, free and fair election, And then if you query them, they'll say things like, well, there were a lot of questions about, the way that the polling was, the polls were manipulated and so forth. And, they kind of satisfy their what's left of their intellectual integrity by pointing to discrepancies, and we're not completely sure whether this was the case. But, they're much more open to it than they would have been, I think, before the internet.
Here's the most depressing thing about this thesis, which is kind of why I don't want it to be right, is that if it's true, things are only getting worse, not better.
It is,
with AI, because there's no... to the degree that the internet or phones or social media are a reality distortion machine, and they are in a certain way, what's coming with AI and what's already here is that on steroids. I think that a lot of people are going to struggle to literally know what's real and what's fake.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true. And I think that there's been the struggle to try to regulate the internet that has been a losing battle so far. When Trump was first elected, there was a lot of pressure on the big internet platforms to moderate content, to downplay disinformation, hate speech, and so forth. They tried to do that, but it produced this furious reaction that actually affected us here at Stanford. We used to have a Stanford Internet Observatory that was actually a bunch of academic researchers and a lot of graduate students looking at things like vaccine denialism and election denialism and how that spread. And then the moment that the Republicans got the House in 2022, Jim Jordan, was authorized to run a committee that it claimed was looking at weaponization of the internet. But in fact, they were the ones that were weaponizing. And effectively, they shut that whole operation down. The university didn't want to have to deal with getting its faculty and a lot of students subpoenaed and dragged to Washington to testify. It's a totally fake charge, but the result is that nobody can do content moderation, at least not in the United States. The Europeans continue to try to do a little bit of that, and I think the prospect of that is going to be more necessary, as you say, with the rise of fake videos and the kinds of stuff that AI can do. And so again, we're back to protections offered by these internet providers that really are not going to be adequate to protect American democracy.
So. Do you have a hope for that? Do you have a plan or a hope? Because I don't really. The only hope is this kind of blind faith that, the next generation will be able to learn, adapt in ways that people have adapted in the past to other technological advances. But I find that to be kind of wish casting.
Yeah,
really.
I think it is. Back in 2020, I ran a Stanford working group on platform scale, and we had this idea for something we called middleware. So the problem is not just fake news. I think given our First Amendment, you really can't regulate the quality of speech. You got two choices right now. Either you can let the big tech platforms do the regulating, and they're not going to do, their main interest is not American democracy, or you can let the government do it. And I think nobody wants the government to declare what's true and false. And so what we thought was that the main problem is the concentration of power in these big platforms, and that you've got to dilute that power in some way. And the idea of middleware is that you have a third-party provider that would actually do the content moderation, and you, the user, could actually turn the knobs and dials to tailor your feed to what you preferred. So it doesn't get rid of fake news, which I don't think you can do, but it actually allows you to reduce the power of the platforms to decide what it is you hear. The thing that's going on that I think is really scary is the concentration of power in these platforms. So Elon Musk bought Twitter not because it was a great business proposition. He saw it as a route to political power. And that's
and even more because he was mad about getting bullied on it all the time.
Exactly the way he used it. He changed the political orientation, moved it way to the right, and then used that to, help Donald Trump win the election. Yeah. What's going on, I don't think has received nearly enough attention as what the two Ellisons, Larry Ellison and his son David, are doing to amass another empire. This time they're going to, they're bidding on TikTok, and they've already got Paramount. They've got, they're trying to get Warner Brothers Discovery, which means HBO, CNN, a lot of other media channels. And I think that it's
They're
that
gonna have TikTok, some control over TikTok, at least as part of that
well,
group. Yeah.
It's kind of an unbelievable level of media power. We don't know exactly how they intend to use that power, but it's just not a good idea to have it in the hands of people that, whose views are probably quite conservative and, leaning towards MAGA. And so I think that you got to think about that concentration of power issue, as one of the first agenda items, if you really want to reduce the threat. But again, that's not going to get rid of fake news, and it's not going to get rid of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, right. And I hear that I'm for some sort of mediation idea and giving people options and dials to control, what they receive. But to me, that like a lot of the answers to AI, whenever I ask anybody about this, I was asking Cuban about this kind of stuff too. And it's like all the solutions feel like stuff that the top 20% of the country that is most capable, highly educated, that is younger, that understands the platforms, they'll be able to use the dials. And the less educated, the folks who come from, not as privileged backgrounds, older people, won't know how to do it. And so, you'll end up kind of with a bifurcated issue. The one weakness in the phone argument that I just wanted to ask you about, and I want to move on, is I periodically over the past few years have been paging back through Umberto Eco's Fascism book, basically that studied, that looked at what the attributes of Mussolini's fascism are. And ironically, I didn't know this before you were to be on. Today, Bill Kristol's writing about Mussolini in our morning newsletter and the parallels to now. Obviously, there were no phones then, and there are quite a lot of parallels between, not like outcomes, but like the appeal of fascism then and now. And I'm just wondering how that intersects with your argument.
Yeah, so technology played a role in the rise of European fascism. The new technology at that time was the radio. And both Mussolini and Hitler made extensive use of the radio to reach mass audiences in a way that the older types of technology like daily newspapers really couldn't. And so there was an analog to what's happening. But again, my argument is not that there aren't other discontents that are driving the rise of this kind of political movement. It's the particular character and the timing. Like, why now? You can understand Italian and especially German fascism perfectly well in economic terms. Germany had suffered this catastrophic defeat in the First World War. Then it had hyperinflation. Weimar was a very weak political system. It didn't seem to address any of the economic grievances that German citizens had. And so, the economic argument was so much more powerful as a driver of why Europe turned to the right in the 1930s. And we just don't have anything remotely comparable to that explaining.
You stole that take from me, but okay. Okay, Chief.
Why you're getting Donald Trump in the 2020s.
I want to go, you mentioned the discontents. I want to go back to your book, Liberalism as Discontents. So just stepping back, I think it's important to do definition of terms here when we're talking about liberalism, because, I grew up thinking I hated liberalism because it was defined in my brain in the American sense as like tax and spend, big government leftist or whatever was synonymous with liberalism. And that is, that's certainly not how it's meant in the global sense. And I think increasingly, because those on the left are adopting the term of progressive, the word liberal is kind of coming back to its original roots. And so I'm trying to reclaim it personally. I've gone from being an anti-liberal to an extreme, a radical liberal, an extremely pro-liberal. It is at the moment I'm trying to take it back is when it's maybe the least popular, the most out of vogue it's been. And this weekend, actually, I was with some younger folks who are on the left, and they were using liberal as like a slur. They were attacking me for being a liberal. I was like, that's a bad thing. Obviously, we have this rise of liberals on the right that we've just been talking about. How do you explain that right now? Like this question of why there is so much discontent over liberalism in this moment. So define the term and then explain why you think there are discontents.
So I'm completely with you on this attempt to reclaim the term liberal and to wear it proudly, but you have to define it very carefully. So my definition of classical liberalism is that it is a system that limits state power. And it does that through a rule of law, which means that the rulers can't just do whatever they want. It does it through constitutional checks and balances that put obstacles in the way of the unbridled use of power. So that's really the core. You can have all sorts of different social policies. You can do more redistribution, more social security, more health care, as long as the government is fundamentally limited. And I think that the thing that holds all these populist groups together is actually opposition to liberalism defined in that sense. Viktor Orban, Narendra Modi, Donald Trump all get up and say, I was elected, I have legitimacy, I'm trying to do what the people want, and here are all these judges, these rules that are holding me back. This is particularly true in the case of a builder like Donald Trump, who's had to deal with this mountain of rules and regulations, and I'm just going to blow this whole system up. So they're not contesting the democratic part of liberal democracy. They're contesting the liberal part that says that they ought to operate within a framework that limits their power. They don't want to limit their power. And if you define liberalism in that way, I think that you'll get more buy-in from people who, there are people on the left, for example, who think that global warming is such a big crisis that we basically have to have a kind of dictatorship to impose, pro-climate policies. But that's a pretty small part of the progressive coalition.
I guess I would add the liberal in particular worry about on the left is, so maybe just kind of reframing what you're saying. Like a big part of liberalism for me is just accepting that you live in a society with people who have different views and priorities as you, right? And that you have to live in, and that you all live together in one society. There are basically rules and frameworks, and so if someone breaks a rule or breaks a law, they should be punished. But otherwise, as long as they're acting within the rule of law, then you just accept that people have different religions, values, views. I think that there's an increase of people on the left that don't really like that actually too. Yeah, I mean, obviously on the right, the people that don't like that are running the country, so it's more acute. But I notice it at least hearing from folks on the left. I think that is the part that worries me.
Yeah. So the fundamental virtue in liberal societies right from the beginning was the virtue of tolerance. So as you said, we live in a diverse society. People are going to be different from you, and you have to allow them to be different up to the point where they're using violence or attacking, the liberal framework as a whole. And I think that one of the distortions of liberalism is that many progressives wanted to put the power of the state behind a kind of aggressive tolerance, like you have to accept, trans people, and if you don't, we're going to punish you.
Sure,
and that's the point where, it's no longer tolerance of difference. It's actually kind of enforced conformity. And that's the point.
Bake me the cake.
Yeah,
Bake me the cake,
that's
that
right.
I want.
Yeah. And that's, it's legitimate to dislike that and say, the power of the state should not be used to enforce these kinds of social norms. But and that's something that progressives need to back away from.
Why do you think, and so this goes to kind of your book, what is undergirding why liberalism is out of vogue right now in the manner in which you defined it, and why it's being attacked from both sides? And is it something that harkens back to your more notable, more famous work about the end of history? Is it that people are bored and decadent, want something to fight against, right? I forget exactly. You might remember your quote better than me, but something about people can't struggle for something, they'll struggle against it. Is it that? Is it boredom and decadence, or is it some failure of liberalism that has caused the discontent?
Yeah. So I guess there are a couple of different answers to that. I'm going to publish a memoir next year. The title of that is In the Realm of the Last Man. Memoir. And The Last Man refers back to my first book, The End of History of the Last Man. And the last man is the creature who emerges at the end of history when you have a liberal democracy that produces peace and prosperity. And I think our liberal democracy in the United States, those in Europe, Northeast Asia, have all done pretty well. They've produced peaceful, secure societies overall, right? There may be a little more inflation, a little bit more, too much immigration, various things that people complain about. But, basically life has been pretty good under liberal democracy. And I think that a lot of people don't find that enough, because there's something deep inside the human soul that wants to struggle, that a world without struggle, without higher aspirations, produces a life not worth living. And, you look at the encampments that we had in American universities after October 7th a couple of years ago. So there's all of these very privileged kids, like, the ones here at Stanford, Harvard, Columbia, other places. They're kind of the most privileged people in the society, and they want to live in tents, and stop going to classes to protest on behalf of a people that are half the world away from them. They have really no organic connection to. And you say, why are they doing this? And I think it really has to do with the fact that in their lives, apart from getting into Stanford or
this guy is dangerously based.
Harvard, they've not struggled for anything. They don't have a vision of a better world, a much brighter future that used to animate people on the left who at one time believed in the Marxist promise of a communist utopia. So there are no more utopias left. And so I think that energy has gone into creating artificial struggle. And that's true on the right as well. You look at these guys.
Just really quick, just to get that right. So you're not suggesting that I mean, obviously, the folks that are in Gaza are experiencing real struggle. So that's not artificial struggle. You're saying that people are creating are trying to find things to struggle against because liberal democracy has worked. Right?
I'm not saying anything about Gaza. It's a horrible situation for them. But I think that the question is why American students at elite universities have taken up this one issue as their own. And that, I think, really does have to do with the absence of bigger aspirations and struggles in their lives. And I think a lot of the people on the right that dress up in camo, and carry AK-47s around, also want to believe that they're revolutionaries, like the original American patriots, and that they're struggling to preserve a way of life that they think liberals are taking away from them. And so I think on both ends of the political spectrum, you get this, desire to break out of peace and prosperity, that we really want a kind of higher vision of what our society ought to look like, and it's not providing us outlets for doing that.
So that argument is just more of a generational cycle argument. I mean, I now have your exact quote in front of me. I do want to read it for folks, which is, experience suggests that if men cannot struggle on behalf of a just cause because that just cause was victorious in an earlier generation, then they will struggle against the just cause. They'll struggle for the sake of struggle. The argument then is basically, a combination of civil rights, right for man, women's rights, gay rights, right? Like you have that there was a success that was achieved, not a total success, not equality for everybody, not a perfect world, but like a basic success of those efforts from whatever mid 1960s through Obama, basically. And once it felt like those things had been achieved, people then start grasping for, okay, well, I have to fight against something. And the only something to fight against was basically the liberal world order. And you have to come up with a reason why that was actually not good and not sufficient. You have to oppose it. And but based on that, then it's kind of like, well, there's not really anything that we could have done. Like, there's not really any, like, had the liberal world order been a little bit more fair and done a little bit more to fight against economic inequality, that probably would not have impacted just this more human reaction. At least as you're in your frame. What would you say?
Well, that generational explanation actually leads to a kind of pessimistic conclusion. The people that are most eager to live in a liberal society, as I've described it, are people that live under a dictatorship, that live in poor, corrupt, tyrannical countries. And so in Eastern Europe, in 1989, everybody had been experiencing that for a couple of generations, and they were desperate to join Europe because for them that represented individual freedom, and they celebrated, the fall of the Berlin Wall. Today, you've had another couple generations go by where they've experienced peace and prosperity. I mean, Poland is a great example of this. There's no country in the EU that has been more economically successful than Poland. Its per capita GDP is now higher than the average for the EU as a whole. And it's been peaceful up until the Ukraine war started. And yet you have the rise of this right-wing law and justice party that, was complaining about the EU as a dictatorship that had been imposed on them. And it's just crazy. But I think you have to see it in terms of the fact that you now have a couple of generations of young Poles that have grown up with no experience of communism. They don't understand what the alternative to the European Union is, and therefore they can have fantasies that there's a better world, after the EU is abolished.
Okay, so we just need a full MAGA dictatorship, and then we need to overthrow it. And then the light will come at the end of the tunnel when I'm a grandfather, as long as I'm alive and avoid the gulag. All right, well, that's typically Bulwark uplifting material.
Before you get off that, I think the major hope in this country is that a lot of MAGA policies are actually going to be very, very counterproductive. Tariffs and cutting off, any flow of outsiders into the United States, it's going to lead to a much poorer, less innovative, less creative country. And at a certain point, people begin to realize that there's a cause and effect relationship between those policies and outcomes that are not as disastrous as living under a communist dictatorship, but the country just isn't working as well. Yeah. So let's hope for that.
Okay, yeah, a little AI bubble pop and some failed tariff policy, and we can turn this thing around. And I'm just curious. I referenced your kind of Stanford conservative friends earlier. I've had you and Bill Kristol now on back-to-back days, both outflanking me on the left on various things. And do they think that you've lost your mind? Like, do you get that from conservatives? Because everything you're saying to me makes sense, and seems almost obvious, like based on what's happening. But it's important to challenge your priors. And I'm wondering if you have anybody in Stanford from the right who thinks you've got internet pilled yourself.
I'm sure that there are, but I think that
nobody's made a compelling counter case to you.
By and large, the people that have really gone after me are the genuine MAGA types. And I think that the sort of educated conservatives, I think that they've been conflicted over the past few years because they really recognize that Donald Trump is not fit to be president and so forth. They just think that, well, we don't have a choice right now because, the Democrats and the left are so bad. So that's not a reason for, going after me.
Okay, well, we'll test that theory right now. Then I'm curious. I don't really have a question. I just kind of want to put a quarter in the machine and hear what you think about Zoran Mamdani.
Well, I think his rise is unfortunate because I think for the Democrats, a correct reading of the 2024 election is that they needed to move to the center. That the problem was not that they were insufficiently redistributionist, but that they were perceived as being too much in that direction. And so, you need somebody more like an Abigail Spanberger, to carry the torch for the party. But I think that the energy in the party, to the extent there is energy, is really, being borne by people like Mamdani, AOC, even Bernie Sanders still are headlining, a lot of the big rallies. And I sort of worry that the Democratic Party is going to repeat the cycle that the British Labour Party went through when, their first candidate to oppose the Conservatives was Jeremy Corbyn, somebody from the far left of their party. And they had to lose another election before it's sunk in that they actually needed to move to the center rather than further to the
slaughtered.
left. Yeah.
Who would you vote for if you were in New York?
I'll just say I'm a big fan of the abundance movement, right?
Okay,
I think you need to have a positive agenda for how the country is actually going to look if you're in power. And one of the big problems of all the Democrats up to this point is that they haven't articulated that. I think someone like Josh Shapiro could take on that mantle. The way he fixed I-95 after the tanker truck blew up, represents, I think, this feeling that, the existing rules are too constraining. You need a leader that's willing to bend the rules when, there's a real cause for doing that. But so far, nobody has really stood up. In fact, there's a Build America caucus in the House that's led by Josh Harder from California. It's bipartisan, but a lot of Democrats in it. But no big candidate has actually taken up that agenda because it's become toxic to the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And so they're not even willing to use the word abundance.
You know who is an exception to that? Zoran Mamdani. The interesting thing about Zoran to me is, and I noticed you didn't tell me who you're going to vote for, so I'm not letting you off the hook on that. But the interesting thing to Zoran for me is that I was literally just before I got on today watching some clip of him from 2 years ago, like not a long time ago, from September 2023. And sounds like he's in Zuccotti Park or something. You know, he's like using very kind of activist left rhetoric about the global struggle. He used the word struggle actually in this thing about the struggle against imperialism and and the IDF and all this sort of stuff. And the contrast between the way he talks about all that stuff then 2 years ago versus now is pretty noteworthy to me. And like when he came on my show, he specifically talked about abundance and talked about how if you're going to be a left populist, like government has to work, and if government can't work if there's too much red tape, and if government, you know what I mean, if we're not giving people services they want. And so he's like, I want to steal some stuff from Ezra and Derek, and it just is savvy to me. How will he actually be mayor? 'Cause he's going to win. I have no idea. Will he be the socialist lefty Bill de Blasio, or will he try to do practical, abundancy? What is it, sewer socialism type stuff? I don't. We will all find out. I think inevitably, but it's interesting that he's made that that progression. I wonder if you've.
It's nice that he's rhetorically taking that position. The problem is a structural one in the Democratic Party, that the real core of the party are what they call the groups, meaning they're advocacy groups that often are at a community level. A lot of them are environmentalists, feminists, so forth. And it's a thicket that is a real problem for any Democrat that wants to move to the center, right? They send around questionnaires saying, on our particular issue, do you stand with me? And up to this point, every major Democratic candidate has had to check off, yes, I'm pro-abortion, I'm pro-this, I'm pro-that. And the test for Mamdani will be, if he's serious about abundance, he's going to have to go up against these groups. There's going to be a huge fight. If you want the government to do big things, you have to go up against all of these local community action groups that don't want to have to listen to the government. They've sharpened their teeth on resisting mandates coming from above. And I think, that's going to be a problem for any Democrat that tries to go down the abundance route.
So you're saying you're a Curtis Sliwa voter? the beret. You're saying you're the beret man.
Yeah.
It's okay. You live in San Francisco. We'll let you off the hook, I guess. I lied. I will let you off the hook. It's a tough one. It's Zoran for me. It's with closing my eyes, I think, is how it is. Just because, Andrew Cuomo, it's kind of hilarious to me that they've left Andrew Cuomo as the alternative, given how horrific of a job he did as governor of New York, one of the worst Democrats. Is now the one that's supposed to appeal to the center, right? All right, last topic. On the internet, I noticed that there is... there's been some interest, and I don't know in what venue you said this, but you said your favorite movie was Blade Runner, and I saw several tweets about this. People, young people were happy to learn that, and so I want you to give them a little more. What is it about Blade Runner that makes that your favorite movie?
Well, so Blade Runner is based on a story from the 1930s, actually, about basically androids, and in the original story, I think, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? That was the title. It was a darker future in which the androids actually didn't have empathy. And the movie Blade Runner actually reversed that these machines actually could develop this very basic human quality of having empathy for other people. And that's kind of the tragedy of the fact that they're all destroyed, by the end. And I always thought that was a kind of hopeful vision of what technology might, lead to in the future. Plus which I just thought that, at the time that it was made, the whole setting of the movie, like it's in Los Angeles and it never stops raining. You never see the sun come out once. Everything is in Asian character. At that time, people worried about Japan rather than China, and everything has become Japanized, because of the social transformation. I just thought that all of that was a brilliant, commentary back when the movie was made, I guess in the 1980s, about the sort of changes that America was experiencing.
Do you have a recent favorite?
Well, I like science fiction. My favorite writer is Neil Stephenson, who wrote one of the most brilliant novels, again, back in the 1980s, about, it's sort of a parody of the libertarian trends that were taking place then. But he's written a couple of recent ones, like Termination Shock, in which a single rich oil guy in Texas takes on global warming to the detriment of, the country of India. I guess what I like about science fiction in general is that it projects trends into the future and develops what the politics of that future would look like in speculative ways, but I think ones that actually are very useful in thinking about our present. The one thing I would say that I feel bad about is that science fiction when I was young was all about space travel. You had these big space odysseys, Star Wars and so forth. It's much, much darker. The typical science fiction movie these days is some kind of apocalypse. It could be environmental. It could be, viruses. The whole zombie movie genre is about, robot apocalypse, this sort of thing. And I think it's a kind of way of taking the temperature of people's attitudes towards technology and whether they find it inspiring or, threatening. And I think right now everybody sees technological change as threatening.
Right, well, that leads me to my final question then. So, Frank Fukuyama, how likely do you think it is that we're going to have AI-driven apocalypse?
Oh, yeah. So that's something I've actually spent a lot of time reading a lot of the more apocalyptic views, Stuart Russell and Nick Bostrom and so forth. I think that a lot of those fears are really overdrawn because just the underlying technology is going to be, I just think it's going to be less powerful, or at least it'll be less powerful for a very long time than they are positing. And so I think that the real thing we need to worry about is not autonomous robots, leading a robot uprising against humanity. I think it's more bad people using robots to hurt other people. That's the real threat that we ought to be focusing on.
The books are Liberalism and Its Discontents, The End of History and the Last Man. There are a bunch of other ones. You can go check them out, and we'll have you back next year with a memoir. That's very exciting. All right, thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Okay. Why did I get linked this? The Twitch creators explaining the news to Gen Z. We have huge breaking news. Victor Glover becomes the first person to do 6'7" in space. Holy shit. Look at these bots. Like, what? Is it just to build engagement on the accounts before they get partisan? 6'7" in space is impressive for sure, but let's not forget, humans should be breaking records in gravity too. Until then, can we focus on what's actually groundbreaking on Earth? While Glover might be the first to do 6'7" in space, the real question is, when are we ready to put astronauts in a game and have them play for real? Space travel meets sports could be the next frontier. Wait, I don't even know what this is about, and I don't even know if this is true or if it's a meme because they look similar. Remember that evil Karen from a couple years ago? That was Jennifer Welch. Well, I don't remember this video. What was it?
Can.
Wait, watch this. Not the same person. Okay. Let me watch this one real quick.
It's hard to overstate what a complete shambles American foreign policy has become since Donald Trump launched his war against Iran on March 7th. Trump clearly believed that the initial decapitation strike would lead to a collapse of the Islamic regime and its replacement by a new leadership willing to work with the United States. He seems to have had Venezuela on his mind as a model, as he referred to it several times during the war's first few days. He and his associates failed to anticipate Iran's capacity to strike back as it launched rounds of missiles and drones at U.S. allies and bases in the region, disrupting Gulf economies and raising gasoline prices back in the United States. What is particularly maddening about this is that anyone who has lived through the last quarter century of U.S. Middle East policy should have understood that the war would produce multiple unintended and devastating consequences. After the Twin Towers attacks on September 11, 2001, the United States had good cause to intervene against the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, since it had sheltered al-Qaeda terrorists who were directly responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. No such immediate cause for intervention existed in the current Iran situation. The apparent success of this regime change operation emboldened the Bush administration to intervene in Iraq in March 2003 and to topple Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist government. The United States then had two collapsed regimes on its hands. The problem was not one of democratic nation building. Before you can have a democracy, you need to have a state, and the U.S. was completely at a loss as to how to create a state that, by Weber's famous definition, could exercise a legitimate monopoly of force over a defined territory. Both post-invasion Afghanistan and Iraq hosted multiple militias and power centers that challenged the authority of the friendly governments that the U.S. had tried to install. This mistake was then repeated by the Obama administration during the Arab Spring when it used air power to stop Muammar Gaddafi's attempt to reassert control over Benghazi. The Libyan civil war that broke out thereafter is still ongoing. The Taliban are back in power in Afghanistan, and Iraq is ruled by a corrupt and shaky government that has been more closely aligned with Iran than the United States over the years. The single lesson that should have been drawn from these debacles is that military power by itself is not sufficient to bring about the kinds of political change desired by U.S. foreign policy. This was true in Afghanistan and Iraq, where the U.S. was willing to place hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground. Air power by itself has an even lower chance of directing political outcomes. Now, let's be clear. Regime change is often the only solution to the problem of rogue states that oppress their own people and spread instability to wider regions. The disruption they can cause can be contained by other means, like diplomacy, but containment does not solve the underlying problem. The Iranian Islamic regime, a republic, is one such place whose 50 years of rule has produced total oppression inside the country and seeded dangerous Shiite proxies throughout the Middle East. The problem is thus not the concept of regime change, but what is required to bring it about. Despite its deep unpopularity, the Islamic regime is rooted in important parts of Iranian society. The IGRC and Besiege that sustain it have strong self-interest in not losing power. Such a loss would mean not just an end of their economic livelihoods, but possibly an end to their lives as popular forces take revenge. It is hard to judge the strength of religious ideology that remains today, but it clearly motivates a certain core of regime supporters and is something that did not exist in either Latin America or Eastern Europe as they were transitioning out of authoritarianism. Conversely, the opposition in Iran is highly fragmented. There is no organized leadership, much less a democratic one, comparable to Marina Corina Machado's movement in Venezuela. Like Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan, Iran is divided into Kurdish, Azeri, Baluch, Turkmen, and other ethnic minorities clustered in different regions. During the Eastern European transitions, the U.S. was working with a European Union that served as an inspiration to democratic populations or opposition forces. Today, it is working with a right-wing Israeli government that is widely distrusted in the region. Replacing the current regime with a more U.S.-friendly one is thus an enormous task, and it cannot be accomplished by air power alone. Indeed, earlier experience indicates that it could not be accomplished even with large numbers of ground forces.
Okay, fuck. I feel like this is just stuff we agree on completely.
In the country. As I noted in a previous video, the U.S. and Israel have by now taken out most of the visible military facilities in Iran and is moving, for lack of other targets, to attack infrastructure that serves ordinary people. These include oil storage facilities, electrical grids, desal plants, and other dual-use civilian targets. This shift puts the United States directly at odds with the Iranian people that it claims to want to empower. The U.S. has thus far avoided an attack on Iran's major terminal at Karg Island. Why it has done so is not clear. Perhaps some of the Trump administration were thinking that they would have access to Iranian oil under a new regime, and they didn't want a drop in oil output to further raise gas prices. But the temptation to go after the economic base of the Iranian regime's power will only increase over time as the regime fails to capitulate. The Trump administration is behaving as if it were born yesterday, innocent of the accumulated understanding of regional politics and the sources of earlier American policy failures. Indeed, it has expressed contempt for experts coming out of the establishment and excluded them, diplomats, intelligence analysts, military officers, and many others. Instead, it has relied on a small circle of sycophantic Trump loyalists, none of whom are likely to give the president reliable and realistic assessments of a way forward. Consequently, the administration is making it up from day to day. At one moment, Trump says the war is essentially over. Later that day, Pete Hegseth says that it's going to continue for some time to come. One day, President Trump says the U.S. objective is unconditional surrender. Another day, his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, says that the U.S. will decide when it is that Iran has unconditionally surrendered. The world has become a very dangerous place because the most powerful country is under the control of a 10-year-old boy. That boy discovered a flamethrower in his parents' backyard and is now enjoying the ability to burn things up with it. I think that his parents really need to get him under control. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe to the Frankly Fukuyama YouTube channel and read the Frankly Fukuyama blog on American Purpose, which is part of the Persuasion online media system.
Wow. Do you know what Merck's law is? Is that how many times I can bang your mom in an hour? That didn't even make sense, but you know what I meant. Ugh, this guy's gonna die. God damn it. We finally get an answer. Oh, good one. Merck's law, the widespread assumption that only Democrats have any agency or causal influence over American politics. True. Oh, this is like when I say, I actually brought this up at UCLA, that you should be mindful of how Republicans talk about Trump when bad things are happening versus how they talk about Democrats when anything is happening. That it's always like a passive voice kind of when you're talking about bad things happening under Trump, like, oh, the economy got bad, oh, this thing happened, like, oh, right now these things are the job market is rough, right now the inflation is like. But when it's a Democrat, it's like Biden's inflation, Obama's economy, the Democrat run healthcare. Like, it's always like the Democrats have the ultimate agency whenever conservatives are levying criticisms, but when it's their guy, it's literally just like, oh, it's always like this passive it's just this passive phrasing of everything. It's so stupid. They also do the same thing when they talk about like, it's that one weird fallacy where they'll talk about Trump like he's a disease, but they are still like willingly participating in it. When they do these things where they're like, well, yeah, you know, Trump is just a response to all of the unhinged liberal ABCDEFG. And it's like, okay, when you phrase it like, oh, well, this is an understandable response to whatever, you're making it sound like it's a bad thing, but you get it. But you don't think it's a bad thing. You treat it like it's a good thing. So I don't understand what the fuck you're saying here. Like this weird way of like, you explain why a thing could have happened in a way that makes it sound like it's bad, but they're also like full supporters of the thing is so common. It's so fucking annoying. Oh, this dude just got fucked up. Hell yeah. What? Okay.
He's on.
Oh boy.
Yeah. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan.
Why? This guy literally looks like King Koopa. Am I crazy? It's the hair that does it for me. It's the slick back hair. Fuck Hexa.
It is a doctrine that saves American lives.
Well, they got
His
him,
unwavering
right?
commitment
Yeah.
to rebuilding our military and restoring
That
the
works.
warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one.
I think he's right about that too. I do think that like the idea that the guy gets shot down on Good Friday, he hides in a cave, and 3 days later he's rescued as the sun rises in Iran by the American military, and then after that they're talking about like just blowing up everything in Iran. Like, I mean, I'm sorry guys, I know there's like a lot of, you know, like Starbucks liberals and people like that don't like this kind of language. Let me tell you something. You know who does? The enlisted men in the military.
Wait, when did this talking point go out of like masculine? Fuck, who was I listening to earlier who was like, was it Asmongold? It might have been Asmongold. I need to hear some masculine shit. It was, what the fuck? When did he start on this?
I can tell you, like, every single guy that I know that was or is in the military that I've known my entire life, like, maybe there's, like, 1 or 2 exceptions, but, like, overwhelmingly, like, I'm sorry, like, if you're a 19-year-old guy and you're ready to join the Marines, that's what you want to hear. That's the same thing. And the thing is that 100 years ago, that's what they wanted to hear. 500 years ago, that's what they wanted to hear. Get this, 1,000 years ago, that's what they wanted to hear. 3,000 years ago, like, remember those Roman legionnaires? Guess what they were listening to? The same thing. That's the way it is.
Wow, true. Let's go to war. That sounds based. Let me use the restroom real quick, 1 sec. Ooh.
All right, he's a senior fellow at Stanford Center on Democracy Development and the Rule of Law, host of the Frankly Fukuyama podcast. He also writes the Frankly Fukuyama column at Persuasion on Substack. His most recent book is Liberalism and Its Discontents. It's Frank Fukuyama.
Okay, hold on. I gotta copy this guy's intro. Does he have a more recent book out? I should look that up. Thank you, Tim. Back in my day, we didn't use AI answers. We just copied straight from other people's homework, all right? Wait, memoir. Wait. Did he publish something more recently? No, In the Realm of the Last Man. Upcoming book. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm going to set this up 1 sec. right now. Hey, how's it going? Thanks a lot for joining me today. This is Francis Fukuyama. A lot of you guys know him as the popular author of the popular book, The End of History. I believe you have a new book coming out pretty soon. And then you have a Substack that you write on that I'm linking in chat that is called the... do you have a formal name for it, or you just call it the Frankly Fukuyama?
Yeah, it's just called Frankly Fukuyama, and it's also a YouTube channel.
Yeah, YouTube channel and a podcast as well. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, thanks for having me.
One of the things I watched recently was, do you remember a conversation you had with Tim Miller like about 5 months ago?
Yeah.
You guys were, yeah. One thing that we talk about a lot of my audience, and I'm kind of curious to hear you speak a little bit more on, is there's this feeling in politics. I'm 38 years old. There's this feeling in politics that like everything is horrible and it's never been this bad before. But I know that, especially now as I've gotten a bit older, sometimes we have that very recent feeling of like, well, you know, everybody's always thought it's as bad as it ever is going to be. And every new generation has that. And it's probably not that unique. But you engage in like a form of analysis that I appreciate, where you try to point out, well, you know, is it actually uniquely bad? What would be a uniquely bad factor? And one of the factors that we have today that you point out that I've been talking about for a long time is this social media world where people can get in these totally separated realities because of how much is put in front of somebody.
Yeah, I think with the invention of the internet, we are able to live in these completely imaginary virtual worlds that really don't have to correspond to reality at all. And I think that's part of the problem with our politics right now, is that we're living in these very bespoke realities that you know, are disconnected from one another and disconnected from what's actually happening in the world.
I'm kind of curious, especially now with so much stuff happening on the planet that is like the political views are kind of bleeding into everything. Like you have to have an opinion on vaccines and working out and food. Like every single subject area of your life is now politically kind of tainted. More than in the past, I've heard people talk about like friends that are doctors, their family members will tell them, you know, like, I don't trust your profession. Or people will be engineers or architects and their family will tell them they don't believe it. Like these very like basic, you know, facts about society or reality or anything related to the government or the establishment. In your personal life, do you have people that I guess like argue with you about a lot of political theory, or do you feel like you lose people who are living in these different kind of realities, despite, you know, how much influence or persuasion you kind of have in this kind of like, I guess, political theory world?
Not in the political theory world, but I have personal friends that I'm quite close to that, yeah, just perceive a very different reality from, you know, from what I do. I have to say it was absolutely the worst during the COVID pandemic, when everybody was on, you know, edge to begin with. And, you know, what was reality was really contested at that point. Things have calmed down a little bit since then. But yeah, I definitely do have people that it's very hard to connect with because we don't share the same view of empirical reality.
Do you find that one frustrating thing for me is that, like, I do a lot of debate online. That's kind of my reputation, is I do a lot of research, I argue a subject with people. But despite that, like, I get a ton of emails or questions from fans who will ask me, you know, like, I've got a friend who started watching Candace Owens, like, how can I pull them out of this rabbit hole? Or, you know, I'm afraid of my parents are, you know, getting super anti-vax or anti-healthcare or whatever else. And, you know, my parents are ride or die Trump supporters. And I've had friends in my own life who, when they start watching this stuff, like the joke I always say is that if somebody asks me a question about like a Joe Rogan podcast or a Candace Owens podcast episode, that in 6 months they're gone. And it's like unstoppable. Have you seen anything on like a personal level, I guess, for how you can persuade people back? Or I guess, like, what is your feeling? It feels like there's like this overwhelming feeling that once these people start down this rabbit hole, it's just like impossible to pull them back from it, even if they're not fully inside of it yet.
Yeah, I know that that's true with a lot of people. I've heard individual stories of people that eventually came around, but I'm not sure that there's a consistent theory as to, you know, what makes people actually finally persuadable. But yeah, I have a friend that was down that rabbit hole and just woke up one day and realized that, you know, what he had been saying for the past couple of years was just a lot of BS. But what you'd like to think is that reality eventually catches up with people that are saying things that are simply not true. I mean, the biggest case of that would be with vaccine denialism, where you don't get the vaccine because you think it's actually poisonous, and then you die of COVID because you didn't take the vaccine. And there have been a lot of cases like that, but even that has not been sufficient to convince people that they're believing a really false narrative. And I just find that very, very strange. I think that at some point that has to kick in. The people that supported Hitler, a lot of them remained very convinced right up until the very end. And then they saw, Berlin completely flattened by the Allies and everybody living in poverty and their friends dying. That's kind of an extreme case, but I think that that's kind of what it took to finally convince people that that Hitler was not the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Mm-hmm. One thing that's kind of scary to me on that subject is I feel like there are certain lies that you can tell that will be very quickly corrected because you just come into conflict with reality, too quickly. Like an example I'll give is if I tell somebody that I can fly, if I jump off my balcony, that I can dispel that myth in 2 seconds, right? As long as it takes for me to hit the ground. But I feel like there's two things at play with the whole internet existence now. One is that the lies can be very far away from us, geographically or in time. So, I'll talk about the illegal immigration thing. Trump told us initially there were 15 million illegals that came under Biden, then it was 20 million, then 25, and then 30 million. At the end of the day, who knows actually? It could, like Trump has said, there have been 0 illegal immigrants that have come in over the past year and a half. There's just no way that's true. It hasn't actually been 0. But like that's like a type of lie where I feel like you're never going to run into conflict with reality, even though some people think they do. I know a guy told me once, I see illegal immigrants, all the time when I'm driving to work. And I asked the guy, I was like, how do you know they're illegal immigrants? And he had no answer. He's like, hadn't even considered how to answer that question.
Yeah.
I feel like it feels like with the internet, the lies get further and further and further away from us. When do these ever come back into reality?
Jonathan Haidt wrote this book called The Righteous Mind 2-3 years ago, which I think is both depressing but also undoubtedly true. He says that human rationality is not what we classically think of it, where people gather empirical information, they deduce certain facts or principles from that information, and they try to verify it, and that's what they believe. What he argues is that in a majority of cases, people actually have a certain conclusion that they want, that they deeply believe in, and they use all of their enormous cognitive power to shape the facts to support that pre-existing conclusion, and not to draw an independent judgment from it. And as you watch American politics, you got to believe that that's the case. You have all these Republicans that claim that they were supporting free trade and immigration and all these other things for so long, and then all of a sudden they completely believe a different set of facts. Have they actually been exposed to a different reality? No. They just have a different motive, and they want to believe a very different narrative. And I think that is, really the mechanism that flips them. And, for somebody like me who has this naive Enlightenment view that people are rational and they'll respond to information, it's very depressing, because I think the truth of the matter is they don't.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I was curious, when you were talking to Tim Miller, you had the suggestion for like a middleware concept where you could have something that would interface basically between people and the social media that they would consume online. And I guess my question is, I feel like that kind of presupposes a person who genuinely wants to receive true information and not just information that makes them feel good. Do you feel like that would still be a thing that somebody would choose, that if they had the levers on the middleware, or do you think, they would just opt for the echo chambers?
Such software actually does exist. There's a outfit called NewsGuard that actually will rate news sources in terms of their credibility. And actually, the science fiction, the cyberpunk writer Neil Stephenson, in one of his recent novels, had this world 17 years in the future where rich people paid for a service to add credibility to the stuff that they saw on the internet, because so much of it is just complete garbage. But I think that that's always going to be kind of an elite thing, that there'll be a very narrow circle of people that actually care about getting accurate information, and the rest of us will just believe what we want to believe. That was a hope I had, that people would actually, it may not be a question of individuals, maybe more a question of institutions. So, for example, you could have a consortium of universities and colleges that would create one of these filters that would add to the credibility of news sources. And, the college could say, okay, if you're writing a paper, you have to use, this filter that will give you better quality information. So I think there are ways that you could introduce this into the society, but whether people would voluntarily do that, I'm not sure. The other thing is, I'm sure you'll also get alternative sources that will give you bad information, and people will pay for that as well, because they want to believe certain things, and they'll even pay for that bad information.
Yeah, I'm kind of reminded of especially during the COVID time. I agree that was probably the worst time for misinformation. This concept of preprints, started to become popular, which was a cool idea. The idea that you could get access to information kind of early before it was officially published. But eventually, all of the kind of crazy COVID people started relying on, I don't remember if it's called Medivir or whatever. There's a site online where you can publish these preprints, and all of the arguments in favor of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to cure every disease started to show up on these servers. And yeah, you run into this frustrating world where, people will have fact checkers, or they'll have these kind of like institutional safeguards. But then as soon as, like you said, when they're not giving people the information they want, for some reason they start to, well, not for some reason, because they're not getting what they want from them, they start to distrust them. So it's very crazy to me that like Republicans or conservatives, I guess, don't see the irony right now in that they accuse everybody that calls himself like a fact checker. Like that's seen as a left-wing biased term if you're engaged in any kind of fact-checking stuff, which is why Facebook had to toss it because they felt it had become too politically tainted, or that peer-reviewed journals aren't to be trusted anymore. But if there's one rogue doctor with one preprint, N equals 6 study, this is like the most reputable source in the world. It's very frustrating to deal with, these like alternate sources of knowledge that everybody seems to set up or establish for themselves.
Yeah, I think that people also are lazy. We would like to think that concerned citizens feel a civic responsibility to verify facts and look at alternative sources and come to their own judgment about the accuracy of things. But, who has time to do that? And so I think what we do is we just believe certain sources that we think are authoritative, and that relieves us of the duty of, look, you have no choice because there's so much information out there. So nobody is really going to, spend all that time trying to verify things. And so what you have is a hierarchy of authorities, and people will choose to believe, certain ones rather than others. And that doesn't, of course, guarantee that any of those authorities are actually going to be accurate.
Do you think that over the past, decade or so, I feel like, I guess, again, recentism, but I feel like when Trump was elected, this is when things started to really accelerate into crazy land. Do you think that over the past decade, academia, or I don't know if you could say liberal institutions in general, or people in the media could have taken different steps to kind of fight the wave of distrust that I guess populists kind of fomented about institutional anything, healthcare, government, everything else? Like, what do you think were like the big mistakes that the liberal institutions kind of made, and what could they have done differently?
I'm not sure that they could have done much differently. I'll just give you an example of my own institution, Stanford. After the 2016 election, before the 2020 election, we created something called the Stanford Internet Institute, the Stanford Internet Observatory, that was going to try to keep track of misinformation. So they looked a lot at vaccine misinformation, election denialism, this sort of thing. I'm sorry, this was after the 2020 election. And, they had a lot of very serious academic researchers that were tracing, where narratives came from. They went back and looked at the origin of a lot of the misinformation that was out there. But this got completely sucked into, the polarization in Congress. And so, Comer's committee, called them on the carpet and accused them of themselves manufacturing fake information. You had also certain journalists, Michael Schallenberg. I don't know. He's not a journalist. I don't know what he is, but Michael Schallenberger and Matt Taibbi, they just saw this as an opportunity to make a name for themselves by calling out this liberal institution and accusing it of censorship, which was ridiculous. And I think that in the end, Stanford gave in because they spent several $1 million defending themselves legally against these charges, but they just decided it wasn't worth the trouble. And so, that Internet Observatory closed down as a result. And I think, it was an effort to fight back. It was an effort to actually tell people, don't believe certain of the things you're seeing on the Internet. And it simply didn't work. People continue to believe that. And the credibility of the fact checkers was challenged. And, people just had no stable point of reference by which to judge any of this.
Do you think there's an effective way to communicate to people that some degree of gatekeeping or some degree of, some type of authoritative source is actually a good thing? Or is that it always, it feels, people will attack that on the populist side from a liberal perspective, where they'll say things like, well, we need unlimited freedom of speech and unlimited right to choose our sources and do journalistic work. But then at the end of the day, I feel like the environment has been severely degraded as a result of that idea that all sources are equal and there are no gatekeepers of knowledge. Is there an effective way to signal that gatekeeping on some of this knowledge is actually a good thing and maybe contributes to an even better, liberal environment? Or do you not agree with that at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you can really communicate that. I mean, I'm not sure that there is an argument that you'll make that'll convince people. I think that if you look, for example, in the financial world, there are certain sources of financial information that are credible, and there's others that are not. And, if you make investment decisions based on the people that are trying to scam you, you're going to lose a lot of money. And so there's actually a kind of built-in incentive to, take the highest quality information in that kind of narrow space. And I think that's really what protects you there, where you've got a clear self-interest in getting good information, that you can make decisions based on. When it comes to politics in general, more general kinds of facts, I'm not sure that the consequences of absorbing bad information are so immediately evident, and therefore you don't have the same incentive to go after really credible sources. Although I guess I'm a little bit impressed with the way that deep fakes have been, in a certain sense, taken into account. So on my Instagram account, I would say that now 80% of the videos I see are deep fakes. And I think that, it's a problem because you really don't know when something is for real or not. But I also think that most people also think that they're deep fakes, and there's a lot of skepticism about, especially since this Iran war started, everything is fake video. And I'm not sure that people believe it. Now, that puts us in a slightly different position where we're not being manipulated to believe certain specific untrue things, but we're now moving to a space where we think nothing is true. Everything you see is being manipulated, and therefore we can't really rely on, anything. And I think it's going to have big consequences. So you think about a courtroom where you're trying somebody for murder or fraud or some, serious crime. If you had a video or a photo of them, let's say, taking bribe money, 20 years ago, it would have been enough to put them in jail. But these days, it's so easy to fake that kind of evidence. And so I think the courts are now adjusting to the fact that, we used to call it photographic evidence, but there is no such thing as photographic evidence really since the invention of Photoshop. And I think that that's going to be a big problem in even institutions like the legal system trying to cope with this flood of disinformation. And that's not going to be good for any of us.
Do you think that we're on a path right now for this to improve in the future, or do you only see the environment getting worse and worse?
I think that, people are trying, the technologists are trying to fight back. And so there have been various efforts to, for example, establish a chain of custody system, with photographs where you can actually see who had possession of this digital image and, how it moved from one source to another, and where it might have been manipulated. I don't know whether, in the end, technically you can actually do something like that. But I do think that there are people that are trying to come up with technical solutions to this. But I have no idea whether in the end that kind of thing is going to work. It may work for very high, if you think about signatures and notaries, for legal documents, we actually have a very specialized system to ensure the credibility. So if somebody signs a $100 million contract, you got a system in place to make sure it's really them signing it and agreeing to the contract. So I suspect that, we're probably going to devise authentication systems for really important stuff. But, the massive information we get over the internet is not that important, and nobody's going to spend the time to authenticate, at that level.
Do you think outside of the, just like the AI deepfake, generated video stuff, outside of that for our broader, I guess, information landscape, do you think that, broadly speaking, is moving in a better direction, or something will happen that will move us in a better direction? Or do you see that as never improving, or our information landscape is just degrading more and more, and it's just a new world we kind of have to deal with?
I honestly don't see any general movement towards, higher quality information. We're living in a world in which we got a president of the United States that basically almost every time he opens his mouth, he's saying something that is untrue, and that I don't know that he for certain knows that it's untrue, but he really doesn't care whether it's true or not. And, when you have a person with that kind of authority speaking in that manner, I think it's very hard to, really say that we need credible information, and we need, important authoritative people to give us credible information when, it's not happening at that level.
If there, okay, this is getting pretty doomer. If there was a way that you could snap your fingers, if there was like a thing that you could change, like understanding there might be issues with things, like I have a lot of conversations about like what would I change, and I understand that whatever you change, there would be obviously a lot of speed bumps. Like I think there should be more stringent controls over disinformation online, but people obviously bring up that, well, who's going to censor the misinformation and who's going to decide? And my response is usually, I'm not sure, it would be an imperfect process, but whatever that would be, it would be vastly improved to the environment that we live in right now. Because right now it feels almost as bad as it possibly could be. Almost. I mean, I'm sure it could always get worse. Are there any big changes that you think could be made theoretically if you could snap your fingers? Like, do you think that all social media, journalistic news stuff should just be deleted, or like what would be, good steps in a positive direction?
I think the solution may not be the kind of thing where you could snap your fingers and, there's this one change that affects things. I think that part of our problem right now is actually in people, that you've got a large number of people that either think they can enrich themselves, or more importantly, gain power by saying stuff that isn't true, by saying things that are completely toxic. And I could imagine, coming to a point where people in general just get so sick of this kind of, complete disregard for truth, for evidence, for, credibility, that, you'll just elect a different, class of people who have a bigger stake in saying things that are actually, much more credible. And that will change the culture. I don't know if culture is downstream from politics, or politics is downstream from culture, but I do think the two are interrelated. And I could imagine a political world in which you could reestablish some of the authorities that we used to have because powerful people believe in them, and they believe in, authorities that are actually authoritative.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think speaking to the kind of the invisibility or how far removed things are, it's kind of annoying that there are so many bad things that can happen, but it's very hard for the average person, or even me, I try to read on these issues. Like when somebody says that we're defunding all of the research in academia across the United States, I really don't know what that means, or I don't know what it would look like. I can guess, but it's really hard to have a tangible feeling about that, especially when the consequences can be so far downstream. It might be 5, 10, 15 years before we really start to feel the effects of these types of activities. Do you think that I'm assuming you're more favorable to the left right now than the conservative movement in the United States, just based on everything I heard you say. When you look at Donald Trump on the right, do you think that it was inevitable that the right would produce a figure like this more than the left would, or do you think that they just got lucky or unlucky? Do you think there's a reason why the conservative movement was more predisposed towards a Trump-like figure than the left, or do you think there's an equal chance that it could happen on the left?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. So I'm going to have to give you a kind of weaselly answer. I think it's actually a combination both of sort of underlying social conditions that laid the ground for this, and then some particular just personalities and bad luck. So in the latter category, Trump is basically a genius. There's no question. We've not seen a person like this in American politics, in generations, where you have somebody that has such a good sense for popular resentments and narratives that are going to work, with great masses of people, and that can talk to, ordinary Americans in a way that's credible, that nobody else has really thought of before. And so that part of it, I think, is kind of unique. I don't see any other, a lot of people are trying to imitate him, but I don't see any kind of major politicians that are likely to succeed him that are going to have his skill in doing it. On the other hand, there are these, what social scientists call structural conditions, meaning they're things that are embedded in the larger trends in society, or not due to just individuals, that I think are facilitating this. So one we've talked about already is technology. It was the case that when you had only 2 or 3 national newspapers and 2 or 3 big TV channels, it was much, much easier to control information. It wasn't always good information, but people really didn't have much choice in terms of what they could listen to and believe, and therefore, they all tended to the range of things they believed was much smaller and much more under control. So that's one thing. I think the other part that's harder to understand and interpret is the social part of it, because a lot of people felt left out. They felt disrespected. They felt, angry at the existing system. And that's something that accumulated over time, and I think has driven a lot of the refusal to accept the word of elites on all sorts of subjects. And when you put all of those factors together, right, brilliant demagogue, changing technology, and accumulating social resentments, they all sort of come together into the world that we have today. And you can imagine a future world in which, you don't have the demagogic leader, you have technologies that maybe, are more susceptible to more elite control, and you have people not feeling quite so resentful. So that's why I'm saying this is a kind of mealy mouth answer to your question, because I just think that the stuff we're seeing now is a product of a lot of things coming together that, will not always be together.
Uh-huh. If you had to think historically in the U.S., or maybe even around the world, I guess, would you consider there to be a kind of a golden information age where you would consider this is the peak amount of access that people have had to institutions to work with them to publish stuff. But this is the peak amount of access that readers had, or recipients of technologies have had, or companies or engineers have had to engage with research. Like, is there like and then like in terms of like being able to publish media to the public and for it to be true, but for a lot of people to engage with both the reading and the writing of it, do you think there's like a peak kind of information age that has existed, or do you think it was like the printing press and then it all went downhill from there?
Well, I think that before the 21st century, we had developed a pretty good system for I guess one of the big problems is that Americans in a democratic society don't like the idea of hierarchies. But in fact, we had a lot of hierarchies in place, right? There's a legal hierarchy, there's an academic hierarchy, there's a scientific hierarchy. All of these hierarchies had certain methods for sorting information. So in a court, even today, a lawyer cannot just get up and start spewing a lot of nonsensical facts. The judge is going to say, not only, be quiet and sit down, but the judge can actually sanction the attorney for spreading disinformation, right? And I think it's still the case in the scientific world that there's a kind of self-policing that goes on. So there's a lot of scientific fraud that we've become aware of, but there's also mechanisms for exposing scientific fraud. And I think that that mechanism that exists in that scientific hierarchy is still largely in place. You can't just say, total nonsense in a scientific peer-reviewed journal, even if, some people outside the system will question it. So I think that stuff still exists. The trouble is it's all been eroded, or journalism is another case, right? That you had this old journalistic norm that you had to have at least two sources before you could actually publish an assertion about something that happened in the world. And so all of these hierarchies have seen their authority being questioned, and they've seen that authority, diminish. But I think it's still there in many respects. And as I said, there's actually an incentive for people to want to have good information. And therefore, there will always be a market for, a hierarchy that can actually filter out, stuff that's bad. I think, however, that it really was the internet that just dumped all this crap on us, because essentially anyone could say anything they wanted. We thought at first that this was going to be great and that the marketplace of ideas would sort this all out in the end, and it turns out that was just wrong. It doesn't sort things out. It just leaves you swimming in crap.
Yeah, I feel like you brought up earlier that financial stuff, will get figured out very quickly because people are putting real money behind, whatever the decisions being made are. So you can actually very quickly test a thing that somebody's saying. But it seems like for so much other stuff, as stuff has become more kind of like nationalized, internationalized, when I read something online, I mean, it's just so hard to know, or you can't really know anything about what's true or not true. I mean, that was always true to some extent, but now the important issues to us are getting further and further away. Did 30,000 Palestinians die? Was it 500,000 Palestinians? Was it, what's happening between Russia and Ukraine? As the issues get further away, it becomes easier and easier to just never actually verify a fact of the matter. One thing that's like super horrifying to me, I have a 15-year-old son, and the idea that, in a few years, he might be a junior or senior in high school where like a teacher might be teaching him that there were genuine concerns about the validity of the 2020 election, that was like a seriously contested thing. And there's just so much, information, hierarchy, as you say, courts that went through all this information. And it just wasn't seriously ever questioned. There was no serious contention there. Or the same thing, with, I saw Alex Jones go on Joe Rogan, and he said this thing about like, well, look at the conspiracy theorists. And then Joe Rogan's like, well, it looks like a lot of them turned out to be right. And when you look at it, that's just not true. Almost all the conspiracy theories turned out to be incorrect about COVID and the vaccines and everything else. but people still believe the exact opposite, where I call this the all roads lead to Rome fallacy, where even if the thing you expect doesn't come true, there's like a reason why it didn't, and that reinforces the conspiracy that you had even more. So it becomes impossible. Like, people without the vaccine are getting sicker than people with the vaccine. And I've seen people promote this idea that, well, if you got vaccinated, you're actually shedding the virus onto people around you, and the vaccine that you're getting is harming others. And it's like, there's like no way to rein in the misunderstandings. And yeah, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, that's true. I think a lot of that ends up, kind of chaotic, where people just don't know what to think. The horrifying future that I could imagine is a little bit different, where it's a little bit more systematic. I wrote a piece for the New York Times a few months ago about this, where I was imagining my grandkids going to high school sometime in the middle of the 20th century, where they open up their textbooks and they say, well, the United States fought this bloody war that killed 600,000 Americans over a nonsense issue, which was slavery, because actually slaves were not being mistreated. It was actually a benign system that a bunch of northern radicals got everybody stirred up and, led to this really disastrous war. The same thing was true of World War II. This was just a little spat between Germany and France that got blown out of proportion by a warmonger named Franklin D. Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. And this led to, again, millions of people dying in a, totally fake cause. And you just have this completely different narrative about the history of the last 2 centuries that basically turns black into white and white into black in terms of our moral judgments about things. And that, it seems to me, is kind of conceivable, that something like that actually could happen. A lot of it depends on power, because, that's one thing that people with power do, is they try to shape the narrative of these grand historical narratives about, how we got to where we are today. And that, I think, is, in a way, a scarier situation than simply a chaotic one when nobody knows, really. Well, I don't know. That's something we ought to talk about. Which of these is worse? Mm-hmm. If really nobody has a master narrative, or, the master narrative is deeply wrong and badly intentioned, and yet, many people believe it because the people in power tell you to believe it.
Yeah, I thought you were going somewhere else with that fear, and you were going to cap that off with, it was a popular debate a few months ago, and it's still kind of, bubbling under the surface, where there was this guy called Ian Carroll making the rounds on all these shows with Joe Rogan. And that essentially was the argument, that Churchill was this massive warmonger, and the United States got involved in World War II for not the greatest reasons. And, they say the Holocaust was bad, but have you seen the bombings in Dresden? Like, we did all the same things. And, and yeah, you run through, well, and even the slavery arguments, those have been popular in America for a long time, that it was a states' rights issue. I've seen people make the argument that, well, the black people in America today are better off than they would have been if we would have left them in Africa. So actually, it's better that we did slavery, and they weren't all treated horribly. And before civil rights, black people were happier. And yeah, I hear these arguments that are just given so much, in all the annoying ways that I'm sure you've heard, where they're not really given that strongly. It's just people asking questions about them, even though they never seem to get to any answers about it, or do like even rudimentary research into it. I'm curious, you're kind of like broadly like the liberal guy. I've watched you. It's very rare to see like people that are supportive of just like liberalism, that don't eventually they're bent to the right or become like, I guess, like leftist socialist hankies. When you look at the information landscape that exists today, is there any part of you that ever wonders, like, maybe liberalism can't be the final form? Maybe it does need to be some kind of more authoritarian form of government that can have more stringent controls on misinformation, because the West just can't survive this deluge of trash that exists on the internet?
Yeah, definitely. I have a memoir coming out in September where I talk about some of these issues, like, is liberalism self-contradictory at its core? That certain liberal principles just can't be sustained over time. So one is what you mentioned, that you might not be able to see your way out of this information morass. Another one that I think is a big problem really has to do with the rule of law. So liberalism is basically about the rule of law. We want to put constraints on power so that powerful people can't just do whatever they want. They have to act according to law. You have constitutional checks and balances that prevent a president from doing whatever he wants. And one of the tendencies in liberalism is both to multiply, voices in the public sphere, but the other thing is to multiply rules to the point where you have so many rules that you're really paralyzed from coming to any kind of, decisive collective action, and you need to do that. And I think that the populism actually, in a way, comes out of this, that people see this chaos, cacophony of ideas, and they don't see a authoritative master narrative, and they see a society that's unable to build things, that's unable to come to big collective decisions. And, that's what drives the demand for a strong man who just cuts through all this crap that, all these rules and constraints, and really, just gets things done. And I think, quite frankly, we're seeing that right now. I mean, that's what people like about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They're builders that have faced this liberal morass of constraints, and they're trying to do something about it, and they appreciate the fact that they're acting beyond the law. I have this little hobby horse about vigilante movies, because there's a lot of them out there. If you look at Denzel Washington's 3 Equalizer movies, that's what they're all about, that there are these bad people running around. The authorities can't do anything about them to really punish them. And so you have this guy that's really good at killing people, but has good intentions, who acts like an avenging angel to, right all of the wrongs of society. And I have to say, when I watch these movies, I'm rooting for him. So, God damn it, I want you to kill all those Russian mobsters that are tormenting this, this poor woman. And I think that, that's kind of where a lot of our politics is right now, that the liberalism has put a few too many constraints on the ability of a state to act, on the ability of a society to make collective decisions. And that then triggers the opposite reaction where, somebody says, well, let's just forget about all the rules and just have a strong man, make all the decisions for us. And that's where I think a lot of our politics, unfortunately, is heading. And what we don't have is somebody that says, no, we want to make big decisions. We want to be able to do stuff together, but we do want to do it in a legal fashion. We want to make sure that we've got consensus and people have bought in. And that's what I don't see in our politics right now.
It's very funny that you bring this up, because I had a really big argument a couple months ago where there's this big argument on the left over how accountable do we need to hold the Trump administration, going forward. And I kind of use this whole example of you have a system and it works, and a system that's working, you have these heroes that come and they save the day. But sometimes there's a perception that the system can be sometimes too much of a restraint, or there are people abusing the system. So then this concept of an anti-hero gets introduced, where they're here to save the system, but they're very clearly doing things that conventional good guys wouldn't. So they have to work outside the system to do it. But the big fear is that in media, the anti-hero is usually, he's an anti-hero, not a villain. So he's always reintegrated somehow back into the society at the end. So either he dies, or he, goes into the forest and becomes a lumberjack, like Dexter, or something happens to remove him from the equation. But then in the real world, obviously going down that pathway of anti-hero vigilantism is prone to kind of more authoritarian belief, in and of itself, and you kind of lose yourself in that game. Kind of on this, I guess, on this train of thought, one thing that's been frustrating to me, looking at broad liberal thought, is I kind of wonder sometimes how many people really truly value the liberal process of thought versus how many people say they do, but that's a proxy for just the results that they agree with. Somebody will say oh,
yeah,
I agree.
That's a good question.
Yeah, do you think that's uniquely different now versus in the past, or do you think we've always kind of been like that? Or I guess what's your
No, I think we've always been like that. So liberalism, the weakness of liberalism is that it doesn't, in a sense, have a core. You've got these procedures that allow people to live together peacefully, and you can value the fact that you live in a rule of law society, but it doesn't stir up the same kind of emotional investment that everybody marching to a deep sense of shared values produces. So people, if you've lived in an authoritarian system, you really value freedom. You really want to be able to do whatever the hell you do. But at a certain point, if you live in that kind of society where you can do whatever the hell you want, you begin to say to yourself, well, okay, but is that enough? I'm free to do bad things and good things, and we really don't seem to have any priority of the good things over the bad things. I don't, particularly like that society. It may make me safe and it may make me prosperous, but I don't feel like I have much in common with my neighbors or my fellow countrymen. And, I wish there was more that bound us together in a community. And I think that that's also, it's not something new. I think that was one of the big criticisms of liberalism, from the, so if you look historically, liberalism begins in the European wars of religion, where everybody is killing each other over whether they're Protestant or Catholic for 150 years. They all get tired of it. And they say, let's just put religion to the side. Let's live in peace under a rule of law. Nobody can impose their religion on anybody else. But then as time goes on, people begin to say, yeah, but, there has to be something more to life than just tolerating your neighbor who you hate, actually, whose ideas you really hate. There's got to be something that binds us together more strongly. And so you get these waves of anti-liberal feeling where, you say, no, there has to be a dominant idea that really holds us together, that then leads to violence, to conflict, to aggression. And then people fall back to the liberalism that, keeps them safe and so forth. But safetyism, I think by itself is not an inspiring, cause. We may want safetyism if we're constantly threatened and in danger, but, it's not an inspiring way of life.
Yeah, this is a big problem that I have when it comes to debates or just having arguments in general over policy stuff. I'm a pretty big, I like to have my freedom to do what I want to do, and that's just how I enjoy living my life. But I've noticed increasingly that for a lot of people, there does seem to be the requirement to have kind of something more pushing you in a certain direction, that having some greater purpose or some unifying thing is really important to a lot of people. And it's very frustrating because it feels like, especially in the aftermath of the Cold War, once you lose your major opposition to define yourself towards, you kind of become your ideology just fades into the background, and it's just kind of the default assumption. And then everybody's looking at what's the next thing? What are we going to do? What is our political ideology? And it's well, we have liberalism. It's I don't even know what that is. That's just the status quo. It's time for something new, and that's what we're all fighting over now. And then it becomes very frustrating because I'm reminded in 2016 of Hillary Clinton's campaign slogan, which I agreed with, but I guess it's stupid. But Trump, had this we need to make America great again. And it was always funny to ask people, what year would you want to go back to? What do you want to improve? And Hillary had this idea of well, America's already great, which is true, but it didn't speak to the feelings, I guess, that people had. And it's annoying that these people can ride off of all of the accomplishments and achievements of a broadly liberal society and then kind of build on that the most anti-liberal authoritarian style of governance or ideas that they can off the back of all the liberal accomplishments.
Yeah, no, that's right. I think that if you ask yourself, what in contemporary America would you be willing to die for? It's hard to answer that question for most people because they've achieved a kind of, good society. It's reasonably fair and equal and open and tolerant and so forth. But, would you really die to live as an American in the year 2026? And I don't think a lot of people feel sufficiently inspired, by that liberal agenda that they want to do that. And that's why they're attracted to causes for which people do die. Now, my answer to that is partly that, there still is a remaining struggle against the enemies of liberty. If you really want to risk your life in a noble cause, you should probably go to Ukraine and volunteer to fight on the front lines where, You know, hundreds of thousands of people have actually sacrificed and risked their lives on behalf of wanting to live freely. But, you know, for most of us, we don't have that kind of a challenge, and we want that kind of a challenge. And I think that's one of the kind of intrinsic weaknesses of liberalism, that if it's successful, it doesn't provide us, you know, this higher plane that we can aspire to. It becomes kind of boring, and we feel frustrated that there's not a higher, you know, standard that we can live up to.
In academia, do you feel like is there like a quiet upsettedness, or is there some pushback coming to? There's like this Rolodex of, I'll say, questionable academics that are always making the rounds on every show. For me, like I'm not asking you to call out or attack anybody, but like I look at somebody like mrGemzar, who will make a ton of predictions or say a ton of things that are all, in my mind, very conveniently pro-Russia every single time. And these same kind of like 3 or 4 academic figures are making the rounds on all these shows, giving their perspective on it. Is there, at any point, do you feel like people in academia are talking about this or have a desire to go out and be more public and kind of push back on it? Or, because it feels frustrating sometimes that all these incredibly knowledgeable people seem like they aren't throwing their hat into the ring to fight over these things in public. I understand it's not what they signed up for, but...
Yeah, I think that in general, the incentives in academia are to be super cautious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not going to get tenure in a major university by acting the way John Mearsheimer's act. He had tenure already, so he didn't. You know, his position was safe, and he could say whatever he wanted. But I think that, you know, the problem with most academics, I think today, is that they're too small bore. You know, their incentives are just to work on some really, really narrow issue and follow the methodology exactly. Don't take any risks with regard to subject matter, with regard to the way you approach, you know, your subject or your methodology, and that's why someone like Mearsheimer kind of stands out, because he's not willing to, you know, play by those rules.
Yeah, I find even personally, if I'm having a conversation with somebody or a debate with somebody, if I'm hedging on something that I'm not certain of, it's just always more rhetorically effective to take a stronger position, even if you don't know what you're talking about, because people look to the authority that a person has on a position, and then they automatically trust that person more on it. Yeah, and there's never any like fact checking or anything, or people live in totally different factual worlds anyway, so it doesn't matter, I guess. Yeah,
there's a lot of people whose careers have been built on that. My favorite example is Dinesh D'Souza, who I've known over several decades. Like, he was the editor of the Dartmouth Review when he was an undergraduate, and he came to prominence by saying, you know, really outlandish things that other conservatives weren't willing to say. And, you know, I think when you start your career that way, that's what you're then going to do. You're constantly going to search for the next outlandish thing that you can say that will get everybody talking. But the trouble is that you have to keep outdoing yourself, and so you work yourself into more and more, you know, ultimately unsupportable positions, just because you want to get that high of, you know, having challenged everybody and you know, gotten attention for it. So, you know, that's true of, you know, the academics that go down that route. But I would say in general, my complaint about academics is not that they're too attention seeking. I would say that they're on the whole, you know, probably too cautious, and therefore unwilling to try to address, you know, a lot of the bigger questions that we need to deal with.
Yeah, I don't know if I misstated that, but that would be my frustration, is because it feels like there are just a few that are willing to go out and take such strong stances, and then it can be frustrating on my end of things, having to try to do all this reading and research when I know there is a person who knows everything about this topic. But as you said, the incentives just don't really align for somebody who's like carefully publishing scientific materials that he's prepared for other people to pour through in a very meticulous manner, to jump onto a 4-hour podcast to have a debate about the lost city of Atlantis, or whether or not the Van Allen belt is too hot to ever let us go to the moon, or something ridiculous. You know, these people argue all the time. Yeah. Okay, well, this has been a deeply demotivating conversation. I'm sorry. I know you feel similarly, like, man, the information about it is so bad today. It's just, Jesus. you said you do a podcast at the you said it was called the Frankie Fukuyama podcast.
Frankly Fukuyama, right?
Podcast, and then people can find your writing by googling that, and I'll have those links in the chat.
Yeah,
as
so
well.
I helped start an online magazine called American Purpose, and that was absorbed to Persuasion, which is another online magazine that Yasha Monk created. So we're all kind of united in the same media space.
Okay. Well, I hope people check you guys out there. Like I said, I'll have links in the chat for that. Any final closing thoughts or anything? Otherwise,
I think that we're going to get out of this. Ultimately, I don't really see a way of doing this yet, but it does seem to me that human beings are incredibly adaptable, and we've gone through periods of technological and media chaos when it looked like all of the institutions were about to collapse. And I think that human beings have such a kind of pro-institutional instinct at base that they will kind of figure out ways to regularize their lives, because human beings are really uncomfortable by chaos. They don't like not having norms. They don't like not having rules to follow. So I suspect that we will probably settle down in this respect in the long run.
okay, that's an uplifting message to end on. I agree. I always try to sell positivity at the end of my audience, otherwise I wouldn't do what I do. So, thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was still talking to What is this? It's a consulting firm, Dunce. Blah, 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 blah. Now debate Sean Carroll on physics. I need to learn. We need to spend the next 3 months reading up autistically on one Sean Carroll thing, then debate him on some paper he's published. Actually, I can't even invent the physics language to disagree with him. You should read out to Vlad Vexler. Yeah, I get that recommendation a lot. I just don't know what we would talk about. Debate him about his illness. Sean Carroll is ill? Wait, is something happening? You should talk to the Prime Minister of Australia. I'll get right on that, okay? Hasan reacts to Meat Canyon vid. Uh-oh. Baby rage time.
Coming.
Oh, Vlad Vexler is ill. Oh, well, that's not good.
I found you. Osmongold brought you up in his stream again today. Dude is super annoying. Yeah, I know he is annoying because the whole thing is that he uses my name to clout chase and just clip farm. It's fucking bogus, man. Seriously.
Hasan's talking about you on a stream again? He's such a fucking parasite, guy. Seriously.
Yo, chat, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Can you guys excuse me for 1 second?
The clip farming's going great. We're gonna make so much money together.
Oh God, classic both sides. I mean, it's
yes,
funny.
my love, you're doing great.
Will you please kiss me to hold me over until stream is done?
Only if you kiss me.
Oh God, it's so politically it's cringe, but it's funny. It's
That's
whatever.
super hard.
Oh, centrist Andy over here.
Wait, who's this guy?
Yeah, who's he?
Uh-oh.
兄弟了，放我走，他们非要我看。
What the fuck are you saying? Kaya, please!
I'm gonna talk about that later.
Oh, yeah, you gonna talk about it? You wanna hit it again?
Let me do one. Let me zap her.
哎呀，别惦记那只 pupper。等一下，我在讲中文啊。
Can we DoorDash something from Panda Express?
Oh, that sounds really good, baby. Kaya, what do you want from Panda Express?
John PG. John PG.
I can't hold it in any longer. You need to make love to me right now.
Oh, so gross. It's gross. It's gross to fucking put the. Ugh. This is what people were freaking out about. Yeah, the whole. Oh, Hasan and Asmongold have a symbiotic relationship where they both benefit. Like, yeah, no, I'm definitely good on that.
Oh yeah.
Tap her again.
哎呀，我受够了这狗。Wait, what are you doing now? The end. Jesus Christ, I'd kill myself too if I wrote that book.
At least he make Kaya speak Mandarin. Meet Canyon lovers with Wendigoon, who's kind of like Southern coded Hasan that likes guns. You're in it again at the end. In compensation for this torture, please pay my college debt. I mean, it's fine. Who gives a shit? It's like a hacky bit. Yes,
Oh God, glad to be out.
How did we get outside? Who wants Panda Express? Oh yeah!
Okay. I feel like we're just rewatching the thing. Trump will announce tomorrow we have a deal. Bookmark it. Wow.
Hello, very beautiful community. Some of you have bombarded
Holy shit. Wait, is he dying? What's happening?
me with requests to process this extraordinary thing that Trump posted in the last 24 hours that might be the most deranged social post.
He is always like this? Oh, I thought I heard like a Darth Vader breath in the beginning. Never mind.
Hello, very beautiful.
Is that just the thing he does? Autoimmune issues. Don't all of our immune systems work automatically? What do you mean? Why did Trump say bye-bye? What was happening at the end of that speech? Packing baked pastries into a box. This is not the most efficient way to pack these things. Excuse me. Actually, I don't know if that would apply. Never mind. What's that stupid square meme? The boxes, the 17 boxes.
I was fired as a camp counselor.
For hitting on the campers?
No, I pantsed a boy.
Oh, honey, I think you're on a list somewhere.
And he wasn't wearing underpants.
Oh!
And then a giant school bus drove by, and they were like, "You can't," like, because he would lift my shirt all the time.
Oh, what
and
is happening?
It was Berkeley.
How old was the child?
He was like 6. No, it was a different time. Like he would be like, "Hey, can I have
Wait, how old is she?
a hug?" And I'd go to hug him, and then he'd like lift my shirt like a dick. And then I was like, "I'm gonna get back at you." And so we were on a hike, and I was like, "Hey, Ollie, go look over there. It's a hawk." And he looked. And then I yanked his pants down. He wasn't wearing underwear. His little ding-a-ling was out. And then these two twins were like, "Ollie, I didn't know you didn't wear underwear."
Wait, how old is this person? It was a different time. Is she like 60? She doesn't look that old. Or is she like 32? She's like, it was a different time way back then, guys. Louis Theroux on Myron's red pill moment.
Gives it. One of the moments in the film people have responded to is where he gives his theory about one-way monogamy, and then his girlfriend Angie arrives. I mentioned to Angie what he's just said about his plans going forward are, you know, at the moment he's only got one girlfriend, but he's working towards having multiple wives, of which she might be one. And you can see she's hesitant,
Uncomfortable.
I'm not into it, right? And he starts kind of drawing back, which is a big no-no in the manosphere, because you're supposed to do something called hold frame, right? You're supposed to absolutely not compromise, but that these are my boundaries and I will not move them. But he starts saying like, "Oh, well, maybe I won't." And then she goes off, and we unpack that a bit. And you can see he feels like he's kind of been owned.
Yes,
I've spotted
yes.
the weakness. I've spotted some non-alpha quality. One of the moments in the film people have responded to is where he gives his theory about one-way monogamy, and then his girlfriend.
Now that's what I call... Wow. Sorry, hold on. Stop meowing. Did you watch that Manosphere doc? No, I didn't. Why, was it good? Yeah, not really. Little MAGA X Trump skit we watched with Moot earlier. How long is the is it on YouTube? That the Manosphere documentary thing or no? Oh shit, we haven't done our dailies. Oh shit! I just remember that. Wait, hold on. Wait, did I do? Oh no, I didn't. No, it's not. I lost my kick account streaming it. Wait, is that true, Rinlogs? Did you get owned? Aw. Okay. Oh. This is a hard cut for the noobers out there, okay? A hard cut for the noobers. However, I see right through this trickery. Close, okay. Close. Okay. Let's lock in our ears today. La 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 la. Okay. Are we not following the NASA Artemis live stream? The acquisition signals in 10 minutes. Oh, huh. We're going to bring it back up soon. Don't worry. Hold on. Make it hard. Oh. Wait, this resets at what? 8 EST? Okay, whatever. Wait, link me the NASA stream. Share, olives, mallet, Twitch. Oh, there we go. Hop, mole, wicket ball, steak, holes, rave, carouser. Okay, concern, evite, claim, timer, and hoedown. A share, a stake, a claim, a concern. Boom. Things at the whack-a-mole fair game. Boom, easy. Parties, oftentimes with dancing. A rave, a ball, a hoedown, and a hop? Or a carouser? I'm just a god, bro. Wicked, olives, carouser. I don't know what the fuck this could possibly be. Musicals, last letter changed. Wicked. Olived? Olived? I don't know. Do I know any of these? Oliver. Oh. Evita? No clue. And the sound one for today is still up. The timer is the reset for tomorrow. Well, I know, but I've already done the one today, apparently, yesterday. What is carouser? Carousel?
To say, well, where does this go? All this stuff like leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? Like, well, how many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10,000 just a few decades ago. Like, we're moving into this very weird direction without us recognizing it.
Let me stop you there. It's 1 out of how many?
1 out of 12 boys in California are diagnosed autistic now.
But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No. No,
Oh,
I think it's
definitely
exposure.
not,
I think it's
idiot.
exposed to chemicals, vaccines,
Oh, yeah. Vaccines,
environmental
for sure.
toxins.
Oh.
You think that too?
I think that.
But it's not just me. There's tons
Like
of studies.
tons of studies,
and
bro.
a lot of buried studies too.
Okay, I mean, if that's
Buried,
accurate,
yeah.
that's
forbidden
right.
information.
Well, it can't be just diagnosed because I mean I know so many people that have nonverbal autistic kids, where I didn't know anybody that had nonverbal autistic kids when I was younger.
No shot is that true. I do not believe him. You know a ton of people with nonverbal. This is like severe, like not speaking until later ages, or no shot. No shot. Shut the fuck up.
Well,
I don't believe
you know,
it.
I mean,
it's a lie.
back in the 60s and 70s, there were no kids with ADHD. Kids that were like that were just assholes.
Well, he doesn't believe in that either. Nice try though.
You know,
I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real
We know.
diagnosis.
We
I think
know.
it's a real excuse to give people medication.
Yes.
I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy.
Okay.
I think
How is that a superpower? Normal people can concentrate on things they enjoy, motherfucker. You retard. That's just called being a normal ass human. What the fuck?
like that were just assholes. You know,
I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse to give people medication. I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy.
Okay.
I think I have it. You know, maybe part of it is like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government.
That's a dangerous thing.
Exactly, but is it as dangerous as Iran getting nukes? I don't know. Is it as dangerous as
Look,
a global
Iran's
Islamic
not-
caliphate? No, it's not Iran. I'm just
Iran's
saying-
not getting nukes. I mean,
Okay, but what if
they never mind. I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, you could. You could. Like, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes, they would take
Everyone has any physicist has the technology to get nukes.
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making the material.
Wait, how does this is the alien guy? How does he know this? Wait, this guy does this guy believe in aliens? Why do they call him the alien guy? Wait, what the fuck?
So, I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90% because that's where you can make a weapon, and stop there.
Right.
I
It's
mean,
not like they would be the only people with
Yeah.
a weapon. Pakistan,
but that-
India,
you don't-
North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shortcut to it, and making a weapon from there and being able to deliver a weapon, you know, to 4,000 miles away. Good luck with that.
Oh, that's kind of silly. I mean, like, no, I think the enriching uranium part is spookier. I guess people do have their own ICBM programs, but my guess would be it's a rocket. We were building rockets in the time of Jesus, okay? How do you think they killed Judas?
That's a big deal. So,
right, but they're in communication with China. Who has that? They're in communication.
well,
with
then
Russia.
they don't
Who
need
has
to.
that?
They don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile? And
Right, but wouldn't they rather make their own? But
no,
that's not even the
I'd
point.
rather make their own.
Why? How can he dance between the most retarded? Like, I don't think they could make the missiles. Well, I mean, they can just go to China and get them, right? Oh, I guess. But then why don't they just ask China for one and get it that way? Well, no, they'd rather make their own. Okay. What? Okay.
Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? No. Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you'd want to be self-sufficient. You'd want to have your own.
Who did I listen to that gave a surprising take on the self-sufficiency thing? Was it Andrew Tate? Or was it somebody else who was accurately describing comparative advantage? I feel like there was like a guy who I was not expecting to give. If I search for comparative advantage, there's no way that I'm going to find. It was South versus North Korea. Is that true? Why Kim Jong-un is a top G. Whatever. I'm never going to be able to find this. Okay, I don't care.
Own
You can
production
always
where
do
you don't
that.
have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. You can always do that.
Okay.
I don't think they're gonna absolutely make a weapon now.
Right.
Because we're, kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now to,
right.
But this is a really bad situation.
Oh.
School board member.
God, you're hot. You know that? Hey, where'd you go to school at?
I go Crockett.
All right. I just want to be crystal.
This clip of a Washington County, Tennessee school board meeting is raising red flags. The video shows board member Keith Irvin touch a student board member on the arm and call her hot, and then ask her what school she goes to.
God, you're hot. You know that?
Do you think he's on drugs? Something has to be out of whack, right?
Hey, where'd you go to school at?
I go Crockett.
All right.
The student, which we blurred to protect her identity, was there to research different schools and present her findings to the school board. After her presentation is when Irvin made the comment.
There was a comment meant to be, I guess, complimentary
I love this
by
I'm not
a
changing
board
it.
member, but has certainly been determined not to be.
Superintendent Jerry Boyd says the room was tense after the remark.
In all honesty, it certainly was an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah?
You know, there's a lot of nervousness in the room.
He says because the student was not in immediate danger, it was best to keep the meeting going. Some parents, like Hillary Haley, say Irvin's comments are unacceptable.
As a member...
Some parents? Is there an opposite to this? Other parent? Wait, what?
Say Irvin's comments are unacceptable.
As a member of the school board, he is responsible for our children's health and welfare and safety and education. And the display he put on tells me that he should be nowhere around our children.
She says she found out about Irvin's actions after a student sent the video to her.
He was voicing his concern and his just basically...
Oh, somebody was dick watching. Really? Oh, the competition strikes again. Okay.
Being appalled at...
Spoiler alert. It was another teacher. I'm just kidding. Stop.
At what went on at the school board meeting.
Boyd says the school board will be reviewing the comment and taking action if they deem it necessary.
Our board expects a high level of professionalism, and certainly it's being discussed and questionable whether or not the comment met that standard, and I believe the general belief is no.
I reached out to the student's family, who says they do not wish to comment at this time. I also reached out to Keith Irvin, who has not responded as of Friday night.
What the? Do you think there's like a world where they were like, you should say the craziest shit ever, and it would be epic, and they like got him, they clipped him? Do you what? Like, imagine if right before this, what if she was like, I can't find anybody to go to the dance with me. I'm fucking hideous. I'm going to kill myself. And the guy was like, what? No, you're so hot. You're super hot. What school do you go to? He's asking because he knows a lot of nice young boys that would love to go to the dance with her. Maybe that's what he was, maybe that's what he was looking for.
You all in my window, I swear to God, I'll shoot you.
Look, I'm getting all this on tape.
Get out of the car.
Woo.
Look, he pulling a gun.
He sure did.
This for the...
Get that on video. Get out of the car. She took off on me. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Go yourself. Get out of the car.
Look, Father God, you dispel this evil in Jesus' name.
Why do people say this shit? It is like the most uncomfortable shit. Jesus. Chill.
Get out of the car. I am a law enforcement officer. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Go yourself. You don't know. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Wait, where did he... Does he just carry this around with him?
Get out of the car.
Beth, get out of the car, please.
Does he know how to open the door?
Get out of the car.
Oh, he got it. What the fuck is happening? She got out on the other side. What am I watching?
Get out of the car.
Beth, get out of the car, please.
Get out of the car.
No, you assaulted me. I know my rights. You assaulted me. You screamed. No! Help!
Oh.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! This man is. Help me! Help me! Help me!
Give me your other hand.
No!
Give me your other
Stop
hand.
it! Mom, get my phone. This man is hurting me. He's assaulting me. He wouldn't show me his badge. He would not show me his badge. He pointed a gun at me. It's evil, Beth. You got to deal with it. I know my rights. Help! Help! I'm being assaulted. Help me! Help me! Get off of me! Get off of me! Get off of me!
Don't grab me. You
Get off of me! Get off of me now!
A Monongah woman was pulled over for having...
This is all troll. This is a meme. Monongah? Monongah? Look at this guy. Look at the use of the cop. Now, is this all AI generated? Is this an AI generated slop project?
Now!
A Monongah woman was pulled over for having an expired registration sticker on her license plate. Within minutes, 49-year-old Beth DeLoma was threatened with a gun and tackled to the ground by Chief of Police Nathan Lanham.
She was stopped at the intersection of Shaver and Lambert Street by Officer Lanham, who she claims didn't look like an officer when she was pulled over. She asked to see his badge, and according to her, that's when Lanham began to berate her and threaten her before pulling his gun and pointing it at her head and crotch. Scared in the moment, she drove about 30 yards to her mother's house where the video was filmed. Her neighbor, local Reverend Bill Preston, heard her calling for help as she drove through the field.
I heard screaming, "Bill, Bill, help me, he's got a gun." Well, I didn't know who she was talking about, so I went a little bit closer to talk to her
Oh, wait,
further.
we've seen this before, right?
And about that time, this car
How old
pulled
is
down
this?
the driveway toward me, and he had to slam on his brakes to keep from hitting me. And the marks are still on the road out there.
Wow.
And he got out of the car, and he pointed his gun at me and told me to get back, which I did.
Oh, fuck.
And I might say also, when he first came using that F word, my wife was out there.
The F word.
Demanding who he was. We didn't know who he was. And he used the F word to my wife.
Bill and his wife
What?
have lived in Monongah for over 50 years, and he says he never thought he'd see something like what happened to Beth DeLoma.
That was the shock to us. I've never seen nothing like that, let alone a police officer. You know, I have the greatest respect for the police. You know, what they have to go through. But for a police officer to act that unprofessional, I just couldn't believe it. If a little child, kids that had been around there and seen that, what would they have thought of the police?
Beth was held in jail on a $125,000 bond with felony fleeing with reckless indifference for 5 nights before the charges were dropped earlier today. She is still behind bars as of this broadcast while the paperwork is being filed. We're told she's exhausted and terrified. But the story doesn't end there. A town meeting is being held tonight at 5:30 in part to discuss the events that took place on Thursday.
Not the town of Monongah. It's getting rocked by this. My date wanted to try something she saw on TikTok. Sorry. Your dad, after saying autism didn't exist in my boy.
That noise. That was a Maserati Quattroporte. I suspect the GTS model. Such a cool noise. Sorry, what was your question? That noise. That was a Maserati Quattroporte. I suspect the GTS model. Such a cool noise. Sorry, what was your question?
Wow. Wait, somebody said this was AI slop. Was this not real?
North Korea is one of the poorest countries in the world, and South Korea.
Sorry, I can't watch this right now because my Chrome is not strong enough to have an Instagram story up. My bad. Last time, I swear. How many times have you spammed this link? It better be good if you've been spammed it more than 3 times. MAGA Trump skit. Oh boy.
Line. Otherwise, I can't support you. All right. Don't cross this line. Otherwise, I can't support you. Okay, I can't stay mad at you, but this one for sure. Okay. All right, Mr. President. Okay.
Now this is freaking
all right.
Epic. That was freaking epic, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You guys said these people were going to be... Yeah, you expect me to believe this is real. How do they have cameras on the outside?
Integrity, Houston, in mission control.
I see the strings holding them up.
Your flight controllers and your flight director.
How is there no gravity if they're still near Earth? The moon is affected by the Earth's gravity, but they're not? What?
That's great. See the light of day as we head back to...
Wow, good one, guys. Yeah, tell me when they crash, okay?
Completely and utterly done. I am completely and utterly done with Hasan derangement syndrome. Let me just say, as clear as I possibly can,
syndrome, yes.
If you are a political commentator
stop.
And you have
just
a take
stop
on Hasan Piker, do me a favor
Please
and
stop.
just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Nobody
Yes,
wants to hear it.
True.
We shouldn't even
Stop
be having this
attacking him.
conversation.
Stop.
This hopefully will be the last time I have to fucking address this.
Yes, every single person in the media will listen to you. Thank you for telling us all. Thank you.
But I am so sick. We're living in a world where Donald Trump is waging an illegal and offensive war against Iran. The outline of World War III is there for shit sure. Anybody with a functioning brain can see it. China, Russia, Iran versus us and Israel, with a hesitant Europe to fucking take a side. Even the Gulf Arab states now are hesitant to sort of take a side. You see the outlines there. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Gas is absolutely skyrocketing. What? Our AI bubble is about to burst seemingly any minute. We have a looming fucking...
I wonder if there was a candidate that we could have supported that would have avoided the majority of these things that both you and Hasan failed to support. Maybe it's almost like that's exactly the fucking point. Oh, how dare you grandstand? How dare? That's what these are. How dare you? How could you possibly grandstand over shit like this when you couldn't even bring yourself to support the fucking candidate? Like, little bro, like
global depression that's about to hit. We have war crime after war crime after war crime being committed on a daily basis. We have fears of a Moab or nukes about to be used in Iran. They're attacking hospitals. They're attacking schools. Israel is stealing South Lebanon right now as we speak.
Israel
they displaced 1.1 million people. They're bulldozing their homes. They're seizing their land. All this shit is going on. And we're supposed to have a fucking conversation about Hasan Piker. Did you guys see that in 2019, he said this thing?
I love this talking point. Do you see how good they are? They're like the Trump people. They're so good at doing the talking points. Where did this talking point come from of, oh, these are things he said 10 years ago? What about the things he's saying like yesterday? Why are we pretending like his views all radically changed? Hello?
Which was really politically incorrect and rude?
Oh, that's our issue with this one. He's politically incorrect. Oh, that was our issue. Oh, remember, never address the real criticism. Always pivot. Always pivot. Always pivot. Pivot, pivot. Find something to morally grandstand on. Ignore subject matter. Pivot to something else. Attack personally or misrepresent your opponent. Are we going to get that? He's got 10 seconds left. I don't know if we'll get to that in this video.
I don't give a fuck if he was having sex with your grandma in 2019 or 2012. I don't give a fuck. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about him?
What if your grandma's a minor? Got him. This crypto millionaire leaked his wallet seed phrase on live stream. People stole 2.5 million from him in seconds. Ooh, this is definitely the realest thing we've ever watched ever.
Okay. Lads, we're... Oh, fuck. Was that my seed phrase? The fuck? Where the fuck is my fwag at? All the fucking fwag is out of my wallet right now. All the shoggy.
This is fake, apparently. What? Wait, really? Wait, Lib Learn is having a Hasanabi conversation? Is it time to lull about?
And, softens their rhetoric or tries to appease him. And so, if that turns into a knockdown, drag-out fight, that's fine. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but you do need to be prepared to push back because, Hasan Piker is not a Democrat. He is not invested in the long-term success of the Democratic Party, and people just need to understand that and proceed accordingly.
Well, we should get you on Hasan Piker show.
Well, one thing I appreciate is that every time I meet a Hasan fan in real life, I'm either surprised because I knew them before and I'm like, you don't strike me as someone who shares this person's belief, or I'm pleasantly surprised when they explain their beliefs and they're not the worst things that Hasan believes. And because he is sneaky and because he can disguise a lot of his more extreme takes, I think the reason you need to use this audience is that they're not all Hasan. They're people that...
I don't believe this. I feel like every time he talks about Hasan, I feel it's more and more insidious than I assumed before. Every time I hear him say it, anything about it.
Hear the populist rhetoric and they say, oh, this is good. I want to, fix healthcare. I want these things.
Bring one of them on. Who are these moderate Hasan fans that you talk to? If anything, I feel like if anything, that would almost make it even worse because what? They're listening to Hasan and becoming radicalized?
Be better. And if you think that his 50,000 concurrent streamer viewers are all like, yeah, let's make America fall to Western Chinese influence. Yeah, a good chunk of them will, but a whole bunch of them are just like, wow, this guy's finally talking about things that I like, just like Bernie. And if you completely write him off in a way, you're also going to write those people off. And I think you need to drag a lot of those people out of there.
You're going there to talk to the audience. You're not going to convince Hasan. It's like when I do my debates, and I'm sure PISSCO, so you guys, and even in Hutch, you're debating too. You're not going to convince the person you're talking to, but there's people listening, and they're not as invested. They don't have an image to uphold. Their pride's not on the line. Maybe you can get them to go Google some of this shit and maybe get out of that funk.
I don't know what you guys think, but I think that 2028 has the potential to be more contentious and more vitriolic and more toxic than 2016. Because, to your point, PISSCO, it is true that the Democratic Party approval right now is abysmal, the worst it's ever been as far as I understand.
Yep.
And yet, you would think that now would be the time that would be the best opportunity for a left-wing insurgency, but that's not happening. And so I think that bitterness and resentment about that, and of course they subscribe to a narrative that the only reason that's not happening is because the big bad establishment is blocking them from power. And I think that's going to make them more and more and more angry. And so I do worry about where that's going.
This is why I love Zoran Mamdani, because he gives a voice to that group, and he's under the Democratic Party's umbrella, and he's willing to work with Kathy Hochul and other Democrats. So I think it's fantastic. I think that calms
I
it
saw
down.
coalition. I hope so. I think that's a model too, that in terms of insurgent socialists or left-wing candidates that they can look to, at least someone who's not a dead ender. I saw a chapter or a coalition under the DSA after AOC had sort of suggested that she was not willing to fund Israel anymore, which I think is the correct position, even including with the Iron Dome
No defensive.
That it wasn't good enough for them. That like this whatever, I forget, is it DSA emerge or whatever, that they were like, this is not good enough because you still said that Iron Dome is this or that. And so yeah, I mean, these people are dead enders. Who cares about it? And maybe Hasan is more aligned to those people or not. But just use their audiences. Just use their audience against them. On some issues, though, I will say I'm more offended by the quote unquote centrist Democratic types than I am by Hasan. I'll give you those issues and I'll give you those examples. Fetterman. I am more offended by John Fetterman than I am of Hasan Piker's views. I'm just going to be flat out and say it. And that the fact that like Fetterman is going on who's this motherfucker?
Oh, that was clever. He's labeling Fetterman as the centristy moderate Dem. That's very sneaky. Fetterman was the progressive pick. Fucking Mike from PA just got roasted the other day on Twitter by trying to shit talk Fetterman when he was like fucking all in Fetterman a long time ago. That's from Mike from PA. Wait, that's what I just said, right? That was very, very, very sneaky. Good. That was a very sneaky switch up there. Nice. Oh, the idea that Fetterman is representative of the moderate Dem is that's a crazy take.
Who's advocating for the war? He has this Fox News show. Mark Levin. He's going on Mark Levin's show, and Mark Levin is odious. I would take Hasan Piker 1,000 times over Mark Levin and any of these warmonger, disgusting MAGA freaks.
To steelman him, maybe he means now he's more of a moderate. Does anybody consider Fetterman a moderate? In my mind, when I see Fetterman going on shows, voting with the Republicans to push through Mueller or whatever, he appears to be out on an island to me. Is that not the case? Am I just only seeing bad clips of him? I feel like Fetterman is an incredibly unique person. He doesn't represent like a more moderate or an average moderate Democrat at all. He's like on a weird moderate island. The guy literally stroked out and is on some crazy fucking Trump dick suck shit. Like he's the guy that they literally bring in to all the Republican shows or Fox News to shit on Democrats all the time.
We seem to be just like, that doesn't have the same social taboo, I think, amongst some liberals. And so it's just important to keep these things in perspective.
I hear you on that, PISSCO, but at the same time, John Fetterman was no obstruction to Biden's agenda. He played ball on all the legislation they passed. He never got in the way. And I understand this issue is caused him to go with the right, but I would still argue that he's there. And if he is in power in 2029, I think he'll be a team player.
There's no way he's going to survive a primary. There's no way.
I agree. But if he was, do you guys think he would not be a team player?
As much as I cannot fucking stand Fetterman. I do think he would vote with the Dems most of the time, so I'll take it. But God, I hate this motherfucker's appearance on show. Well, Fetterman would not support holding up a Supreme Court pick. I don't think Fetterman would be on your side for that. If Alito or Thomas drops dead in the last 2 years of Trump's term, Fetterman is not a vote to, unless, as he made a statement specifically on this, I also don't think he would support abolishing the filibuster. But maybe he's made statements on both those things and I'd be wrong. I don't know. That's my vibe. I'm vibing that.
He would be the Joe Manchin of.
He's a shit talker. He's talking more shit about Democrats than Hasan does. He goes on Fox News and my party.
Not even close. What is the sane washing here? Oh my God. Even Fetterman. Fetterman supported Harris for president, right? Was he wishy-washy on it? Oh my God, bro. It's so crazy.
Sucks. Everyone in my party's crazy. Fuck John Fetterman. And honestly, and a lot of these lefties supported John Fetterman I never trusted him in the primary process. But yeah, no, there are just levels to this. And I think that MAGA is on the absolute bottom of the American context here. And I think that the Democrats need to shift more to the left on economic stuff. And yes, on Israel.
Okay, but do you think something changed between 2021 and 2024?
For Fetterman?
For Fetterman, yeah, because he was fully on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, and he was still doing little Fox hits here and there. Obviously, he didn't have the attention he has now, and he didn't say that the number one enemy is Trump deranged.
I can't speculate. I can only look at the results. Maybe the stroke had something to do with it. Maybe he just doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on the Israel stuff. Maybe there's some other reason for why he's talking shit every 2 seconds. Remember, Fetterman was the one Democratic vote for Pam Bondi. For Pam fucking Bondi. Yeah. Why are any Democrats voting for Republican candidates? I think there was another Democrat.
He's pretty isolated, though. He doesn't have like a ton of institutional support, right? I mean, he feels like he's off on his own little island, and he's not going to survive the primary. So that's going to be like the process playing out and sort of self-correcting, right?
No, absolutely. And I think that's good, Hutch. And I think that you're right. I think that it shows there's a self-correction mechanism, that there are Democrats who are keeping an eye on our elected officials. Whoa,
wait. How does PISSCO just walk back? PISSCO is making it sound like Fetterman represented like the average moderate Dem. Fetterman is like the more moderate type Dems, like Fetterman. Like Fetterman. No, Fetterman is like his own thing.
The American context, trusted him in the primary process. Fuck John Fetterman.
There's no way.
I agree. But if he was, do you guys think he would not be a team player?
And Mark Levin is odious. Advocating for the war. He has Fetterman. I'm more offended by the quote-unquote centrist Democratic types than I am by Hasan. I'll give you those issues and I'll give you those examples. Fetterman.
Centristy Democrat types. He's making it sound like Fetterman is like one of many. Fetterman is an incredibly uniquely fucking irritating as fuck Democrat, in my opinion, at least from what I've seen. The idea that he represents some huge amount of fucking moderate Dem thought.
Lefties supported John Fetterman in the
change between 2021 party's agenda.
Maybe there's some other reason for why he's talking shit every 2 seconds. Remember, Fetterman was the one Democratic voter. And I think that you're right. I think that,
so that's going to be like the process playing out and sort of self-correcting, right?
No, absolutely. And I think that that's good, Hutch. And I think that you're right. I think that it shows there's a self-correction mechanism, that there are Democrats who are keeping an eye on our elected officials. All I'm trying to say is to put in perspective that Democrats have a series of attributes and aspects and policy positions, and some to me are more offensive than others. And I consider what Fetterman is doing and the Fetterman nation, the Fetterman types, these kind of enlightened, oh, my party sucks. I just find that to be odious and reprehensible. And maybe I'm fucked up that offends me more than like the dead ender Hasan types, but it does. Especially when
I agree. He was on.
Because Hasan never says, wow, you know, fuck this, my party sucks. Oh my God, bro.
Fox News the other day, and he said that the leader of the Democratic Party is Trump derangement syndrome, and that's not helping.
That's crazy.
That's not helping, man.
That's insane. But no, you should push back on Hasan Piker. I fucking hate the Crimea stuff. I will note though that it's a little weird for people to be like, my red line in the sand is his comments on Crimea, and then like complain about red lines being drawn on Israel.
Oh my God, kill me! Oh. I blow them all up. Trump, please, God, Trump. Just do it. Just, Trump, you can free us from this region, okay? Please, God.
Like, if it's like a weird thing to put in a line for some sort of foreign conflict vis-a-vis, like, just as a principal matter, to be a dead ender when it comes to, and listen, I totally support Ukraine, continue to fund Ukraine.
Also, wait, who has this position? I'm sorry, who's a dead ender? The amount, there's, my brain is getting fried. Who the fuck is a dead ender on Ukraine? Who has ever come out and said, oh, so that it's going to be between AOC and DeSantis, AOC and JD Vance? I don't think AOC supports Ukraine enough, so I wouldn't vote for her. Who is he even talking? We're inventing enemies at this point. We're inventing lib positions that there's not a single liberal on the planet that hold. I don't think that combination of words. I wouldn't vote for a Democratic candidate who wasn't 100% in on fucking Ukraine. That string of words has never been said by anybody in the discourse. Nobody has said this before.
I think that Russia's invasion is completely reprehensible. We should be fighting against Russia, etc. But just be consistent about it. And if you're going to have a dead-end position on foreign conflicts, I don't think that in principle, I don't really see a reason to be so offended by drawing a red line in one and not the other.
The red line on Ukraine, by the way, I know I shouldn't even buy into this framing. I don't know who has a red line on Ukraine. I think most people just say we should support them more. The red line on Gaza is we need to completely and totally detach ourselves from Israel in every single possible way and possibly militarily invade and depose the current government and the genocide. And maybe separate ourselves from the Gulf states as well. Because who the fuck knows what would happen after separate? Like, these two issues are not even remotely the same. They're not even remotely the same things.
The people that I've seen drawn a red line about Hasan is for his other rhetoric. And I think just the fact that he said what he said about Crimea just illustrates that he's not consistent on his anti-imperialism, anti-war position. He's only anti-imperialism if it's, you know,
vis-a-vis the West.
100%, back, right, yeah.
But, no, his position sucks.
We got a chat from Wick. Everyone, Fetterman or Hasan, who are you voting for in 2028?
Fetterman.
Hasan.
Wow.
I'm voting Fetterman.
I'm voting Fetterman.
You guys are.
That's a Fetterman easy. As much as I can't stand him, it's just so it's so much sane washing, dude. It's crazy.
You guys are insane. You guys are. I mean,
not at all.
He's against
He's
America.
anti-democracy. Fetterman's stupid and awful, but I don't think he's going to try to like destroy the American system.
I think that's crazy. But
we already talked about this though, PISSCO. Like, would you feel confident that he would not go to China and give up our secrets?
Uh-oh.
I have no view on that. He's gonna. I don't know if he's a Chinese spy. You have access to that? You think he's gonna nuke Israel?
Oh my God. You're asking me a hypothetical about him being a Chinese spy? You're asking me a hypothetical? Can you prove it? Like, well, no, it's a hypothetical. What the fuck? If you could prove it, he'd probably be going to the State Department.
He's more sympathetic to China than America is the question.
He's definitely sympathetic to China. Yes, he's definitely sympathetic to China. Yes.
Sympathetic.
No. Do you think that Fetterman is going to sell secrets to Israel? Is Fetterman going to sell secrets to Israel? He's the biggest Israel simp I've ever seen.
You don't have to sell secrets to Israel. They're our ally. You don't have to sell them. You don't have to sell them the secrets. They're our ally in the region. Well, Jesus Christ. What the fuck kind of question is this? I'm getting brain broken. Here's my line in the sand. I am in favor of fully cutting ties with Israel because we should never be allied with an apartheid ethno-state that's getting explicit U.S. military backing to perform a genocide on people just because they don't want them to be part of their country, okay? And they're in fucking NATO. That's crazy, okay? Jesus. Oh, Oh, no, wait, I'm talking about Turkey. That's my position. You want to get rid of Israel? Get rid of Turkey too. And then we're good, okay? I want to hear the same ardent, oh, fuck, and I could have even added, is slowly taking over another territory, Cyprus. As long as we're willing to get rid of Turkey too, because guess what? They're a formal ally. They're actually in NATO with the United States. And they're killing motherfuckers every day.
Well, technically Israel's a partner, but I'm saying like, you know,
Israel shouldn't be a partner. This is crazy.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying strategically that it's like worse. What do you think would be worse? Like selling our secrets to Israel or selling our secrets to China?
He's going to say selling them to Israel, or he's not going to take a position. He's not going to take a position, or he's going to say Israel. I'm going with he's not going to take a position on it.
I'm not sure that anyone's on the books. Right now, I think that currently it would be worse to sell secrets to China.
Oh, thank you. Okay, never mind. You got it. Wait. Okay, point for PISSCO.
I think it's worse to sell secrets to China, 100%. But if you ask me in terms of the totality of policies in this hypothetical, I would pick Hasan any day of the week. Fetterman is a MAGA sellout. He is a MAGA sellout. He's saying every Democrat has Trump derangement syndrome. He's voting for Republican MAGA bills.
He's against the Save America Act. He can't be full MAGA.
He's in favor of the Lake and Riley Act. He's in favor of funding ICE and DHS. He's in favor.
That was Raphael Warnock.
Okay.
Oh, dude, I would never fucking argue with Ira on anything related to fucking anything that happens in Congress. I would just immediately concede. It'd be like, I don't think Ossoff is committed. And IRI's like, didn't you know that Ossoff changed his middle name to fuck Lake and Riley or whatever? Or actually, I guess it would be pro Lake and Riley. But
And that's bad. And Ossoff gets points deducted from that. He's not in my S tier. He's in my A, B tier because of what he did there. And he should apologize for that shit. But I have no tolerance for MAGA whatsoever, MAGA sympathies whatsoever. And frankly, I think this discourse is fucked. I'm not going to engage in any more on like the coalition building, non-coalition. I think it's stupid as fuck. But yeah, I think Fetterman sucks. And I think that people, for example, who say that like Trump isn't that bad or that like the party needs to stop being so up in arms about Trump when he is giving these like insane takes, part of this illegal war. Fetterman is supporting the illegal war in Iran. This is one of the worst policies we've ever done. It's an affront to the Constitution.
it wouldn't surprise me if Fetterman is, by his rhetoric, and because he does come off as like an Israeli simp. But I mean, like, it's not like Congress has voted on it or anything, right? I don't know, right?
It's affront to everything that he was supposed to stand for, from the ideological position on no new wars. Hasan wouldn't get us into that, and that is just a concrete
Hasan would
situation.
break from NATO. He'd sell us out to China.
Yeah, we'd be doing
a lot worse.
Trump is saying he's going to get us out of NATO. This is insane. Trump is anti-NATO.
Not MAGA. Like he's defending MAGA.
Fetterman is supporting Fetterman is supporting the alleged president in this conduct, which is fracturing NATO and showing NATO to be toothless. Unfortunately, and it's causing Trump to break from NATO and put pressure on our NATO allies. I mean, anyone who's supporting this war, it should be a line in the sand. The mere fact that I have to argue like this is an illegal war, it is fucking up American foreign policy interests. It is going to spend a lot of billions of dollars, and I don't understand how we can. Anyone who supports it, that's like one of the worst things you could do.
But there's public perception of the funding as well, and a lot of people out there may think that if you're voting no on supplemental funds, you're abandoning our troops. That may be a big reason why some of these guys are voting no, or voting for it.
That's not Fetterman. Fetterman is cheerleading the war. So I mean, we can talk about like the. Why are you laughing? Is that you don't believe that? Fetterman is cheerleading.
Oh shit! Why'd you laugh?
Is Fetterman cheerleading the war? Yes or no?
I have not.
Oh no! Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? We heat him up with the yes or no. We got the yes or no. I need yes or no soundboard thing.
Seen his thoughts on the war. I'll take your word for it that he is, and I agree he's misstepping. But I'm just saying in general, somebody like Jerry Golden or any moderate Dem, I think would vote for it possibly because their district believes it would be abandoning the troops who at that moment if we don't.
And that is fucked. And that is fucked because this war should be a litmus test. I'm not saying that you shouldn't vote for a Democrat who, like, given the choice between Fetterman and a dyed-in-the-wool like MAGA person that's further even MAGA, I obviously would pick Fetterman over that. But this war, the policies related to ICE,
private property. I stand Lenin, who like genocided the kulaks. Like this is not like I think you're not weighing the totality of the worst things he said.
Of course I am. Of course I am. Of course, I mean, like, we're doing the same thing with the Epstein hypothetical and all this stuff and like the checks. I'm not assuming he's going to be able to achieve those aims. And given that fact,
we're talking about who would we hypothetically support, knowing that none of their policy would come true. But then why is it that? Notice how PISSCO earlier said, "Well, I would support Hasan." He literally said, "I would support Hasan because, broadly speaking, I have a more policy alignment with Hasan than I do with Fetterman." But now he's saying Hasan wouldn't be able to get into his policy through.
Now you're making a guardrails argument.
It's not a guardrail. It's just, okay, so when someone asks you who you're going to vote for president, so in any hypothetical, you're assuming
you should say that they should hit him up with my Hitler hypothetical. That I think PISSCO might have said I was deranged. I hit PISSCO up with this hypothetical, and I think he called me deranged on Twitter, where I was like, oh, in that case, I would definitely support Hitler over, I think I said over Trump, but I would support Hitler over DeSantis. I would support Hitler over literally any Republican, because Hitler, even as deranged as MAGA is, Hitler is super unpopular. Nobody would fucking do anything with Hitler's policies. But like, that kind of misses the point of the question, no? Like, oh, I would support Hitler for president because he would be impeached on day one. I mean, like, are we really like, oh, I would support Hitler for president because he's dead? like, oh, fuck, bro. Oh, you got it.
total dictatorial power, right? That's what you're assuming when you're asked that question.
No, I'm assuming that even them just in power is going to be worse for the country if they can shift the Overton window towards more of their politics. I think that's fundamentally worse.
I asked you a question. When someone asks you, if in a hypothetical you choose one president over another, are you assuming complete and total dictatorial power, yes or no?
Basically, because I'm assuming the worst, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. So that is not how, when I ask the question and when that question is asked to me, someone just scoffed. So when you're asked the question...
Oh, who laughed? I love this. Who laughed? What am I thinking of? God, there's got to be a movie. What am I thinking of? Who's laughing in here? You think that's funny?
Who would you vote for president? Are you assuming the normal constraints on a president, or are you assuming complete and total absolute authority?
Are you asking me or whoever's got?
That is like saying, oh, well, who would you support for president? Would you rather have Hitler or Hasan? Oh, I guess I would vote for Hitler. Why? Oh, really? Why? Because I don't think he would win the election, so it would be just a wasted vote, I guess. Like, what do we... like
Whoever scoffed. I mean, there's a hot dry, right? I mean, like, you really assume when someone asks a question about the president.
Would you vote for Donald Trump if you thought he could get nothing done versus Fetterman, who you think would be worse and could get the war in Iran passed? Like, if you thought that might happen, maybe. But that's not how I operate when I'm voting for someone. I'm like, damn, I don't want this other person.
You don't think about what they could do?
Even if I think the guardrails could keep them in. Like, I would have thought the guardrails would have kept Trump.
You don't consider what they could do, what they're able to do. You don't consider that?
I absolutely consider what they could do, but I also consider, hey, there are a bunch of norms being violated that I never thought might be broken in my lifetime, and I'm not going to risk the person who's saying the worst things.
And Fetterman abides it. Fetterman abides it. Hold on. Fetterman abides ICE abuses and constitutional disgusting conduct. So he's on all fours.
I am the scoffer. Okay, I scoff because of the ridiculousness of Fetterman, not your point. I'm not trying to give you a hard. I'm not. I agree that Fetterman is doing some ridiculous things right now, and I'm just laughing at how absurd he is, like saying that we have Trump derangement syndrome on our side. So I agree with you that he's misstepping. I'm just trying to make an argument for the other moderates who may end up voting for something like this or supporting him.
I don't think Fetterman's putting on a show. I just think he is this guy. Like I think he genuinely believes these things, and I think he managed to hide a lot of that from the voters when he was running, and now the voters can see.
I disagree with that.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think he's hiding anything. I think Israel kind of broke his brain for whatever reason. I don't know. It happened to a lot of people on the other side of the issue too. Where they're like, it's
yeah, that's a
Israel
problem.
Go down.
It
broke a lot of people's brain.
It's anti-Semitic to suggest that Mossad used a stroke gun on John Fetterman's guy, and I will not.
I don't think he has Havana syndrome.
Well, okay, but real quick, PISSCO, you're like, oh well, he supports weakening NATO because in supporting this war and Trump's rhetoric on it, that is like, hey, NATO, you're not helping us, and maybe he even wants to do like the Iraq thing, invoke Article 5 to get NATO allies to help us in the Strait of Hormuz. John Fetterman is still unequivocally pro-NATO. Hasan is unequivocally anti-NATO, and like almost worse than Trump is. And so like the idea that like, oh well, I'm going to weigh these things equally because of his tacit support for the war in Iran, I think is really bearing the lead of one of the.
I think Redpill knows that I said he's being sussy, and so now he's hedging. He knows it. Also, I think he has the power of Ymir or the founding titan or whatever, and he's back in time because he already knew I was going to say it. That's what's happening here, I think.
People wants to dismantle this entire thing and thinks it's a force for evil. And the other person unequivocally supports it, but might be undermining it by supporting Trump's war.
He genuinely believes that America is the most evil country that has ever existed in the face of the planet. When he talks to like young lefty audiences, he will tell them you're in the belly of the beast. I mean, like that. He genuinely believes that. He believes that the Republican Party is the most evil institution on the planet, and he believes the Democratic Party is the second most evil.
Hasan is bad. Hasan has really bad beliefs. Yeah. Hasan would not even be on my top 10,000 list of candidates that I would I would choose a random Democratic.
What do you want him to say?
Democratic person.
What do you want him to say?
The point that IRI and Soypol are trying to make is that someone like Fetterman can vote with Democrats like well over 90% of the time and have really bad takes, but that's not quite as bad as somebody who is genuinely invested in like the downfall of America as it currently is.
Okay, I disagree that Fetterman is not devoted, at least in result, to the downfall of America as it is. You say that like he's ideologically committed to the downfall of America. You say what? What do you say? What to? What's the what position?
He's getting so mad.
What's the what position?
I don't understand how you could possibly not like.
No, I'm asking what is the what position? You say what? What was so ridiculous?
You think that John Fetterman is as
what is the what position? No.
I'm asking you the question. Do you think that John Fetterman is as invested as Hasan Piker in the downfall of America?
I said that in result, that Fetterman's actions would contribute more to the downfall of America than someone than Hasan to the extent that he's ideologically committed to it. Yes, that's my answer. In result,
how? How could you possibly believe that?
I think that this war, the Iran war, is contributing to the decline of America in a geostrategic way, in a way that we've like not seen before. And so, number one, support for this war from an internal constitutional perspective, from a geostrategic interest.
I'm going to be honest. This might be the hottest take I've ever given in my entire life. I don't agree with that. I think that, as stupid as it sounds, I think that the tariffs and the threats to invade our allies undermined us more. I think that if Trump had not made an enemy of the entirety of the fucking free world and hadn't constantly shit on NATO and threatened to invade Greenland and all these other retarded things, I bet Trump could have gotten some people to go to Iran with him. I bet he could have. Because we were able to get people to go with us to bomb Yemen. I know this is more severe, but I think we absolutely, to fucking get, bro, like not to say, one side or the other, like nobody likes Iran in that region, right? All of Iran's friends are gone. This is Europe's way to hit back at fucking Russia in a way, right? Which they'd all be fucking gung-ho about because Trump is being a useful idiot for them there, right? Saudi Arabia, none of the GCC doesn't include Iran, right? It's got to be just Gulf states, right? Nobody likes Iran down there. Europe doesn't like Iran. Everybody would be cool with this. But so the idea that like the Iran war is uniquely hurting U.S. Like I think it is hurting now, but it's not because it's not because of the Iran war. It's because of all the other shit building up to it, you know?
Has helped Iran, weakened America, weakened our alliances with our actual friends, like the Five Eyes, with Canada, with Australia, with all of EU. And so when I tell you that this war is contributing to the downfall of America, I believe it. I think that that's true, regardless
the consequences of his support with Iran versus someone who fundamentally believes we should pull out of NATO, that US aid is like a CIA front that we should have dismantled anyway, that we should capitulate to China. These are not equal things, not even close.
Wait, what is not equal to what?
You are saying that his...
Answer the fucking question. What is not equal to...
Dude, I would be donating so much just to have somebody laugh. Who laughed? Who chuckled? Who was that chuckler?
So what is the thing that's not equal to something else?
I'm answering. Listen, his support of Iran and the damage this is doing, which I don't disagree with, is somehow equal to Hasan's fundamental view and desire to dismantle America as the hegemon.
I never said they were equal in what respect?
They're not equal. One is worse, right?
Wait. In terms of worseness, his dead-ender position that America is a great empire, the great Satan, whatever you want to say, that belief, what action are you expecting that is equal and comparable to what's going on with the Iran war?
He would literally try to make. He would try to make.
Answer the question.
He would literally try to make Iran like a strategic partner, bro. He would try to become allies.
Like Obama. Like Obama.
It's gotta be a troll. He has to be trolling. This is an A+ epic fucking troll from PISSCO. It has to be an epic fucking troll, right? Like Obama tried to make us an ally to Iran? A+. That's fucking Kino. That's Kino shit. That's Kino shit.
I mean, like an actual
like Carter.
I mean, like someone, he supports Iran. Do you understand? He supports Iran. That's his position.
If pro like the terrorist organization because they're the resistance, is that really the same consequentially as this guy's doing a bad policy that will make America weaker on a stage versus I fundamentally believe America should ally itself with terrorist groups and also like dismantle all of its reach across the country for better or for worse. Like these are not equal things. And if you think one is worse, unless the only argument you're giving is he couldn't do it, which is I don't think a very strong argument. I think obviously you are picking Fetterman over this.
He couldn't do what? He couldn't do what?
Unilaterally pull out of NATO, right?
He couldn't do
Joe
what?
Biden introduced legislation that is preventing Trump to an extent from doing this, right? So, like, if your argument is, well, he couldn't do it, so it's okay that he believes that? I don't think so.
Okay. Soy Pill. I said it was okay that Hasan believes that it's good to pull out NATO. I said that, right?
No, I didn't say that.
So I didn't say that, right?
I didn't say you said that.
And I didn't suggest it either.
I didn't.
What are we even talking about?
Right?
You suggested. I said.
No, you just said so it's good, so it's okay. You just said so it's okay. You think that I have to believe that it's okay?
To something that Fetterman is doing. I don't think you think it's good. I think that you think that he couldn't accomplish this, therefore it somehow isn't as bad, and you would pick him over, right?
Well, I think that makes a logical sense. If you don't think that he's going to be successful in an action, that
if you don't think,
weigh
and I'm not so confident, I don't think that should be the deciding factor as to whether or not you allow this person to have executive power.
Wait, Soypill, aren't you the big the whole guardrails are failing guy? Now you're saying the guardrails are.
No. I'm saying what PISSCO is saying. I'm saying I don't trust the guardrails to hold because Hasan will be captain in line. He won't break any norms. Like we'll check his power. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm not putting this person in power. I'm not risking that.
Fetterman would appoint some crazy conservative judge to the Supreme Court.
No,
Fetterman
he would not.
I don't know about that.
Yes, he fucking would.
No, he would not. Do
that. Wait. He says appoint. Would vote for the appointment? I think he would.
Why would he like? You understand that
you guys are sweeping for Fetterman. You realize that, right? You're sweeping for MAGA. That's what you're doing. You like MAGA. You don't think MAGA's that bad. You don't think MAGA's that bad. I wasn't convinced of that, Hutch, but now I'm convinced. You don't think MAGA's that bad.
PISSCO, there's a difference between.
I like the reverse weaponization of everything too.
Between saying that that Fetterman has taken some bad positions and voted with Trump some of the times or whatever, but the reality is he has voted with Democrats over 90% of the time. Like he does support Democratic Party policies. I want him primaried. I think he's a bad Democrat. I think he's bad for the party brand overall, and I think he's really unpopular and he's going to be primaried. Okay. That doesn't mean that he's literally MAGA. He would appoint a conservative Supreme Court justice. I don't understand the basis to make that.
The guy is okay. So what's more offensive to you? What's more offensive to you? Him going out and trashing our party constantly. That's John Fetterman. That's John Fetterman. And Hasan does that too.
Right.
From the perspective. No. So they're equal on that front. Agreed? And in some cases, Fetterman's worse.
Equal?
And that he's downplaying. So Fetterman is downplaying Trump, correct? And Hasan is not? Is that? Can you answer that question?
That's one aspect, though, PISSCO. That's one aspect.
Wait, Hutch, answer. So is Fetterman down?
I mean, Hasan kind of does downplay Trump, right?
Wait, so Hutch, I'm not going to. Hutch, is it the case that Fetterman downplays MAGA? Yes or no?
Yes, at times.
Yes or no?
And he does so more than Hasan, correct?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if Hasan ever downplays. But the question is, who is like?
So in terms of
by saying that Kamala and Trump would be equivalent on some things, he's definitely downplaying him, but.
Identification of the threat to this country in terms of what I think is the overall state of the base, the Democratic base, or what have you. I think that.
But PISSCO, I don't think.
Why are you laughing?
Because I don't think you're processing like.
Why are you laughing? He's getting so pissed off. Why?
fully processing that Hasan Piker legitimately thinks that America is the most evil country that has ever existed.
He's a Marxist-Leninist. He's a Marxist-Leninist.
Like, that in totality is like way worse than
PISSCO, can I ask,
Fetterman. Yeah, whatever.
PISSCO, do you think Fetterman is siding with MAGA because he wants MAGA to win, or he wants the Democrats to do something different?
No, I think that he is MAGA-lite. I think that he wants aspects of MAGA to win over. I don't think he thinks that Trump is that bad. And I think that he wants Democrats to be more on board with MAGA actions.
Okay, I disagree. I think he wants Democrats to win and do better, maybe to moderate a little bit.
I mean, I could be wrong on this, but like, I feel like Fetterman to me comes off as like genuinely a fucking annoying centrist type person. Like, I don't think he's like secret MAGA. I think he's like, we really did have Trump derangement syndrome, guys. We got to come back to like the center more. Like, that's what he comes off to as me, not like an actual MAGA crazy guy or whatever. But I mean, I could be wrong on that. Like, I feel like he thinks of himself as like an enlightened centrist, you know?
Feels they've gone too far on some things, but I think it's nowhere near MAGA-like. But you're entitled to your opinion.
I mean, you think that he consciously thinks, as he goes on his shows with Mark Levin, this disgusting freak, and on these Fox News shows with these disgusting MAGA freaks, that he's doing what's in the best interest of the Democrats to win. That's your thought process?
I think he's, in his heart, he thinks he's helping the Democratic Party by trying to correct them from going too far.
As stupid as that is, I think
he's a free rider. I think he's disgusting. And I think that he's abiding by this unconstitutional terrorist threat of these MAGA elitists who are destroying our country from within and without and making our country weaker.
Why doesn't he switch parties?
I think you can make a valid argument for that, PISSCO. I just disagree, but I think you can make a valid argument.
But PISSCO, answer that question. Like, why doesn't he switch to the Republican?
Because he loves being he loves being the guy. He loves being the guy that the one good Democrat. These people, these enlightened centrists, and you understand this, have a sexual attraction and fetish to being this. I say both sides. I say both sides. You know it's sexual. It's the Chris Cuomo's of the world. It's Stephen A. Smith. It's all these motherfuckers. They get their dicks hard being the one guy who calls out their own side. That's
He's
why.
like kind of trolling.
Right? Fired up. That's what gets me hard.
Wait, hey, it's good to have you back, brother.
I want to move on from this because we've got like 10 minutes left, and we haven't talked about the birthright citizenship case, and that's a PISSCO's.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys watch?
That's my shit. That's my jam. That's my jelly. That's everything.
Because I got hard during that when even Sam Alito was carrying weight for the fucking ACLU and saying like, yeah, resting this entire case on the idea that domicile is like the one determining factor and not just like an additive here is kind of ridiculous. So much so that the ACLU lawyer was like almost trying to argue with him until was it Ketanji Brown Jackson clarified, or maybe it was Sotomayor was like, no, I think he's actually agreeing with your point that domicile here is clearly not the distinguishing factor as to whether or not you need it to be a citizen. And so this, I think that was just such a total fucking embarrassment for that Trump lawyer.
Wait, Bill, would you say that the Supreme Court is actually a pretty important guardrail and that it is meaningfully constraining this administration?
Yeah, I don't think it's completely 100% capitulated to Trump, but once you make the immunity case.
Ooh, Josiah's hanging himself hearing that. Wow. Good. Can we all get a round of applause for the Supreme Court for not letting the President of the United States revoke the birthright citizenship that's existed for 250 years in this country with a fucking executive order? Thank you. Good job. Thank you. I need this on my soundboard. I need this. Good job, Supreme Court.
Maybe I in this.
Make him clap. Yes. You did it. You did it. Good job. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes. Put Robert's face there.
Congratulations.
I think a lot. You got lose a lot of will from me.
I just think that this is like another example of this administration just being really impotent in a lot of ways. I think it's a pathetic administration, and a lot of the rhetoric that I hear about the administration is that he's like all powerful, and I just keep seeing the system check him over and over and over again. I also want to ask PISSCO if he did you look at the executive order that he did with respect to mail-in ballots or whatever, and do you anticipate that that's going to survive judicial review?
I don't think that it will be upheld by the courts. So I did a little Josiah segment on it. So let's start first with the birthright citizenship issue. I think that it went very poorly for the administration. And some of the most brutal questions were from Gorsuch. Gorsuch was really taking them to task on the foundation of their rule. They argue that rather than construe this phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof to mean like what jurisdiction means in the context of the 1860s, that they invent this new thing of lawful domicile. And he was putting them through a bunch of hypotheticals, including a question that everyone should have an answer to if you're engaged in this discussion, which is, what about the children of American Indians who have sovereignty over their tribal lands? This is like a level 1 hypothetical, level 1 argument in terms of the historical discussions that everyone needs to be prepared for, because the answer is no. The answer is no. They're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the way the 14th Amendment anticipates, and everyone agrees with this. But the way Gorsuch asked the question, he's like, well, under your test of lawful domicile, wouldn't, under the 14th Amendment, these people be lawfully domiciled and therefore get birthright citizenship? And he said, I need to think about that. Yes. So that's a straight contradiction. They can't both be subject to the jurisdiction and not subject to the jurisdiction. And so that was a brutal moment. And there were many moments like that. I think that this increased my prior that the executive order is going to be overturned, and I would expect to see a 6-3 or 7-2 decision on the result, maybe a fractured rationale. Maybe they'll go with the statutory argument, but I think even Kavanaugh's in play.
7-2. How bullshit is it? You have 9 justices. How bullshit is it that Republicans get 2 free spaces on every fucking bingo card when it comes to Supreme Court decisions? Isn't that kind of bullshit? That it's like they always start up 2-0, and then we have to figure out, like, you know, if Amy and Roberts or Amy and Kavanaugh are going to be or Amy or Gorsuch are going to be moral today, I guess. I don't know. That's
there. On the question of the executive order for mail-in ballots, I think it's clear the president doesn't have authority to do what he's doing. If you look at the actual executive order, the statute site doesn't give him that power to do that. They cited like the guarantee clause, and so I think there's been a lot of litigation so far that's been initiated, including by Mark Elias and by several states, and so I expect this order to be struck down.
Well, it doesn't seem like Trump was very happy with how things were going during the oral argument either. He left after the Solicitor General finished. Didn't even bother to...
People are saying that Trump left and he was mad. I don't think that it's true. I think he probably just left because he was done listening to that side of the argument. I think Trump is too fucking retarded to know if the arguments are going well or not. I seriously doubt Trump has the wherewithal to have any fucking idea how those are going.
Hear the other side, he's like, I'm fucked, I'm out of here.
He probably didn't understand what was going on, right? It's just like, I don't know what these words mean, I'm bored.
There was one line from, was it Roberts, where he said, well, the times may have changed, but it's the same constitution or something like that. And once I heard that, I was like, damn, that doesn't sound good for the administration.
Yeah, even the Roberts questions that were like a little critical of the ACLU, it wasn't full, like it didn't really feel that bad. And I thought the ACLU, go for it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, go ahead.
No.
Oh, I was going to say, I think even Amy Coney Barrett brought up this idea of foundlings, that if a baby's just turned over like at a fire station and you don't know who the parents are, is it an American citizen or not? I mean, it's just absurd what he's trying to do here.
Right, and I really like, as a layman, listening to this legalese and then being able to boil this down to, if your theory is correct on the Trump side, what you're saying is that the executive can at any point just decide what citizenship means and retroactively remove it from a bunch of Americans, and this is absurd and clearly not the intention of the Constitution, and also just not feasible. And like the only thing they could defend against that was like, well, you're not asking us to come up with a pragmatic solution for this. We just want to make the argument, and then we'll figure out how to fucking remove specifically the people we want, which is just like such a weak, limp dick thing that even the Supreme Court, even the conservative judges were like shitting on them for that, which is nice.
Yeah, I had this conversation with an immigration lawyer where the kind of position that the administration is taking is something like that you only get citizenship by grace of the king, by grace of here Trump, right?
Well,
and that is the kind of way that
right?
Yeah. yes. And that, by the way, that irony should not be lost on anybody. That everyone's talking about, oh, you're cheapening citizenship. You're cheapening citizenship by allowing the enforcing section or the 14th Amendment. But Trump is literally selling pathways to citizenship through the government with this gold whatever card. So no, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, it really is a disgusting view of citizenship where it just is at the discretion of the the president, the alleged president here. But no, I think that it was a good oral argument if you're following it and if you want the Constitution to be enforced. And yeah, I expect now us to see a good opinion over it. But yeah, it's unfortunate that like we even have to litigate it this far. This should not have been, in my opinion, even accepted. It should have just been like Kavanaugh suggested, a 1-paragraph opinion that says, hey, we're upholding Wong Kim Ark, dismissed.
This could have been an email ass hearing. Well, that actually raises two questions for me. The first is, how did you lose that debate to Ryan Mulally so bad if it was such an obvious case? I don't know. I heard they voted for him. And second is, why
just so you guys know how biased the audience was. How biased the audience was. It's official. Anna Kasparian barely. You remember the debate where Pearl had a stroke on stage and like wasn't able to. She like won by like 0.5% or something. That audience is biased. But I'll let him. And I predicted he would get the win from the audience vote from Word War Debate. I'll let him take the win. He looked like a fool, and he got into the same traps as the Solicitor General did. All those same hypotheticals about American Indians, about fugitive slaves, and the children of illegally imported slaves. Amy Coney Barrett used that exact same hypothetical that I used to cook Ryan on stage. You guys can all watch it against the Solicitor General, and he also did not have a good answer for it. That's my view.
I was just trying to trigger you, PISSCO, but the real question is, why did they hear this case?
They heard this case, I think, because even though the Supreme Court is like it's like they get to choose when to exercise oftentimes their appellate jurisdiction, they will do it if it's a circuit split or if it's like a really important constitutional issue. I think that there was enough of this rumbling going around that for them it was an important issue, and they've already kind of limited the extent to which lower federal courts can address it on a wide universal basis, and so they felt that it was important to put finality on it because it's an important constitutional issue. I wouldn't have done it, but that's, I guess, their view.
The public definitely is not backing his move here. I think the public still overwhelmingly backs birthright citizenship, and in fact, I don't know if you guys know this, but like,
ooh, fuck me. Hold on. Wait, I have to listen to that again. I don't think that was correct, but this is an important thing. Hold on. Sorry.
Children of illegally imported slaves. Amy Coney answer for it. That's my view.
I was just trying to trigger you, PISSCO, but the real question is, why did they hear this case?
They heard this case, I think, because even though the Supreme Court is like it's like they get to choose when to exercise oftentimes their appellate jurisdiction, they will do it if it's a circuit split or if it's like a really important constitutional issue. I think that there was enough of this rumbling going around that for them it was an important issue, and they've already kind of limited the extent to which lower federal courts can address it on a wide universal basis, and so they felt that it was important to put finality on it because it's an important constitutional issue. I wouldn't have done it, but that's, I guess, their view.
The public definitely is not.
I think the fuck. Hold on, I just read about this the other day. Wait. Fuck, I don't remember if this was the one we heard where they got dumped the fuck. Wait, link me. What is the name of the case that we heard oral arguments on? Hold on. For the oral arguments, birthright, citizenship. It's Trump v. Barbara. Oh, fuck. I didn't follow all of this underlying part. Did they... Hold on. Oh, okay. What they managed to avoid the merits on this one for way longer than they should have, because the first time this stupid argument showed up was it was in the Trump v. Casa case, and instead of arguing the merits of that case, this is the one where they struck down the concept of universal injunctions, and so they had to certify a class, I think. The ACLU, I think, had to certify a class to do a class action challenge, and then they had to go through this whole dumbass process in order to get a writ of certiorari for the Supreme Court to hear it and then finally evaluate the merits. But it was after they were able to get those nationwide injunctions knocked out. Sorry, nobody said anything wrong here. I remember this was like a stupid thing from before where it's too much to explain. I hate everything. There was the Supreme Court ruled that if the government is doing something that is arguably unconstitutional or illegal or whatever, that if you want to challenge that a single district court can't issue an injunction against the government across the entire nation. They can only enjoin the government's behavior in a particular district. So there were cases where every single person, people started to appeal these decisions, or they started to challenge the Trump. No, they didn't appeal. They would challenge the Trump government to court cases or whatever. But when the Trump government, when the administration would lose cases, they never appeal them, so that they wouldn't have to hear like a merits-based thing going up to the Supreme Court. But I guess they finally figured out a way to get it up there, because this whole thing was fucking retarded. I don't know what the state of injunctions is right now, but yeah. Jesus Christ. Warning to Destiny and Hasan fans from the mod team. Please respect this subreddit and don't use this as an ideological battleground and a forum to air your grievances against each other. From my experience, Destiny fans are just as cultish, toxic, and downright obnoxious, if not vastly more so, than the Hasan fans. Destiny is a despicable person who's been credibly accused of sexual harassment, revenge porn, and various other misdeeds by 4 separate women. He's a Trump-like figure in many ways. I think you typoed that. Daily Mail article link. So any pro-Destiny videos or pro-Destiny content, unless it's done with a Bulwark pundit, will be immediately deleted, and the user potentially banned. Even the cool Decoding the Guru's hosts, Chris and Matt, have stopped interacting with Destiny since these allegations came to light. Didn't they post my podcast? Am I allowed to say that? I still chat with Chris. But, okay. Jesus. So maybe not the best decision by Tim to do a live stream with him. But anyways, this is a warning to users here about posting other pro-sex Destiny content. Jesus Christ. My God. Where does this guy come from? Holy fuck. Joe Walsh is now having a go at Tim and asking Bulwark to do some soul searching. Who is Joe Walsh and why should I care? Former far-right Tea Party firebrand who called Obama a secret Muslim and said bigoted things about immigrants. Also voted for Trump in 2016. Jesus Christ. He's apparently now a registered Democrat and part of the pro-democracy coalition. He's also appeared on the Bulwark podcast many, many times. Wait, is this like a hater? Is this an anti-fan sub? Or is this guy like fucking infiltrated? Wait, what the fuck? Holy shit. What's up?
Is it over for Tim?
I don't know.
Have they chatted with Hasan?
No. I'm sure they will at some point, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe. I don't know how triggered Sarah will get because the Hasan fans are going crazy on her. Tim and Sarah have both in on panels with us. Tim was, well, there was the live panel they did, yeah. But Tim gave quite a bit of pushback there. Jesus, this guy is like every fucking crazy dick suck. This guy has to be a Hasan fan, or he's just part of the far left and he doesn't watch Hasan, but he engages in all the same argumentative strategies. Don't forget Pat Buchanan, who emerged on the scene as a racist proto-white nationalist and proto-Trump figure in the 1990s. Plus, the GOP has always been racist. Ever since they officially adopted Southern strategy in the late 60s under Nixon, it's a backlash to African-American civil rights movements. Who can forget Reagan's genteel racism as well? He used to dog whistle about inner-city black folks as welfare queens and strapping young bucks. Oh, he didn't bring up any Democrats.
Their official subreddit?
Yeah.
RIP.
Plus, Mr. Bedbug Stevens is a bloodthirsty Zionist and a racist ethno-nationalist when it comes to Israel. No wonder he's writing such articles. I don't know anything about this Brett Stevens guy, but holy fuck. Oh, and he posted Decoding the Gurus. Nice.
Jesus, they did a whole fucking mod highlight post about your ass.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Molestiny has a better ring to it than Sex Pestiny, but... Cricket enjoyer, Jesus. On one of the recent shows, I heard Sarah say that Tucker Carlson attended JVL's wedding, and it got me wondering, what is JVL's history? Wait, who's JVL? I'm really just curious. He's one of my favorite voices in media, but he's kind of a mystery to me. JVL's given kernels from his background regarding Tucker. They were colleagues at the Weekly Journal. Oh, he's a host on the show. Gotcha. JVL said Tucker was the guy who would dip and ride a motorcycle without helmet just cause. Tucker obviously then became the host of Fox News. JVL has never been MAGA. He was, as we used to say, never Trump from the jump. Yes, absolutely, Daniel. Although JVL was a staunch Catholic conservative who was against gay marriage, Obamacare, and wrote articles praising Sarah Palin before his never Trump turn. If you go back and read JVL's old articles and compare it to these days, it's a pretty shocking change. Oh my goodness. Articles in the Weekly Standard? How would one go about finding these articles? You could Google it. Here's one where he calls Obama the most divisive president, and others where he refers to the war on Christmas, defends Trump from racism, etc. Heartbreaking. Someone needs to follow up with some questions to JVL. Wait, how old are these? (2016, 2016, 2015, 2015). You need to answer for these articles from 10 years ago. Holy shit. God damn. Are they a Tim Miller / Bulwark fan, LeMayo? I have no idea. I don't know if they are or not. Maybe there are other people who are more left-leaning on the Bulwark. No, the Bulwark is kind of like, isn't it like a Republican-ish light show? Damn right, I see. And yeah, sorry, I should have deleted those posts earlier, as Mockler hasn't even been a guest on the Bulwark podcast. Wait, what was this about? Adam Mockler in shambles right now. Oh, this guy fought him, but Okay, thanks. Apologies. I missed that appearance. Bulwark does put out so much content these days. Heh. You are welcome to share mockler content here, provided it's relevant then. It's just that the lazy cross posts were getting too much. Oh, this guy fought him on it. All of them are basically never Trump Republicans? Gotcha. Damn. Gee, wait. No, that's to be Sam Harris. Jesus. I think Sam Harris is brain broken on kind of the Muslim question, but like Harris is just a bigot who despises Muslims and holds reactionary, neoconservative views on regime change and on domestic issues such as policing, immigration, racial and religious profiling, torture, race IQ science, etc. Guy's a racist right-wing asshole with a privileged Hollywood background. This person is the king of buzzwords? Yeah, well, they all are. They all have to do the thing. It's the thing. We are volunteer mods, guys. Okay. Bro, how these people are in so many places. Okay, where were we?
Not backing immigration has reached an all-time low. So I think after Trump won in 2024, a lot of us maybe were afraid that the country was like turning into something that looked like him or sounded like him, but that's not what's happening. The country is moving far, far, far away from Trump on a number of issues. Obviously the economy and the Iran war, but on immigration too. So I think people should feel good about that.
Yeah, like I hear you
really good about it.
I hear you that this shouldn't have even gotten to the Supreme Court, but at the same time, it put the debate in front of a lot of people, and you know, I learned some things, and I think people have more of appreciation for birthright citizenship now after hearing the discussion.
Yeah, and I said, to Hutch's credit, like, you know, I've been more doomer than him in the past, but this was like, I was thinking about you the whole time, Hutch. I was listening to this and I was like, damn, if this isn't like the Trump is limp-dicked and flailing and failing and no one supports him and he's fucked. Yeah, like even the Supreme Court, like even the conservative judges that he appointed were like making him look kind of dumb. So yeah.
No, Consider the possibility. Consider the possibility that the next Republican crop of politicians in the Congress, whoever becomes the nominee in 2032 or whatever, consider the possibility, and this is the white pill, that they have to become more reasonable to get voters to get back on board with them. That Donald Trump is so bad and will damage their reputation so much in the next few years that they will have to like become at least somewhat more reasonable, and that it doesn't necessarily have to get much, much worse than it is right now.
There's an example of this. The only Supreme Court justice ever impeached, a guy named Samuel Chase, nominated by none other than George Washington. He was impeached. He wasn't convicted because he was a dick, and he would like lecture people from the stand or whatever, from the, you know, where the judge sits. But it changed the behavior of the Supreme Court for like 100 years. So we may have to impeach one of these motherfuckers in order to correct their behavior. So I believe it can change. Sure.
I'm like very hopeful that Democrats will get good results, and that there's like a real world limit to people's preferences. In other words, like when you start to see the gas prices going up, when you can't ignore it, and hopefully that will start to have an effect on politicians. My fear is that so far, at least, Republicans are very tentative, the ones in the House and the Senate. First of all, ideologically, I think a lot of them are with Trump just because they are like Trump and they've now sort of excelled in a Trumpian era. So I think that what we need to see is some sort of effect in the Republican primary and base to start to see Republican politicians change. It's not enough, I think, for the country to be moving away from Trump. I think that ultimately there needs to be some sort of change into the incentive structures of Republicans. And I think as it currently stands, they're much more sensitive to the like Republican primary voter than they are to the general election voter. That's maybe one of the reasons why a lot of them are quitting. I think we've had record. Ira, maybe you can confirm this record.
It's the most since the 30s, the most since 1930s. Yeah. The retirements for an incumbent party in the run-up to a midterm. I mean, it's just brutal for them right now. And I don't know, Ira, you said I think like best case scenario for Democrats in the Senate is like 51 seats. I don't think that's true. I think the best case scenario is like 53 or 54 seats. Well, it is possible. It is definitely possible that things could get so bad that we could be having a conversation about Iowa. That we could be having a very serious conversation about Texas. So,
hi, what do you want?
is now alright time?
Maybe.
I was just wondering,
quick.
do you
Hold on, I gotta give a quick answer. If Tyrion leaves Westeros without killing Tywin, does she still succeed in taking over Westeros? Oh, the Daenerys or whatever.
I mean, she's got dragons, right?
I think she would, maybe. Because Tywin constantly underestimated all the dragon shit, but maybe he would change his mind. I'm not sure. I don't think it would be as catastrophic for him, though. I think they would eventually like surrender or something. But okay, what do you want?
Something you mentioned earlier. You said that if the tariff stuff didn't happen, then you think there would be a high possibility of Europe getting involved in the Iron War. I'm just curious. Do you think that the Ukraine war is worse for Europe than what's happening right now in the Iran? As in, like, for their economies and like kind of the, do you know what I mean, right? Like that kind of area.
My quick, yeah, I'm like 99% certain the answer is yes on that.
Sorry, which one?
That the Ukraine-Russia war was probably worse than the Iran war.
Okay, so maybe if I specify, let's say the Iran war lasts.
If it would have dragged on for years?
Not years, maybe like 3 months. Let's say 3 or 4 months. Do you think it'd be worse, or the Ukraine war? And I mean, I don't mean for like longer time. Obviously, there's geopolitical impact and stuff like that. But like for, let's say, the next 2 to 3 years.
I don't know, because they also exacerbate each other, don't they? Like, as oil gets cut off from the Strait of Hormuz, they've got to buy more from Russia, and supply's already constrained. It's hard to...
If it gets to winter and it's still cut off, like, shit in Europe is going to be fucked.
Well, energy prices were already spiking like crazy in Europe in 2022, right? 2023?
Yeah. Okay,
yeah, but I'm thinking oil drought now. Or do you think there's enough?
No.
Sure. Metaloid wants to come in and drop a hot take about how the Iranian war is 50 trillion times worse. Just get to your hot take. Go.
No. I'm not going to spam it if you don't mind me to, but like I was just wondering because I think that your calculations is off on how politicians in Europe would view the Iran war. I think that you think that the Ukraine situation is much more impactful because of the natural gas and like reliance on energy, whereas the impact from the Hormuz Strait being cut off is much worse for Europe than the Ukraine war would ever be on that kind of aspect.
Yeah, but I don't think it would be as bad. I think there would have been a more holistic plan if Trump was working with partners and there was like a more comprehensive mission. Like it's unfathomable. It's retarded. I'm having retarded conversations. These are retarded conversations. I can't even believe I have to say this, but it's unfathomable that the United States would start a war with Iran without any concept of what would happen to the Strait of Hormuz. That's like an incomprehensibly fucking retarded statement to say. But my hope would be that like if he's working with allies in Europe or whatever, that somebody would have stopped to say like, hey, like we've got plans for this shit, right? But so yeah.
To be clear, you're right, and I agree with you. That's the first thing I thought of when I was trying to think of reasons why I shouldn't come in. But like the point would be I don't want to annoy you because I know I'm annoying. But even if the coalition went into there, the difference between kind of this Iraq and Iran is that like Iran's situation would enable them to cut off the strait no matter what. So even if you had a coalition of literally every single ship in existence in the strait, the military ship, it would still be cut off because ships would just not want to go in there.
Why not? What do you mean? If you could ensure some stability on the ground situation and all of the ports or whatever from Iran into that strait, you don't think they would feel some degree of safety?
No. So at least from talking to tanker people that work in the industry, and my opinion, which is mostly from what I've learned of the industry and stuff like that, and how ships usually react in kind of geopolitical kind of situations. The reality is the best case you're going to get is maybe 30 to like 25% throughput of like the previous levels if a war is in that area. Because
but that's because you don't have any guarantee. Like people can say one thing, but who the fuck knows if you're going to start getting blown up or not, right? But my understanding is that like Iran is a proper nation state, as much as the U.S. likes to think that everybody around is a terrorist. Like Iran is a proper nation state. It's not going to be like a ton of like crazy guerrilla IEDs on boats, like the Houthi shit or whatever. Like my guess would be that if you shut down their ports and you actually had like a proper some kind of regime change to your invasion, that you would be able to ensure some safe level of passage, more so than just a bunch of airstrikes on everything and the U.S. going, trust me, bro, like it's safe. Like I do agree that
The problem with that kind of analysis is like you're thinking like so from the from the tanker kind of POV, so you have to think of this as like two different things, because you're thinking of it in like the holistic kind of view, which is, you know, how most people do, of like, oh, we're going to provide defense, we've got security here, we will literally provide air defense. But from the tanker POV, they are 20 to 30 million tankers. They have a level of insurance war premium they have to pay, alongside possibility of losing their ship when they go in there. It's just not worth it for them, so they just won't do it. That's what's happening.
Well, I agree,
right
but
now.
I think the odds would be dramatically different if the odds of you losing that ship was like 0.001% versus like right now it might be like 25%. Like it wouldn't surprise me, like that the calculations would change pretty dramatically. Because ships are insured right now, and ships are lost to pirating incidents and stuff right now. Like it doesn't happen.
No, the insurance is different. So the insurance is so you. I mean, you probably know this like intuitively, but insurance changes. Like there's literally a war insurance premium. Like for example, in the Red Sea, the insurance premium actually went up because of this war, even though there's been no ships lost or any been shot for the like in this war, right? All of the Yemen shots have gone straight to Israel. But the insurance premium rises and changes depending on the levels. And so in the Hormuz right now, the insurance is ridiculously high. Like and that would
but
be
that's
the same
probably
even if there was a coalition there.
Why would you assume it'd be the same?
Well, these are like when I say the same, like, so for example, the backstops you do, like the insurance relative like for the tanker, they're not thinking about if you have a war going on, they're not really thinking about insurance when it comes to that kind of thing anymore. Like so the Red Sea, for example, some tankers might not go through there if the insurance gets too high, but right now it's fine. But the Hormuz, the insurance kind of thing becomes a moot point once you've got war in the area, because they'll just avoid it. Because you have to remember that like there's no, obviously if the price becomes so high, like ridiculous, there's going to be people like there's in the industry like Greeks are usually the guys who will take the risk, but it's just easier for them to do some other route that gives them more money. So for example, right now,
what other route
you can do? Well, there's loads of other routes. Like, so whenever because there's loads of oil that's off the supply right now, what we're doing is essentially drawing inventories lower, right? So what you've got all these other massive long routes, and they can farm so much more money off people because they have to pay for because there's less tankers in the market, right? Because there's some of them are stuck in the strait, and then you've also got like much longer routes because the normal routes can't be done anymore because the Hormuz is cut off, right?
Yeah, but those longer routes, if the price is driven up too much, then it's just going to become at some point just favorable to run the straight route. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it gets so high, but
what is so high to you though? Like, is that like $500 a barrel or like $150 a barrel?
It would depend on.
We gamble with the straight here.
The problem is like we don't know if like we don't really know in this scenario with like the modern world, because this has never happened before. We can use similar scenarios like the Mandeb Strait being cut off and stuff like that, but we've never had a scenario where a significant portion of the world oil supply is genuinely just cut from existence, right? And then tankers have to kind of find because refiners will only pay what they believe that they can make a marginal profit on, or they will take a hit if it means keeping the refinery on, because it takes 3 months to get it back online to full throughput, right? So there's like a level of risk they'll take. But if the price were to go up to so prohibitively high levels, we don't know if that would like balance out, if you know what I mean. Like I'm trying to like explain that the refiner and tanker part is like a kind of balancing game, and if it gets too high on one end, you might have refiners not buying anymore, and it might not get high enough for tankers to think the risk is high enough to go to the strait, even if you had a coalition of troops there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean everything you're saying makes sense. It just comes down to what I guess like we're just fighting over some variables which I can't really quantify.
Yeah,
I just feel like the relative risk in the Strait of Hormuz would be significantly lower if this was like a proper invasion. Like were oil prices impacted that much when we did our first strike on Iran a year ago or whatever, or 8 months ago, or however long it was?
No, it wasn't at all, because the strait wasn't closed.
Yeah. So I mean like there are ways to do it, but like if we were going to do like a full regime change thing, I'm sure like prioritizing the safety of that strait and doing whatever the fuck we needed to would ideally make it safe enough for some kind of passage. Now, if a single ship gets sunk or something, then I guess people might revisit that. But I think whatever is going on there, we would have a greater level of success if we were integrated with other allies, if for no other reason, because they would give us some guidance on not being fucking retarded.
Okay, so let's assume, I'm going to give you like the best case scenario. Let's say we assume that you're right, and you get like maybe 40% throughput, right? The problem is that even in that scenario, and I imagine most people would give them this if like a coalition came together and they're like, we're going to talk to industry people like, hey, what do you think is the best case we can do?
Well, I don't know if you would ever have like, what is the throughput right now? Is it like 1%?
No, it's about 5%.
Okay, my guess is
like 130.
My guess is that these are going to be like bounded values. I don't think you're ever going to have like 50% throughput. My guess is going to be is that like if there's like 25 or 30%, like once you hit a certain number, like everybody will go. Like throughput would never be like 85%, right? Where like almost everybody's going, but like 10% of boats are like, oh, I don't know, let's go,
that
right?
does happen. No, because like for example, the Mandeb Strait was cut off by the Houthis, right? And what happened essentially is you had all of the unaligned, all of the Western and unaligned ships would basically just go around the Cape of Good. And then all of the Russian Black Fleet and Chinese and Iranian ships, or well, Iran don't really go through there, but like all of the aligned, so Indian, Pakistani, stuff like that, they would go through. So you basically what you had is you had a massive decrease, but you still had like 20% going through. That's what we'll
Sure. I guess I'm not sure. I just don't know how substitutable it is to just swap out other tankers. Like in that case, I can understand that because there are alternate routes that people can choose. So it's not an all or nothing. Like they could go around South Africa or whatever.
I don't think your assumption that if it's like 25%, it's going to be all, it's wrong. Completely wrong.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
But the reasoning I'm trying to get to is even if you had like, let's say 50%, for Europe at least, let's assume that like no damage is being done to any of the infra and the Saudi or like any of those places. So we're just going to assume that there's 50% through it. If you're looking at it from a European perspective, they get about basically all of Europe relies on the Gulf, like for their oil in terms of like the global kind of aspect. So all of Southern Europe relies on refined products from the Gulf. So like diesel, gasoline, all that stuff. They don't really make most of it themselves. And then Northern Europe makes a decent amount themselves, but they import basically all the grades that they do need to be able to make the stuff they want from the Gulf. And then you have all of the petrochemicals that they don't make themselves that they have to import as well. If you were to cut off all of that, let's say you were doing full regime change and you're going to go in for there for your years, and let's say maybe the biggest impact is like the first 6 months, you're going to probably push every single European country into recession. That's going to be very bad. And it would just be structural, because what you're doing is you're basically just taking away supply. You can't replace that. There is no replacement, because with the way the oil industry works right now is you have marginal producers, and they are all in the Gulf or America, and America can't produce anymore as it used to because of geological reasons. There's a plateauing point as like when you reach the kind of maximal output of like a basin, and it's not about just more money equals more you can produce. There's
I know. I played Factorio. Yeah, you can only withdraw so much. You only slurp up so much at a time. Sure. Okay.
So in that scenario, it's very unlikely, even in that scenario, that Europe would agree to it, because it's just such detrimentally bad for them. And if you had the Ukraine war as well beforehand, then you're basically destroying their industrial thing that's already been nuked by the Ukraine war and the natural gas thing. And this isn't even, if you then compare it to the situation right now, one thing I really wanted to ask you is the way you're kind of, I know you're staying away from politics a certain amount, like the kind of keeping up with the real events, but like one thing that's really worrying me is if he goes through this with this energy strikes thing,
he will.
So I think.
Oh, if Trump goes through with energy strikes to Iran. I don't think I can't. There's no way. I can't imagine.
That's
really now. Would you have said there's no way for him to go into fucking Venezuela?
No. That's totally different, because there are deposing Maduro doesn't take off Venezuela's like oil production and refinement completely offline or whatever.
Hello, fellow debaters.
I
doesn't give a fuck.
My feeling is that like one of the only things that Trump responds to are like huge market signals, and I feel like if he starts to like hardcore go after Iranian infrastructure like that, I feel like enough people around would be like, whoa, hold on there, chief. That'd be my feeling. But
hold on, let me check the market today.
How you feeling, Moot?
The market is at
why are you
very
trolling,
high
Dan?
levels. Like we're belly down.
I want to know how you feel about the market.
Market's not good. Okay, wait, Metaloid, what? Do you think he would?
Okay, sorry. So to be clear, I don't know what he's gonna do. I realized I have some level of Trump derangement in him. The fact that like I'm very doomed right now, and it's like really hard not to be, because like the situation we're in is terrible. It's way worse. We've never had a crisis like this ever, and I genuinely mean that. The 1970s was like 5 to 10% of oil supply offline. We're at 20% now, and it's been a month. And when you have these wells shine, it's not just like it comes back online. Like it takes months to bring this back online.
Yep.
There's refineries that hit. Pretty much every refinery in the Middle East has been hit. It's going to take months to bring those back online and repair them. There's 20% of the natural gas gone. There's 30% of the helium gone. There's so many aspects. And then if he's going to go in there and he destroys all of their energy infrastructure, it would be the biggest humanitarian crisis in existence. There's 90 million people.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a fuck ton of people. You're looking at like a Syrian refugee crisis on steroids.
It would be
Potentially,
way worse than
you've got
steroids, yeah.
yeah. Plus,
And the thing is,
to bring the
I could
country
see
online,
him doing this
it would
because
be-
he hates NATO right now. He could literally just destroy all the infrastructure, say it's a win and leave, and he would be. I can't argue against it. Like my argument is it's crazy and it's insane, but like
the reason why I think he'll do it is because in the last week we're up 4%, which means he waited till Tuesday for this because my guess is he wanted to see the market on Monday, and the market didn't move a ton. So I think that he's gonna be like, oh well, the market's fine. It's already clocked in. So I don't know. We'll see.
It's very worrying right now because everything from. It's kind of like last year. Do you remember? Do you remember when tariffs were happening? And do you remember when he was like saying like and all of this admin were kind of signaling to like the people that we're going to do like tariffs, we're going to do like really insane tariffs, but everyone was kind of like playing them down. And then like 2 weeks before, he was like kind of there was like reports of saying that like from the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, like they're going actually insane. Like the stuff we've seen is like ridiculous. They're going to do like insane shit, and everyone was like, it's probably going to be like 10%. And then the market thought that, and it bid up into the event. And then he brought out a board, and it said like 30%, like 60%. It was like, and then it just like died.
Ridiculous.
That's what it feels like now. Where like, and I said, okay, I'm trying really hard not to be TDS, and I realize it is, but like it feels like right now when the market's at this point, it's like barely down. It's like 5% from all-time highs, right? There's credit spreads are fine. There's basically no stress in the markets at all. If he's like right now, like we're going to be out in a week or two, I'm just going to bomb all of their infrastructure and then just dip. Like, I mean, what in his history shows that he would not do this? Like his generals are all fucking retards, apparently. Like they're all telling him he can do whatever he wants. He said that he wants to go in and get the uranium out with like an exfiltration thing and just excavate the fucking thing. Like in the middle of like a country of 90 million people that's hostile to you with ballistic missiles. I can't see the scenario, and it's so like. Are we sitting on the precipice right now? Where like tomorrow he's going to decide that we're suddenly going to have like 9 million people that are looking for like a new place to stay. It's so crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I hope not. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I just it feels inconceivable to me, but I mean,
that's the same. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Go consult the poly market. What does poly market say?
Well, the poly market says. I'm not on. There is no poly market for this. It's there's like 60%.
Really? They draw the line here?
No. There's like there's one for like U.S. invasion, but I don't think there's one for him destroys all of their infrastructure. I don't know if there is one actually of that. But the worst part is just like even with that happening, the current situation, if we had to go on for like 2 to 3 more weeks, is still absolutely insane. And this is going to have massive impacts for the next few years. This isn't going to just end like tariffs. He can't just switch this back off. Like the oil that was being produced has been shut in. The wells have been capped. Like the pressure is building in those things and they get wasted. And all of that oil is now it's gone from existence forever from the future. And all of the oil that we're using up in inventories around the world, strategic reserves and all that, that's going to have to be built back up. That's all gone now. And all of the infrastructure in the Middle East that's been destroyed, all of that has to come back online. This all has huge ramifications. Everyone's just sitting here in Twilight Zone where it's like, gasoline's been up a bit. Like right now, Germany is like the highest prices ever for petrol. Like it's going to hit Europe way harder than it hits America. America is fine. They can ban exports and destroy the rest of the world and just like stay fine. But I don't know. It's so crazy how people are just. Sorry, I'll leave. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty. Everything about this is pretty fucking stupid. So yeah. I guess we'll see what happens.
Well, maybe Europe should have got involved. Maybe Trump was right.
Trimple ass. True.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to... Yeah, the idea of the point, what I was saying, was just like I think obviously, I know I'm just throwing out right now, but like I really do recommend looking at the Ukraine war versus the Iran thing on a different level, because when it comes to Europe, the dependency on the Gulf is way larger than you can replace all of the natural gas imports that we got from Russia with coal plants that we just turned back on. You cannot replace oil because you can't use coal to replace marine fuel that you need for tankers. You cannot use coal for the gasoline, the diesel that you need to run trucks or all that stuff, right?
Okay.
So it's not replaceable, and that's the reason why it's really important. Sorry.
No. Oh, damn. Well, shit's fucked.
What do you want him to say?
What do you want me to say? It's bad, not good.
I like him. He's respectful.
Like your mom.
Really now?
Yeah.
Irish exit.
That's racist, Dan. You can't say that.
How is that the Irish exit?
That's where you just leave and you don't say anything.
Well, but I feel like it's like sneaking out. He didn't sneak out. That was like a big...
He didn't sneak, yeah.
Yeah.
He snuck.
No.
He didn't say, all right, see you guys later.
No, he didn't need to.
Dan's sneaky, so he would know.
Oh,
What?
I love doing the Irish exit. They should call
You heard
that
me.
the Dan exit. That is my move. I don't know. There's something in me. Like if I'm at a party, well, granted this hasn't been for a while, but if I'm at like a party or some social gathering, eventually what used to be the case is I'd be at some point, I'd be like, you know what? I think I'd rather be at home playing Rust right now. And then just fucking leave. That's it. It's like, I don't want to go and have to like talk to a bunch of people. I just, eventually I'm like, you know what? I'm good. And you just fucking go. It's like shrimple.
What?
I'm on Dan's side on this. I'm a big, get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah, what, do I have to spend like an hour now being like, okay, I'm gonna leave. All right, yeah, we should get together soon. Okay, next. I'm
Skip.
good. It's just easier if you're just like, oh, where's Dan? I don't know. Must have been an emergency. He left.
I mean, sure.
He's so mysterious.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
Secret agent shit.
Shrimple ass.
Shrimple the
Shrimp
fuck
up.
ass. Oh, yeah?
You have any meetings tomorrow, Dan?
Let me check my calendar. Let's see. No. Wide open.
Good.
I have this thing where people book meetings with me, and not even one of those. Nothing.
Good.
I'm unwanted for mañana.
Why? What about you, Moon? Do you have any meetings?
Actually, yeah. Tomorrow I have D&D. But I was asking because I need Dan to be there the whole fucking stream.
Whoa.
He's been skipping out.
Whoa.
Moot has called for our aid, and the Saltman will answer. I feel like I should give Lord of the Rings another watch.
Yeah. Right to Arms loves it when we play that.
Honestly, you know what else deserves another watch? Is fucking the Generation Kill miniseries. God damn, that was fucking good.
Is it, though?
I've been thinking lately.
Yeah?
I hate to say this.
That must be hard.
Uh-oh.
It might possibly be
better than The
in some
Sopranos.
ways than Band of Brothers.
Oh,
What?
Wow.
Generation Kill.
Oh, I haven't watched it.
It's so close in my mind.
Is it now?
Definitely
Obama.
close. So anyone, okay, IOBOBC saying wildly wrong. First off, I don't think it's possible to say wildly wrong because that would assume that these two miniseries are so far apart in quality that you can't possibly see how one could rank one above the other. But they aren't. They are both extremely high quality miniseries. Like
Who's
Chernobyl.
the main character?
Oh, there is no main character in it.
That's the whole point, Moot.
I haven't seen it.
It's really good, Moot. I promise you that if you watch it, you'll be like this. I can't believe I've never seen this. It's so fucking good. It's like Band of Brothers.
It's that good.
I'm
doing movies right now.
Okay.
Cringe.
Have you ever seen High and Low?
No.
Very good.
Is that a miniseries or a movie?
It's a movie. It's like old slop, but it's a good movie.
Old slop. I like that term. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
What else did we come up with? Clip sluts? That's another one.
What?
Yeah, Clip Sluts is a good one. The people on Twitter who put their fucking name all over the clip, those are clip sluts.
They'll just take your clip and then just put their fucking big ass logo on it and be like, ah, all right, here you go. This is
mine now.
Kick clips. That are you. Go ahead.
Based? Okay.
No, not based.
Okay, never
Ethan
mind.
Klein
Not
should
based.
sue those guys.
True.
What? Moot.
I lost 10 gold. I misclicked.
How goes the is the studio empty? Barren? Nothing left in it?
It should be, because
Not a single thing, not even like a can of soup.
I've already turned over the apartment, so.
Oh, you abandoned your boy.
Yeah.
You turned in the keys. You're like, I'm sorry, I don't want this child anymore.
Yep.
Was the lease up, or were you just like, can you rent this, guys?
Well, I have to contact the office and figure that one out. I broke my lease like 5 months early, because the lady said that you'll have to pay for however long it takes them to fill the unit.
Sure.
But I figure, I don't know, maybe stuff goes by so fast, or it's whatever. I didn't think I'd be able to empty the apartment out fast enough, because I had to do that UCLA event on the 1st. So on the 31st, I went down to the office and I was like, hey, do you think I can like push this move out date back by like 2 weeks? And they were like, we've already rented this unit out on the 7th. And I was like,
that's awesome.
Ooh, that's,
okay.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Well, but then 3 days ago, after I turned over the unit, I got an invoice for like $20,000 for all the remaining rent. So I'm like,
I don't think they can do that.
Yeah, there's no way that they can double chart, right? Because you're basically collecting 2x the rent on a single unit. But I don't know. I emailed them asking.
Yeah. You let me know if you want a landlord to speak to him. You say, hold on, I know a Jewish guy. You sure you want to take another look at this?
You really want to do this?
You really
Because I
want
went
to do
down to
this?
the office
Let
and
me
asked them, because why the fuck would I even why would I bother breaking the lease on? I might as well just hold on to it forever if you're just going to charge me for all the months I'm not there anyway. It seems kind of retarded.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I think it's illegal. We can set up a new website, like ultrahatred.tv. Specifically
As he lives there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait, actually.
Well, that's how you put maximum pressure, you know?
You know?
That is some fucking landlord shit right there, though. That's what gives us a bad name, those maneuvers.
Yeah,
but, you
really?
know? But they add up, you know? I
There you
gotta
go.
say, Moot.
You can see it in I posted it in the
Yeah.
Discord group. They call it rent acceleration.
I love it.
That's awesome. We're just speeding this up.
Oh, I exaggerated, 16K, but still.
It's a lot of fucking
Yeah, you
money.
see they just like threw on like the 5 months of rent there, and I'm like, wait a second,
Yeah.
what?
So wait, when is it rented?
What do you mean?
So like, when is someone else in there?
Tomorrow. This is what they told me at the office.
Okay. Now, it was $3,500 a month was the rent there?
Yeah, do you see the invoice?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but there's like different numbers for different months. That's why I'm asking.
Well,
3581.
let's take a guess. The first month is probably prorated.
You know what? Don't get frisky.
Okay, and
Don't
the
get
last month is
frisky.
probably not a full month. So yeah, it's 30.
You know,
looks like
I'm
it.
sorry.
Looks like
I'm
the rent is
sorry.
$3,581 a month.
Do you
Dan.
know what? If
What?
you were thinking, man, you would have realized it's just easier to say, yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Or
they
say
also double
3,500.
charged you on fucking cleaning fees.
Well, I left like 5 huge pieces of furniture in there, so I don't give a fuck. I'm like,
okay.
Wait, where do they?
Charge. At the top, sorry, first page there is a.
No, one is cleaning charges, then there's damages charges.
Yeah, but there's another one at the bottom. Hold on, I just closed it. Accelerated cleaning charges. And then at the bottom there's also just cleaning charges.
Oh, look, I'm guessing. My guess is the cleaning charges on the first line item are for just like the standard, whatever the deep clean they do in the apartment. And then that second one for $475, you see at the very
big
bottom.
one?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the furniture I left behind. Rip.
Because it calls out the 2 people too. Okay.
But $475 for that, so that I don't have to fucking
That's
pay a whole
worth,
mover.
dude.
Yeah, fuck all that shit. Amen.
That's worth. Destiny, don't listen to Dan. This is probably legal, says Kafka.
Hold on, I'm getting to the bottom. I'm talking to some of my landlord friends right now.
Well,
Hold on.
I'll go down to the office and ask him because the lady told me that because I had this conversation. I should have read my lease. I guess I'd be surprised if they fight me on this though. But like, because I know I had this conversation with her. I'm like, if what is the process for breaking the lease? Can I do a deal if I upgrade my apartment or some bullshit or whatever? And she's like, well, no, but like, if we can fill the apartment, you don't have to pay the rest. And I'm like, okay, because otherwise, why the fuck would I break the lease? That just seems
you might
retarded.
keep
Why
it
the
at
fuck
that
would I
point.
break the lease? Yeah. I don't know. I'll go down and talk to them again. Or I emailed them and they haven't responded, so.
Classic.
Yeah, I wouldn't limit it to
I need more text on this character. Or
Yeah, that's true. Hasan's parents probably own the building. Sorry about that.
True. Not good.
Okay. My landlord friends concur with me that this is like de facto illegal.
And if it's not, then they got a new they got a new method.
Can you not just read the lease? No, fuck no, because I don't want to go back and read my lease and then find out I was wrong. That would feel horrible.
Hold on. If this Kafka guy is wrong, he might have to give up his gavel. That's all I'm going to say. Law degree or no law degree, staking it on the line like that?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, not good.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a weightlifter, for instance, and you say something wrong about lifting weights, I think you lose the flair.
All the muscles
I'm
and
just
everything
saying.
disappear.
Yeah, and they
Contact
well,
the
muscles, yeah,
ABA. Let's go. Or no, the bar. Sorry. Wait, American Bar Association. ABA. Yeah. No, I was right. Fuck you. Oh
In
yeah, I'll
Florida-
just ask my.
You don't need the lease, Kafka. In Florida,
I need
just
to ask
like many
my
others.
my bot. Hey, in Florida, is
Oh,
it?
for fucking god damn it!
Is it illegal?
They will not replace us, Mr. Moot.
Oh wait. Hey, in Florida, I just moved out of my apartment. The landlord. Wait. Hey, in Florida,
Be meaner.
I
It's
just
not-
moved out of my apartment by breaking my lease early. The landlord was able to fill the unit immediately, but still wants to charge me rent through the rest of my lease. Is this legal? Question mark.
For landlord stuff, please
Say
ask
Florida.
Goldstein
I
bot.
said, hey, in Florida.
Do you know any Jewish people? I suggest you start there.
Oh, no.
It's
in Florida, when a tenant like you breaks a lease. Ooh, why would they say it like that?
That's
Breaks
not
a lease
nice.
early by moving out before the term ends. Landlords have a menu of remedies under Florida statute, section 83.595.
Mm-hmm. That's but the
They can't just double dip or punish you
landlord
forever if
has
they've
a
already
duty
re-rented the place.
to try and re-rent it as fast as possible. They've re-rented it.
You said duty.
I did say duty.
Okay, if the landlord has retaken possession of the unit, which they did by filling it immediately, and chooses to re-rent it for your account, option 2 under the statute, they must credit any rent they collect from the new tenant against what you owe. Oh. They said, I think
They're
that
trying
was
to scam
the
you.
text message was literally, well, maybe they just send you the invoice now, and then, I don't know, in case, because if...
Wait, I could think of a possible situation. You ready for this?
No, I think what you're thinking,
No,
but I think it can't possibly be the case. Wait, can I guess what
That
you're
they
thinking?
Yeah.
Are you thinking
but
if a
the thing-
tenant moves in, but then they break their lease and move out early, I would still get a
Yes,
hook?
yes,
No, but I'm telling you why that
yes.
can't be the case. Because then they could theoretically have 2 different people. They could have 3 people paying rent on that unit at the same time. Because what if he
Yeah.
moves in, then he breaks his lease, and then he leaves, and then somebody else moves in? Does that mean that me and the second guy have to pay our owed rent, and the new guy that moved in are all
That's
paying rent on the
awesome.
same? That's crazy. That's
You see how in sync we were that
the
we were thinking that? I was like,
the triple
yeah.
dipper.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
I was thinking like you're on the hook for this money until we get it from the new person. So once we get it from them, we'll give it to you. But I don't know if you can do that. If they can just demand a rent-free loan. That'd
be
also,
crazy.
And also, I think once they re-rent it, 83.595 basically does state that's it. That's
Once
the
a
end
new
of
lease
the-
is signed, then that obligation should transfer to the other party. So then,
Of
if
course,
even if
because
they
you
break their
can't-
lease, then it's on
Yeah.
them. It's their obligation.
You
at that
can't
point.
you can't rent the same thing to 2 different people.
Yeah.
Watch him.
I mean,
They do that for flights.
My apartment
Where's Kafka?
documents, resident handbook. What am I looking for? Other documents. Lease packet. Oh God.
take his fucking gavel, boys. Take it away.
Control F. Break.
Kafka's
Lease.
fake news.
Terminate?
I'm telling you, these guys are resting on their fucking laurels. It's like, hold on, look at me. Yeah, I went to fucking law school 45 years ago. You know, I think they can do that. You know, 2 abiding citizens, they can just agree to anything they want to agree. Fuck it. YOLO. No, they can't. Okay? You can't agree to be a slave.
Throw your lease into Claude. Let him figure it out.
Would I look for abandonment? 15? No.
They took possession of the unit, right? You gave them the keys.
They texted me and they asked me. Well, no, I don't have keys, but they texted me and they said, "Are you giving?" In all caps too. They were like, "Are you giving possession, or do we have permission to take over the apartment?" And I texted back, "Yes."
Yeah, it's GG. Done.
Okay, hold on. Miscellaneous. Continuing liability? No. Assignment by landlord? Fuck.
Obama.
Good one.
Thank you.
Have you seen Silo yet? The TV show? Yes. Is it out? New season yet?
I don't watch shows anymore.
Jesus.
True Diogenes Canine. Boys season 5 is tomorrow? No. Don't. If you're lying, Nate, I'll hate you forever. I'm just saying, if you're lying. I hope you're not lying. But if you are,
okay.
You're not getting your shit back, man.
Well, I haven't paid them yet, so I'm not paying them until I.
Oh, second court case.
Okay, what am I Control F looking for?
honestly, at this point, just feed your fucking contract into Claude. Just literally copy paste it and be like, I left early. Can these fuckers
under the table?
Don't even think through it. You're just give it
Send
to
it
the
to Claude,
fucking
man.
Just paste it into Claude and be like, I make leave early. Me pay money or no? And it'll be like, hello, retard. No, you're not gonna pay early. You're fine.
Maybe it's under abandonment. Oh no, without notice to the landlord? Okay, never mind. It's not that.
How was Passover? It was super
Jewish.
I had brisket and matzo ball soup and like sweet potatoes. Had those.
Hey,
and
I'm eating sweet potatoes here.
Kugel had that.
Kugel?
Yeah, Kugel.
That does not sound like a real word, man.
Like a goog?
Kafka's running. Running? Not available tonight? Ah, typical. Running. Tell you what, my doctorate versus your, what do they have? What do attorneys have? They have something.
Attorney-client privilege?
Juris Doctrine?
Oh, JD?
They're JD?
Juris Doctorate, right?
Doctorate.
My doctorate versus your doctorate. Let's go. Dan has a doctorate? Yes. Well, I mean, in psychology. So
his wife
not
has a
really.
doctorate.
Yeah, as well. That's true.
I don't see anything. Okay, god damn it. If I
Just send it
just
to
click
Claude.
and drag. All right, well.
Give it to the bot.
Fuck me. Is there anything in this lease about breaking your lease early? What are the penalties? What
Calcifer, that's
section
not true.
is
You're
this
lying.
found in? Question mark.
And that's actual malice, Calcifer. So I can sue you for that. That's one of the ones you can't do.
Sue this.
No specific provisions found for early termination with a set penalty. Wait, what?
Go to their office and say, Claude said.
Yeah. My attorney, Mr. Claude Shavovitz.
Wait, who is this? Who is Agent 1? Wait, I'm seeing the thinking. This lease is very unrenter friendly. Wait, what? What?
It doesn't matter. Even if it's unrenter friendly, they can't break the law. Are you using Claude or are you using
I'm
some
using
discount
the
date?
Grokster. I don't know how to sign up for Claude. I don't know how to work. I don't even know where to go for Claude. Where do you go? Claude.com?
You just go Claude.ai.
I don't know. I don't trust that top level domain.
Do not use Grok. Are you kidding me?
That's the guy I've been rolling with Grok forever.
Grok is gonna fucking send you back a picture of like Hermione Granger in a fucking bikini as
I
your
wish.
answer.
Yeah, that'd make these answers way better.
It's gonna call you the N-word.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what do you think, retard? You're not in there. Look at these boobs. It's like, all right.
All right, thank you, Grok.
Thank you, Grok. This was helpful. It's funny. You know you're doing a good job at landlording when an AI reviews your contract and be like,
He's mad about it.
This is a very tenant unfriendly contract. That's what I want.
This shit's fucked.
Are you sure that you want to sign this?
Okay, page 10.
Jesus, this shit is fucked up.
Claude's the best. Don't worry. It'll give you the real answer.
Just get Radiant in here. He'll give you the same answer.
Hello?
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't think Destiny. You need to pay for it. You can't run the free version. It just sucks on free. I promise. If you actually want answers. Or actually, if you want, you could give me your lease and I'll run it through Claude. I'll turn on all the expensive settings.
Wait,
Isn't that illegal?
Wait, there's no way you can do this. Hold on. 19A.
Why would it be illegal?
No release. Resident shall not be released from this lease on any grounds, including voluntary or involuntary school withdrawal or transfer, voluntary or involuntary business transfer, layoff or termination of employment, marriage, divorce, marriage reconciliation, loss of co-residence, bad health, or any other reason, except as expressly stated in this section. B. Limited exception, military service members. So I can get out if I join the military and get prematurely or involuntarily discharged. There's no way that I have to pay the lease out while somebody else is living there. That can't possibly
you do not
be.
have to pay attention to this. You cannot legislate away not civil rights, but the law in Florida.
Well, where's the law? Show me the law that says, blink me the law.
Show him the law.
The same way that in like
No,
San
show me the, I don't know
Francisco,
why you're talking still. Show me the law. I know you can't legislate away. You can't contract away the law. What is the law?
Well, it would be 83595.
Wait, not 83682. Wait, 83595.
Yeah, landlords have to do their best to re-rent something right away. And
you
they
can't handle the law.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, this is a different section. What is this? Oh, it's a whole different part of the lease. Oh, wait. Hold on. Florida early lease termination option addendum. Okay, hold on.
Kafka, the reason I asked for lease earlier, and then he linked something.
Hey, wait, hold on. What did he read? No, hold on.
Are
What does it say?
in
What is
Florida.
it? Click that link.
I'm clicking it.
Click it and then read to me the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th word in that
Oh,
title.
I don't care. I'm good. I don't give a fuck. Okay, this
What's
is
the
I've
fifth
heard
word
of.
say?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Commercial.
But Resident
Oh.
agrees, as provided in the lease as amended by this addendum, to pay landlord 2 times the monthly rent as defined below, less any applicable concession provided in the concession addendum, if any, as liquidated damages or an early termination fee. If resident elects to terminate the lease, the landlord waives the right to seek additional rent beyond the month in which the landlord takes possession. Okay.
Oh, so they can't even take the money from you, even if they don't rent it then, yeah?
That's what it sounds like.
Classic Kafka. Came out swinging. Starts sending commercial real estate leases.
You fucked him up, Dan. You made him look like your bitch.
Well, you know what? I'm going to give him a pass because he's probably like, I thought it was a studio. I thought it would have been commercial. But unfortunately, this place was rented as a residential apartment. So...
Thank you, Florida, for these tenant protections. I feel so protected right now.
Yeah, what tenant
DeSantis
protections?
is seeing me right now. He sees me. Thank you, DeSantis.
Dude, we're going to get rid of
fucking
property
ass.
tax. We're getting rid of property tax, boy. Yeah.
Dan's like, I'm about to buy again.
I'll buy a second house. So I can look at my first house, not pay anything.
You can move out of the cuck shed.
You still have to pay, you still have to pay
With your life.
school part of property tax. It's just the rest of it goes away.
What?
They're supposedly getting rid of property tax in Florida.
What? You see how much I got him, guys? True.
Jew.
What?
It's fine.
I'm just rereading this Bulwark post. It's so good. Destiny is the despicable person who has been credibly accused of sexual harassment, revenge porn, and various other misdeeds by 4 separate women.
Totally separate women, by the way.
You know they got your man.
Totally,
He's a
completely separate.
Trump-like
Definitely not all
figure.
collaborating on the Driscoll server. Definitely not.
He's a Trump-like figure in many ways, I suppose they're going to say.
I'm a
so
billionaire.
any pro-Destiny videos or pro-Destiny content, unless it's done with a Bulwark pundit, will be immediately deleted and the user banned.
Absolutely based. That guy's
You
a
think they would
king.
do this same thing for Hasan?
Absolutely not.
Of course not.
Gotcha.
But listen, player to player, I respect that dude's game, you know?
Dan, if there's no property taxes, how do city districts pay for local
Disneyland.
amenities? I think the answer is supposed to be sales tax, which I love. It's so regressive. Fuck the poor people. Make it, I don't know, you have to drive 3 hours to get to work every day at Starbucks here. Yes.
They should open up a Disney World in the Gaza Strip.
Jesus
I think that really
Christ.
fixes it all.
What?
I don't know why.
What? You don't want the kids there to be happy?
I don't know why. This is getting clipped. Can you change my name here to Not Destiny so I can have the same protections Mooten has?
Well, I swapped mine back. I was like, fuck it.
I don't think it was, it was carrying a lot of weight at the start, but, eventually.
Everybody kept coming in and being like, hey, not Mooten. And I was like, fuck it, all right, whatever.
Wow, crazy that ingenious tactic didn't work.
I know.
Did you see, you may have already discussed it, so apologies if so, but did you see the comparison of Hasan Piker's verified followers compared to other people?
Yeah.
Steven. That is pretty crazy.
Pretty low. My percentage is pretty low too, but it was 3 times as much as Hasan's, I think, but still pretty low.
Jesus.
But Hasan's
Yeah, I think
really low. Yeah, I don't know, but
that's
I don't know
really,
what the
really low.
percentages of like with those other accounts, huge follower accounts. You can also pay for engagement too, so I also don't know what that means in terms of like, can you just pay for bots that are verified? I don't know anything about Twitter. Twitter is such an I can't believe Elon Musk is not humiliated by how fucked that platform is right now.
The fucked up part is like we were all like, oh, this guy, he's gonna have to sell it because it's losing money. He just doesn't. He can be like, yeah, I'll just fucking lose money.
I don't give a fuck.
Who cares? What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? I'm fucking Elon Musk, baby.
Yeah, exactly. And fucking Threads is still, honestly, Threads being as bad as it is, it's like, who's running the fucking ship over there? can I have a web version that's not dog shit? They should fire every single person at Threads that's on the fucking the web team.
True.
The
I do
website
like
team.
to go to Blue Sky though, where I can pretend I'm at a padded cell because I'm on like 7 different massive block lists used by 400,000 people. So
It's just me here.
Well, Blue Sky is just like,
it's Twitter for retards.
Well, it's definitely very safe spacey. Mastodon is like where all the psychotic freedom of speech lunatics go. It's like, hey, how can I chat with you? Oh yeah, you can find me at like David Stevens at freetheplanet.mastodon.ru. And I was like, what? Is that a website? How do I, where do I go now? And it's like, okay.
Really now? Are you?
Yeah. Well, I don't fucking know,
Russia.
bro. You know, you can apparently still get SU domains, which seems like an oversight. Someone should maybe let the ICANN know. It's not, Soviet Union is not operating still.
Really?
Yes, Mastodon is amazing.
And Gab? I don't think that Gab is, I've never heard anyone ever talk anything about Gab, ever. Like, there can't actually be people using that website. I don't believe it.
Well,
what?
Anything else?
True. I agree. I agree, Dan. Can I not fucking agree with you?
No, you can. It's fine.
Okay.
It just seemed dishonest.
Really?
What about Dig? What about Dig?
What about it, Dan?
Go ahead, Dan. Tell us.
Yeah, tell us about Dig, Dan. About how great Dig used to be. You and the
It was
20
good.
other
It was
something
good.
awful users that used it. Tell us.
No, Dig was fucking massive.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Really, Dan?
Yeah.
Name
I was
7
there.
people that use Dig.
Name
Me,
7.
Your mom's other boyfriend, your mom's
That's what I
cameraman.
thought. That's what I thought.
He can't.
He can't.
He's got to go to
I was
jokes 'cause
going
he can't do
through.
it.
No, that's not jokes. That was serious. Back then, your mom was in her prime.
What?
You heard me.
Nope.
You're really talking about Dear Leader like that?
You're talking about, yeah. You better watch yourself.
Fuck off. Oh my God. I just had a fucking flashback. Who remembers watching Vice on their fucking shitty, like Vice.tv TV player from fucking like 15 years ago? And they actually had fucking good ass content back then. God, that was that was old.
What? Why?
What? Eater. It's the box song, you fucking moron.
Really?
What is your problem?
Really?
What is your problem?
Really?
What is your problem?
Remember when is the lowest form of conversation, Dan? No, it's a chatter telling me that remember when is the lowest
He
form
hit
of
you up with a
conversation.
member berry. Uh-oh.
But that's not true. It's
Yeah,
like
I
the
mean,
chat.
You member buried. You kind of did. That guy kind of.
I was just stating.
That guy completely fucking owned you, Dan.
He got you, Dan.
He got you.
Am I not allowed to say when I've thought
Why
of
did he
something
just
I
turn
haven't thought of
British?
for a long time?
Wait, did Dan just turn British?
Oi, bruv.
Did you
Oi,
hear
bruv.
that?
No.
Wait,
They
what
don't
the fuck?
say
Why did he
anymore,
do that?
bruv.
I did not turn British. I was just. Am I not always? No, I can't. See, I can't do it on. It must have been a passive thing coming out. But
yeah? British is your passive, not an active ability, Dan. LeMay.
Oh, so right you are, Steven.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
He's never gonna respect you like that. Pull yourself together, God damn it.
What? Could you use this to infinitely craft god tier rifles? Wait, that seems kind of broken as fuck.
So tomorrow we're nuking Iran.
Hopefully not.
The fucking Moot, Iran nukes us. That whole thing.
Oh, Moot and the full meme.
Full circle. Yeah. But reverse it and send it to the other guy.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm. bespoke sniper rifles. Stop it! You're making me laugh.
Oh my god. Not this, boss.
I couldn't fucking believe that shit. The bathtub artisanal sniper rifles.
He's so fucking retarded, bro.
The thing is, he just put out such a sheer amount of retardation in such a short period of time that it's just impossible to keep track of it. That's the problem.
True.
There's no, when everything's an 11, there's no, hey, this is a 12. It's like, okay, but that was an 11. You know, there's no scale to it.
Yeah, true. True that. Absolutely. Tribbity true.
Okay. So, we have chatters.
Yeah.
And
Shit's on a straight
I gotta be
line.
honest, if I wanted to stick out, I would be a green name or a rainbow name. But any other color, blue or light blue, I don't see the value there. The blue or the teal, not big. But the greens, they're kind of rare. Do we still have purples? There's still purples?
I don't know.
We got purples in this bitch?
All I know is Aerith doesn't have a tier 5 sub right now, so they can't do this.
Uh-oh. Wait, whoa, what is that? What the fuck?
Buttstony?
When did we get that emote?
That's only for tier
Brother, we've had
5s.
that, you've had that for like a year, minimum.
No, shut the fuck up. No shot.
Oh, there is a purple. Look. Look. I knew it. See? So you'd be a tier 4 if you really want to stand out. But green is better than the blues, for sure. I feel like if you're buying a blue, a light blue or a regular blue, it's like, why you even buying, you know?
Mm-hmm. I know. You speak it a true.
Oh, you speak it. Oh, look at all the people mad at Rainbow. They're all voting the other colors because they're poor. I'll vote 3.
Oh, no, he's gonna run. Dude, I hate this boss.
Oh, another thing, Steven.
What?
Another one. You want to know what it is?
Tell me.
You need to go through the fucking user list on DGG Discord, because there is a lot of people that have a flare there. And you'd be like, do I want this person able to join my voice call at any time? Probably not.
Wait, when was the last time you checked?
A year ago?
Oh, what? No, because I'm pretty sure I went through like 6 months ago and I got rid of all of that shit.
Yeah, how can you say that you did if the other day there was some like, who the fuck joined this? There was Peppa G or something.
Well,
Who was
that's like
that
a
that
person I
joined the
know, but
voice
they're not a
call?
person I fucking hate, so I just didn't know why they joined. But I removed I got all the bad ones. I took out the enemies of the state.
How many are we talking about?
I don't remember, probably like 60%.
6,
Wait,
7?
if I shoot at this guy, I know he'll always roll, but will he always roll away from like the pass? Like, is there a chance he could roll back and still get hit by an attack moving in a straight line, or will he always roll to the side if he knows that I'm attacking in a straight line? Does that make sense?
Can you remove the thing at the top right so we can see the gameplay?
No.
Oh, also, think we could get a
Murder
Kelly
in the
Jean?
bag?
No,
Oh.
Kelly Jean. You think she'd come back?
Absolutely not.
She would, but I don't think I'm doing it.
I know
don't
you'd
want
let her
her
back,
back,
too.
Dan.
I absolutely would not
listen,
let her back. Absolutely
You
not.
wouldn't. You're
I wouldn't. That's
battle
right.
scarred.
Correct. I would not.
Under no circumstance.
No.
Just too crazy, huh?
I'm just not. I don't even know what she would come in here for.
What did she ever come in here for?
To contribute memes
To
and
yell at
drama?
him?
God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Who?
Oh, Dan's on his drama arc, huh?
I'm just asking questions.
Ah, JQ. Me too.
Can a guy not ask a question? Fine, I won't ask a question. Sorry, my bad.
Make a statement.
Mr. Girl, I think lost his marbles.
Yeah, you think?
Really?
I just moved those.
I mean, like, really lost his marbles.
What's the yeah, what is that emote? What?
No, but
I'm hearing
like,
this for the first time.
I think there may be some people who aren't up to date on the comings and goings of Mr. Girl. They might be like, oh, he's probably just saying that because, you know, Mr. Girl attacked Steve for a while. No, it has nothing to do with that. See, there's people that are like, wait a minute, hold on. Then why is he crazy? They don't know. They don't know because you haven't done
Maybe it's better they don't know.
a good enough job of educating them.
Really, Steve bad is what you're saying.
I'm saying he hasn't educated them on the comings and goings.
So
of the
then
world.
you're saying that he's bad for not doing that.
I'm saying maybe he's busy. How about that?
I would never say anything negative about your leader.
True, thank you.
So he's not busy then. He's just fucking slacking.
What are you talking about? His whole physics arc? We've gone over this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone over this. Oh my god.
I don't know if
please
it's an
stop.
arc.
It is an arc.
All your cats are gonna die, bro.
No, they're not. Shut the fuck up. We're just trying.
Did they have you?
Oh, Rinlocks.
Never mind.
I will fuck them down.
Cooked.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm just here because Dan is wrong. Destiny goes over the physics stuff about Mr. Girl every 3 months, and you're wrong. Sorry.
Ooh.
Rinlux?
Hey.
Hey.
They give you Wi-Fi in prison?
Yeah. What do you? There's no kids in here, Rinlux. What are you doing in here?
I'm gonna ban your embed again, okay?
No. Whoa. I meant there's no kids in here because that's unfortunate because you would be an excellent daycare person for them because you're so friendly and smart and filled with wisdom.
You got him. Good job.
Thank God.
This music's good.
All the music on this game is good, dumbass.
You know, Mr. Moon, that they had lots of people voice the cats, different people.
I didn't know.
Yeah, all the cat voices, like different people.
Oh, I learned about that.
No, you didn't.
I learned about the West Wall today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been there, Moot. I touched the wall, and I was smart. See, I realize, you know why the wall is holy, Moot?
Because it's connected to the temple of
Wrong.
Arid or whatever.
No. Wrong.
Okay. Why?
Because it's the closest that the Jews can get to the holiest of the holies.
Which is?
Mr. Moon. You don't know? Just Google holiest of the holies.
Is it God? I don't know. People were saying
Is
it's
the
like
holiest
the
of
closest
holies?
to God
What?
you can get.
Isn't the holiest of holies is wait, isn't it it's the body of fucking. It's not Moses, is it? Oh my God! It's the
Mary
Ark of the
Magdalene
Covenant.
or
No, it's the
whatever?
10 Commandments, right? Or the Ark of the Covenant or whatever.
Yes, the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, that's said to like have God in it, no? And like if
No,
you
it's
open it,
supposed
you
to be
see
the
him, whatever.
I thought it was. Isn't it supposed to be like the
Hey,
original
hold
10
on.
Commandments? Is that what's in there?
Mr. Moon, do you think that we got God locked up?
Well, I think that
box?
there was like an.
No,
I
hey,
thought
Mr.
there was like
Moon's
an
like, wait,
essence of
God's
God.
over there. God's
I
over
thought
there.
there was an essence of God in there.
Like what? Like fucking. Like.
I don't know what you fucking Jews do. Okay,
Like
you
the
killed
essence.
you killed Jesus. You killed Jesus, man.
No, it was the Romans. We just were like, hey, you know.
You should get that guy.
But Mr. Moon unironically thinks that there's like a little cup with like essence of God, and it's like half full with like God liquid or something.
Who knows what they're gonna do?
Is that a eau de perfume or a eau de toilette?
What?
What concentration God are we talking about?
What?
Just ignore him.
Got him.
Sorry.
I fucking got this guy. So
Anyways, it's important because that's as close as the Jews can get. And it is part of the original Temple Mount, I believe. And if you're smart, like I was, I went to the part that was most geographically close to the holiest of the holies as the crow flies. And I jumped and I touched as close as possible so that when the reckoning comes, I will be among the first that touched the closest spot to the holiest of the holies. It's in the corner, Moot. It's in the corner. Everyone's just going to random spots. I went as close as possible. That's thinking with fucking portals. All right?
Based. Okay. I love you all. I'm gonna do this. Be careful. Good night.
Wait, do what?
My sound game.
All right.
Bye. Okay. Our daily. Jesus Christ. Are these higher than normal? They must be. 440 is middle A, isn't it? I should know this. I don't remember. I don't know if I remember, bro. Jesus Christ. Really? 6.5? That far off? Or God damn. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna sleep. Good night. Be careful. 950 are boots on the ground. Hold on. I gotta save us from this war. Well, sorry guys. There won't be that many boots on the ground at least, okay? Be careful. Blah, blah, blah.